Chapter 141. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something. That day, in the divine martial palace, Lan Yi randomly pointed at a large group of people, but she just didn't point at Feng Xian, who was standing in a very conspicuous position. Lan Yi immediately denied, "No." Fu Yao also had a face full of disbelief. It seemed like he originally didn't know what relationship Feng Xian had with this woman, and was similarly stunned. At this time, he finally recovered with great difficulty. He didn't even ask if it was anything. "How did you answer so quickly?" Lan Yi said, "Nonsense. I think I know what he wants to ask. I'll tell you, it's not." Feng Xian looked at the fetus spirit. "What did you call him?" "Wrong?" This name seemed to have some special meaning. Lan Yi opened her mouth, not arguing anymore. She said angrily, "You're a man, why do you have so much nonsense to say? If it's not, then it's not. Who would be in such a hurry to recognize a son like you?" Feng Xian angrily said, "What are you saying? If it is, then of course I." Lan Yi said, "Of course you what? You recognize him? You raise him?" Feng Xian, after saying "I," he got stuck. He lowered his head and looked at the deformed little monster hanging in his hand. That fetus spirit seemed to hate him especially deeply, grabbing him and biting him with all its might. Wayaya, Feng Xian couldn't hit it. His right hand was dripping with blood as he clenched his fist. Seeing him get stuck, he seemed to be unable to accept it for a moment. Lan Yi immediately said, "I already said it's not, yet you still asked. It has nothing to do with you, now you can rest assured." Qi Rong shouted, "Sophistry. It must be. I didn't say it wrong, right? It's not about the people's livelihood. Everyone quickly come and taste it." Feng Xian's own son was cut out from his mother's stomach and turned into a little ghost. "Hee, there's actually someone who dares to worship some bullshit sending children to Nanyang? If you worship, be careful that you guys give birth to a son." Xiao Yan raised his hand, and Ruoxia sealed Qi Rong's mouth. Lan Yi ruthlessly stepped on his head a few times, causing him to curse. At this time, Guzi woke up in a daze. Seeing Qi Rong being stepped on, he quickly rushed over and said, Don't step on my father." Seeing that Guzi was hugging Qi Rong's head, Jian Lan couldn't move her feet anymore. Instead, she grabbed onto the fetus spirit's two pale and short legs and broke into a run. She said angrily, "I told you to stop biting. So disobedient." Feng Xian was currently lost in thought and couldn't immediately catch them. Xiao Yan subconsciously said, "Ruoxi, chase them." As expected, Ruoxia chased after him. However, it was only when the white silk shot out that Xiao Yan remembered that it was still tied up to Qi Rong. Looking back, Qi Rong had indeed leaped up with the grains on his head and declared proudly, "I have regained my freedom." Seeing that Feng Xian had finally reacted, Xiao Yan changed his words and said, "Ruoxi, you should come back." Thus, Ruoxia leapt back and gave Qi Rong a big slap on the face. Qi Rong had just turned around when he was slapped so hard that he spun 3 times on the spot and covered his face before collapsing. After lying on the ground for a while, he suddenly went crazy and grabbed Ruoxia, shouting, "Even a rag like you dares to hit me." This time, Ruoxia was grabbed by Qi Rong. Qi Rong twisted and turned, but he actually couldn't break free. It was as if Qi Rong's strength had suddenly increased greatly. Xiao Yan was just about to personally deal with him when Qi Rong realized that there was still a child on his head. He hurriedly pulled down Guzi and used it as a shield in front of him. "Don't come over. If you come over, I'll strangle him to death. Hey, look behind you. Dog Hua Cheng is about to die." Xiao Yan was startled and quickly turned around. Sure enough, Hua Cheng's eyebrows were tightly knitted together and his hands were slightly trembling as if he was resisting something. However, when he saw Xiao Yan look over, he immediately said, "I'm fine." 10,000 ghosts were restless. This time, the restlessness was stronger than any of the previous times. Xiao Yan decisively chose to go over and hug him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qi Rong hurriedly grabbed Gu Zi and escaped without a trace. Jianlan also seemed to have a terrible headache as he covered his ears. That fetus was stimulated by the restlessness and began to bite even more fiercely. Feng Xian had been bitten a dozen times and was bleeding profusely. However, he still didn't dare to hit Xiao Yan. He firmly grabbed Jianlan's arm with one hand. However, that fetus was merciless. It waved its hand and clawed at Feng Xian's face. This claw was extremely dangerous. Feng Xian let out a low shout and covered his wound. He didn't know if the claw had injured his eyes. Xiao Yan trembled with fear as he watched. He wanted to scold Ruo Xia for going over there to save the situation, but Jianlan stomped his feet and said, "If you continue to be like this, I'm going to get angry." Hearing his mother's scolding, the fetus finally jumped back into her embrace and obediently curled up into a ball. Jianlan glanced at Feng Xian and gritted his teeth. "This has nothing to do with you. I'm warning you, don't worry about us." With one hand covering his head and the other holding the fetus, the mother and son duo dashed away. Seeing this, Fu Yao said, "Let me go." Feng Xian half knelt on the ground and covered half his face. Xiao Yan crouched down beside him with Hua Cheng in his arms and asked, "Are you all right? Let me take a look at your wound. Did it hurt your eyes?" Fresh blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Feng Xian closed his eyes and said, "No. Don't ask me." Xiao Yan said, "Feng Xian, Lan Yi. What did Miss Jianlan say?" Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Xian suddenly punched out. With a loud bang, he broke the tree beside him and roared, "I told you not to ask me." This sentence actually contained a bit of resentment. Moreover, Xiao Yan could hear that this resentment seemed to be directed at him. He couldn't help but be startled. However, Hua Qing coldly said from the side, "Who turned your wife and son into ghosts? If there's fire, go throw it on the person who deserves it." Hearing this, Feng Xian slightly raised his head. His eyes were slightly red as he looked towards Fu Yao. Fu Yao was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, "What are you looking at me for? You can't really think that it was my family's general who did it, right? What bloody luck." He had only taken action because he saw that the woman was also a remnant of Xian Lu and had some relationship with the royal family. Originally, he wanted to free the fetus, but who knew that it would stubbornly refuse to leave. Not only did he not end up well, but he was also covered in feces. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered. That little demon doesn't even know who gave birth to it, so how can you expect it to remember who killed it? Perhaps it was because he had been troubled by these past few days, but even his wording had become a lot rougher. Hua Qing said, "Just because of this, your family's general can be called bloody luck. Then does that mean those who are even more unfortunate than him don't want to live anymore?" Feng Xian shook his head and muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" Xiao Yan said, "You. Why don't you treat your wound first? Did you bring medicine?" Feng Xian glanced at him and said in a low voice, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." He covered the wound on his head and didn't treat it. Standing up, he stumbled away. Xiao Yan and Fu Yao called out a few times from behind, asking if he was going back to the heavenly court or to chase after someone. He didn't care, and his figure quickly disappeared. Fu Yao struggled a few more times before angrily saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. If you don't chase after them, I'll chase after them, okay?" Xiao Yan came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay." Sure enough, he let go of him. Fu Yao didn't expect him to actually agree. He flexed his wrists and snorted, "Why are you willing to let go now?" Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "I'm afraid the heavenly court is even more. Sai, I feel that rather than calling your family's general back, it's better to let him move freely outside." He paused for a moment before continuing, "What do you plan to do now?" "I think that the fetus spirit probably didn't just want to escape and falsely accuse us. I'm afraid there's someone behind it." Fuyao patted the dust off his sleeves and said, "Who cares about it? It's heading towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain. We'll talk after we catch it." After saying that, he hurriedly left. The inn that was originally filled with people from several factions suddenly became deserted. Xiao Yan turned around and inspected the collapsed small house. He flipped over the wooden beams and straw to take a look. The monks and Taoists were indeed unconscious and would probably wake up soon. Feeling relieved, he also left. After walking for a while, they exited the wilderness and finally found a real inn. The two of them rested here. Xiao Yan only felt that these past few days were incomparably chaotic. He sat on the window frame in a daze. Ruoxia curled up on his hand and rubbed it as if it was humming. Xiao Yan's finger rubbed against it. Suddenly, Hua Qin walked to the window and bathed in the moonlight with him. "It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Yan was slightly startled, but he immediately understood what he meant. He shook his head and said, "I also don't know if it really has nothing to do with me. Feng Xian must have met Miss Jianlan after Xian Lu was defeated and before he ascended. Looking at the time, it must have been during the years when I was first demoted." Hua Qing said, "That doesn't mean you're wrong for them to become like this now." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, I never told you about my demotion in the past, right?" Hua Qing said, "No." Xiao Yan said, "I've never told anyone else, so I pulled you here to tell me a few words. I hope you won't mind." Hua Qing lightly pressed on the window frame and sat down. He said, "I won't. You can tell me." Xiao Yan recalled as he said, "At that time, I only had Feng Xian left among my followers. My days weren't very good. When I was the martial god and the crown prince, I pawned all of my belongings." Hua Qing smiled and said, "Including Heng Jing, right?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Yes. You can't let Jun Wu know about this. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Also, I pawned all of my dozens of gold belts." Hua Qing said, "So Feng Xian took your gold belt and gave it to Lani?" Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. Feng Xian wouldn't casually take my things. I was the one who told him to sell it and keep the money for his own use. In reality, this was the money he had given Feng Xian for free. At that time, Feng Xian refused for a long time. In the end, he couldn't change his mind and said, 'I'll temporarily help you keep it.' Xiao Yan said, 'I'm ashamed to say it. I told him to sell it for my own use not only because I felt guilty, but also because I was afraid.' Only Feng Xian still treated him as the Corolla martial god and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Only now did Xiao Yan realize that the two of them had grown up together. Although Feng Xian was his trusted subordinate and personal bodyguard, he had never received any extraordinary rewards from him. Suddenly, he knew fear. He was afraid that even Feng Xian would feel that these days were unbearable and would no longer follow him. Therefore, the meaning of that gold belt wasn't a reward, nor was it purely a gift or a consolation. It also carried a bit of flattery or reward. In the illusion created by the fetus spirit, Xiao Yan saw a protective talisman. It should have been given to Jianlan by Feng Xian. After Xian Lu country was destroyed, Xiao Yan's temples were all burned down. Basically, no one believed in the Xian Lu crown prince anymore. His protective talisman was also treated as trash. However, Feng Xian still kept many of his protective talismans. He would often persistently distribute them and give them to Xiao Yan, saying, "Look, you still have believers." However, Xiao Yan was clear in his heart that those protective talismans were most likely lost. Xiao Yan slowly said, "All these years, I never knew who Feng Xian liked. I didn't ask, and I didn't pay attention. After all, he had been favored by the heavens since he was young. Feng Xian practically revolved around him. How could he have his own life and thoughts? Taking something that someone else gave and giving it to a girl might not sound good, but at that time, that gold belt was really the best gift Feng Xian could give. After all, we often didn't even have food to eat. Feng Xian also wasn't someone who liked to squander money. Therefore, you can imagine how much he liked Miss Jianlan at that time. Since he liked her so much, why did they separate? Regardless of whether that fetus spirit was Feng Xian's son or not, if it was because of that period of dejection that caused Feng Xian to lose the girl he liked, no matter what, Xia Lian wouldn't feel good. However, Hua Qing said, if they liked each other but ultimately separated, it can only mean that they only liked each other. Xia Lian smiled and said, San Lang, you can't say things so absolutely. Sometimes, whether the road is easy or not is not something you can decide. Hua Qing calmly said, whether the road is easy or not, perhaps I can't decide. But whether to walk or not, only I can decide. Hearing this, Xia Lian was stunned. He only felt as if something in his heart had been opened. He stared at Hua Qing without saying anything. Hua Qing tilted his head and said, Brother, did I say something wrong? Looking at his sparkling black eyes, Xia Lian suddenly grabbed him and placed him on his lap. He said, Ha ha ha, San Lang, you're right. Hua Qing seemed to be shocked by his actions and allowed him to be lifted up high. Xia Lian smiled and said, Let me say something shameless, San Lang's arrogance when you said those words just now was a bit like when I was young. Hua Qing seemed to be used to being hugged like this. He raised his eyebrows and said, That really is my dream. The big and small played around in the room for a while. Then, Xia Lian threw Hua Qing onto the bed and laid down himself. He faced the sky and was about to open his mouth when he saw Hua Qing suddenly sit up. His pupils slightly contracted and his sharp gaze was directed towards the opposite side. Xia Lian immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned over and sat up. When he saw who it was, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know when, but a figure had silently appeared in the room. The figure was sitting at the table and a pot of tea had already been brewed. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. However, he hadn't noticed this person at all. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He held his sword in front of him and said, Who is it? That person warmly said, Don't be afraid. Do you want some tea, Xian Lo? Both the figure and the voice belonged to a young man. He was extremely familiar. Xia Lian finally let out a sigh of relief. He tucked his messy hair behind his ears. His heart was still thumping wildly as he said, Di Jun ah. However, before he could completely relax, he suddenly flipped over the quilt and buried himself and Hua Qing inside. He said, Why did you come down? His hand tightly gripped Hua Qing under the quilt, indicating that he should be at ease. Jun Wu slowly poured 3 cups of tea. Then, he stood up and said, Since you didn't come back, I naturally had to come down and take a look myself. As he spoke, he walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Slowly, a small portion of him walked out of the shadows. Xia Lian followed his white robe and saw that he was actually carrying a sword. Startled, he quickly jumped off the bed and said, Di Jun, I want to explain first. Chapter 142. Xia Lian stood between the two of them. He said, I still feel that. We can sit down and have a good talk. Look at this child, doesn't he look like? Jun Wu smiled and said, Like your son, right? Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Xia Lian let out a hollow laugh before saying, How did you know what I was going to say? Jun Wu finally retracted his gaze from Hua Qing. He lightly patted Xia Lian's shoulder. He did not speak. He turned around and sat down at the table. Xia Lian knew that this meant that there was no direct confrontation for the time being. He heaved a sigh of relief. If Junwoo wants to kill someone, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying a sword could be after it was drawn. In any case, Xiao Yan didn't want Hua Cheng to have the chance to face him head-on. However, Hua Cheng did not withdraw his gaze. It was still unfriendly. Junwoo pushed the 3 cups of tea away and said, "Although it's not the first time I've seen you, I'm afraid that I'll have to pay you a visit." But this was the first time they were so close to each other, and the atmosphere was so peaceful. Why not use tea instead of wine? Let's end this situation. Xiao Yan lightly coughed and tried his best to put on his clothes as naturally as possible. As he put on his boots, he said, "Di Jun. How is the heavenly court now?" Junwoo put down the teacup and gazed at the bright moon outside the window. He sighed and said, "Don't mention it." Xiao Yan. "Okay. Don't mention it." It seemed that things were really bad. Junwoo, however, turned his head around and sternly said, "I'm just joking." He had to mention it even if he didn't want to. "Xian Lu, put down your little friend and follow me outside for a while." Thinking about it, there must be something that was inconvenient to explain in front of others. Just as Xiao Yan was about to reply, he heard Hua Qing leisurely say from behind him, "Your heavenly court is currently in a state of turmoil and chaos. This is no longer a secret. Even the little ghosts in the streets know that this time, they won't be able to stop the gathering of 10,000 ghosts. They're so excited that they're crying. Why do we need to go out and talk about this?" He also got off the bed and walked slowly to the table. He picked up the teacup and played with it for a while, but he seemed to have no interest in drinking the tea in the cup. A moment later, the 3 of them sat at the table. Although Hua Cheng's current form was not much, his expression and temperament always made people forget about this matter. Junwoo said warmly, "I really can't hide anything from you." Since it was Junwoo who poured the tea for him, he had to give him some face. Xiao Yan drank and said, "Isn't there still some time before Bronze Cauldron Mountain opens and closes? Have you confirmed it?" Although Feng Xian had mentioned it before, Xiao Yan still felt that it was probably an exaggeration. Junwoo, however, said, "Indeed, we can't stop them." Hua Qing said, "I think your original plan was to send all the martial gods to block the path to Bronze Cauldron Mountain and stop them on the way. However, Mu Qing broke out of the prison and escaped. His whereabouts are unknown, and a huge gap has opened up in the south." Xiao Yan asked, "Has Feng Xian returned to Immortal Capital? How is he? Did he say anything?" Junwoo said, "It's not good to go back. Nan Yang was wounded and hurriedly came back to report what had happened. He begged me to order all the divine priests not to kill the female ghost Lan Yi and her son. He wanted to go back after reporting, but his injuries weren't optimistic. He couldn't move his right hand, so I detained him in the Immortal Capital to recuperate. As a result, the South's defense is riddled with holes. If it was something else, such as someone who needed to go kill demons and steal immortal elixirs, Xiao Yan would have immediately volunteered. However, leading an army to defend the road wasn't something that could be done alone. One person could destroy 1,000 men and horses, but he couldn't defend against 1,000 men and horses. Xiao Yan had long understood that leading an army wasn't something he was good at. It was better to let someone who was really good at it than to brace himself and do it. Thus, he didn't recommend himself. He only asked, "Are there no other martial gods who can take the place?" Junwoo said, "The other martial gods already have their own territories and missions to take care of. They can't even take care of themselves." Originally, Mingguang Palace Hall had Pei Su, so he could be borrowed. However, he has long been exiled. As for Qi Ying, he's the same as you. He's also a madman who likes to roam the world alone. He does things his own way. Moreover, his current whereabouts are unknown, and this child has never listened to any communication. Moreover, Lingwen Palace Hall has lost its main hall heavenly priest and temporarily changed owners. The other literature gods can play around, but they can't listen to orders and make decisions. these few days. From what he said, it seemed like the heavenly court was going to be paralyzed these few days. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to hear it and felt sympathy. He said, I remember you saying that even if we can't stop them, there is a way to remedy it. How can we remedy it? Huaqing said, remedy? It's suicide. Junwu glanced at him and sighed. I also said that unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to take that step. Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Junwu said slowly, that's right. Right now, the only way to remedy it is to send a martial god to infiltrate the ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Since they couldn't stop the slaughter, then they had to ensure that they fought to the end, leaving no survivors. Xiao Yan hid his hands in his sleeves and frowned. I'm not very familiar with Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so I don't really understand its rules. So what should we do? Do we have to kill all the demons and ghosts inside one by one? But that was almost impossible. One had to hide their identity and not bring too many helpers into Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Otherwise, if the ghosts found out that one or a few of them had sneaked in, they would definitely attack. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was an extremely evil place, and the power of a god official would be greatly restricted there. It would be even more restricted than in Blackwater. Junwu said, no, there's no need for such a big project. Huaqing said, I'm familiar with Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Brother, look outside. Xiao Yan followed his direction and looked outside the window. Outside the window was a large plot of land with some green onions, grass, and flowers. There was also a small flower pot in the corner. Huaqing climbed up the window and pointed at the flower pot. There's a huge, bronze cauldron in the center of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. With that, the flower pot suddenly fell down and rolled to the center of the land before standing up on its own. Then, with it as the center, the flat soil around it started to move, forming small mounds of different heights. Huaqing said, the bronze cauldron is surrounded by mountains. This entire area is the territory of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It's at least the size of 7 cities. Xiao Yan was intrigued by the sight. With a light leap, he flipped over the window. Standing among the small mounds of earth, he really felt like a giant looking down at the vast land below. Huaqing said, the killing starts from the outermost edge of the mountains and gets closer to the bronze cauldron in the center. He waved his hand and many smaller things on the ground started to move. Xiao Yan squatted down to take a closer look, only to find that there were many weeds and leaves wriggling about, as if they were little people shuttling through the mountains. In other words, the closer we get to the bronze cauldron in the center, the stronger the ghosts. Huaqing said, yes. Because the weak weeds are all killed at the outer perimeter. He waved his hand again, and a gust of wind swept past. The weeds were swept clean by this gust of wind, and the bare mounds of earth became lonely, looking very pitiful. The flower pot in the center suddenly emitted bursts of red light. It really did look like a small copper cauldron that had been heated red by fire. Xiao Yan stared at it and found that a small red flower and a few inconspicuous weeds had jumped onto the small flower pot and circled around the edge of the flower pot, as if a few little people were dancing. That little red flower danced crazily. Huaqing squatted down beside him and said, in the end, only a few ghosts can enter the bronze cauldron. Then, the bronze cauldron will close. Those few little people jumped and fell into the cauldron, and were quickly buried by the black soil. Huaqing continued, in the next 49 days, there must be a ghost that can break through this bronze cauldron. That small flower pot trembled violently, and suddenly burst out with a glaring red light. With a bang, a wave of soil flew into the air. Along with this earth-shattering birth, the little red flower leaped out of the soil and raised its 2 leaves, as if it was shouting in the wind, showing off its power to the world. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a laugh. However, he didn't know if it was because it was too happy, but that little red flower slipped on the edge of the flower pot. Seeing that it was about to fall, Xiao Yan hurriedly stretched out his hands and gently caught it, holding it in his palms. That little red flower seemed to be a little dizzy from the fall. It shook its head, and raised its face, to look at the person who caught it. Xiao Yan wiped off the soil that splashed on his hair and said, "This one is the new generation of Ghost King bred by Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Hua Qing nodded. "That's right. The previous 10,000 ghosts killing each other was a process of continuously increasing their strength. If the ghosts that entered the Bronze Cauldron weren't strong enough and couldn't break through, they would be suffocated inside, burned to ashes, and become nutrients for others." He stood up and said to Junwu, who was inside the house, "Your method is nothing more than exterminating the elites and placing weeds. There are only so many that have the potential to become a ghost king. If you personally eliminate them, the remaining weak ones won't be able to break through even if they enter the Bronze Cauldron. If they can't pass that hurdle, they won't be recognized as a ghost king." Xiao Yan nodded. "It sounds feasible, but I don't know how it would be done. Have you tried it before?" Junwu also walked to the window and said, "I don't know. I've never tried it before. In the past, I've always stopped them before they gathered." Hua Qing folded his arms and said, "I'm afraid it won't work. Fighting under these conditions is tantamount to suicide. I suggest that you, the one who thought of this brilliant method, go yourself." Junwu calmly said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Xiao Yan was startled. "Di Jun?" Junwu said, "Xian Lu, this is the reason I descended to the mortal world. I'm going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Go back to the heavenly court and help me temporarily take over everything." Xiao Yan put down his hand and suddenly stood up. "How can I do that? Let me temporarily take over. Don't joke around, no one will listen to me." Junwu smiled and said, "Then, this is a very good opportunity to make them submit to you." Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "Di Jun, forgive me for not agreeing with you this time. This is too absurd. Let's use the mortal world as an example. The emperor can personally go into battle, but have you ever heard of an emperor going undercover to assassinate someone? The reason why immortal capital can float in the sky is all because of you. All the things that other heavenly officials can't manage, are managed by you. If you're there, the sky won't collapse. If you're not there, the sky will really collapse." Junwu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Xian Lu, actually, there's no one in this world that will collapse without them. Once you get used to it, you'll realize that you can still live without anyone. There will always be something new to replace the old. When the Ghost King appears, if another Blood Rain Tanhua or Blackwater Sinks boat appears, it won't be a big deal. But if another Bai Yi appears, the world will be in chaos." He looked straight into Xiao Yan's eyes and said, "You've seen with your own eyes how difficult it is to kill a absolute like him. Other than me, there's no other way." Xiao Yan also knew that Junwu wasn't being conceited. Even if he was at his weakest, he still had to accurately pick out the most powerful ones and subdue them one by one. Even he didn't dare say that he could do it. Only Junwu had the highest chance. However, once he left, it might be 10 years or so. What about the outside world? What about the heavenly court? Chapter 143. The next day, Xiao Yan and Hua Qing set off on their way. Hua Qing held Xiao Yan's hand. "Brother, the next time you see Junwu, don't say a word to him. Just turn around and run." Xiao Yan asked curiously, "Why?" Hua Qing said, "I knew it. Every time he looks for you, it won't be a good job." Xiao Yan smiled. "Why do you say that?" "Originally, he sent it to me. It's not this job." Hua Qing said, "It's the same. Whether it's going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain or helping him manage the heavenly courts. Which one is a good job? The heavenly courts are now in a mess. Let's disperse as soon as possible. Leaving such a mess to you. What's going on?" It's just a choice between committing suicide with a knife or committing suicide with a sword. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. Then he said seriously, however, I really didn't expect you to take the initiative to accompany me to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. I thought about it for a long time. I think I have to say, San Lang. Don't force yourself. He always felt that Hua Cheng had taken the initiative to go with him because he knew what he was thinking. After all, Xiao Yan really felt that compared to managing the heavenly courts doing something he was not good at, it was better to be locked in a furnace and kill to his heart's content. However, Hua Cheng said, Brother, I've already promised not to force myself. Don't you believe me? Xiao Yan said, Of course not. Hua Cheng nodded and said, Then don't worry, brother. I have my own considerations. Don't feel like you owe me a favor. Even if you stand in my position, I don't mind shoving the new Ghost King back before he is born. On this matter, the current Ghost King and the heavenly courts had common interests. There was only so much rice, and everyone wanted to eat it. Now, there was not enough to share. Occasionally, they would fight, and a newcomer would have a share. No one was willing. Furthermore, if this newcomer was crazy and went berserk, no one would be able to eat it. After hearing Hua Cheng's suggestion, Junwu seriously considered it for a long time. If Xiao Yan went alone, he would not have as much of a chance as going alone. But if Xiao Yan and a Ghost King who had personally trained in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, this combination would have a higher chance of success than him going alone. Of course, he wouldn't go to Flower City for nothing. Junwu agreed to his conditions. Before the next mountain opening, the entire Heaven Realm had to go around the Ghost City. Furthermore, they had to announce the heroic deeds of the Blood Rain Tanhua to the entire court and sing his praises for an entire year. Xiao Yan imagined that it would probably be something along the lines of, You bunch of stupid heavenly officials. Do you know who saved you? Such an effect. This was simply torturing the heavenly officials who were already rather fearful of the Flower City and had complicated feelings for it. He was stepping on their faces. Hua Cheng smiled and said, With me around, this trip will be much easier for you. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, Xiao Yan said, I still feel that it would be better to wait for your restless period to pass and return to your original form before we go. Hua Cheng said, You don't have to worry about that. Soon. Xiao Yan was startled and said, Ah. Hua Cheng said, What? Brother, what's with that expression? Xiao Yan said. In other words, San Lang is about to grow up. Hua Cheng said with his hands behind his back, Yeah. I've been enduring for a long time. I can't wait any longer. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan would pull him up with both hands raised high and said with a smile, That's a pity. When you grow up, you won't be able to carry me anymore. Take this opportunity to hug me more, ha 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 ha. To Bronze Furnace Mountain, they couldn't use the thousandly shrinking technique, so they could only rely on walking. Dozens of days later, the two of them finally left the city and entered the mountains. It was a lush and verdant forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The deeper they went into the forest, the more demons and ghosts they encountered on the side of the road. They were all strangely shaped and sneaky as they hurried along. Holding Hua Cheng's hand, Xiao Yan whispered as they walked, There's a lot of them. Hua Cheng said, This time, there are indeed more ghosts than before. Because the heavenly court didn't stop them this time, many who originally didn't plan to come have come. Moreover, not only did they come alone, but they also came in groups. After walking for a while, Xiao Yan encountered a large group of ragged demons and ghosts. Their expressions were sinister as they formed an array. As they walked, they shouted, Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the copper. Hell and fire, 10,000 tribulations. Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the copper. Hell and fire, 10,000 tribulations. Listening to the tone of their shouts, not only were they not afraid, they were actually looking forward to it. Hearing their shouts, Hua Cheng's expression turned slightly cold. He said, they don't understand what these words mean at all, yet they're shouting it more energetically than anyone else. Thinking about it, these demons and ghosts who had never personally come here didn't know the cruelty of this place. They also thought it was too easy to reach Qingju. They were full of ambition, making those who personally experienced it feel unhappy. Xiao Yan asked, is it okay to come in groups like this? Hua Qing said, these kinds of people usually know each other long ago and plan to go through the mountain together. In advance, they will agree to let each other live. However, all agreements were not valid. Because in the end, killing one more person increases one's strength. Killing one less person means one less chance of survival. Of course, the easiest targets are those who are closest and most trustworthy. After he finished speaking, he frowned slightly and covered his right eye. It seemed like he was starting to have a headache again. Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled him into the forest and squatted down. He was slightly worried as he asked, San Lang, we're about to enter the mountain. Are you really okay? Slightly calming his brows, Hua Qing said, brother, don't worry. It's normal. I'll be fine soon. How could Xiao Yan be at ease just because he said so? Hua Qing then said, brother, come a little closer. I have something to say to you. Xiao Yan didn't understand, but sure enough, he moved his face closer. Hua Qing held his face with both hands and gently pressed his forehead against Xiao Yan's. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes, stunned. When Hua Qing let go of him, he said, San Lang, you. Hua Qing smiled and said, all right. This place is full of ghosts. Brother is a heavenly official, so your scent will be very obvious inside. This way, we can cover up a little. So it turned out that just now, Hua Qing had stained Xiao Yan's body with his scent. Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall the scene of the two of them, passing their energies to each other. Afraid that Hua Qing would also remember and mention it again, he hurriedly said, all right. Let's disguise ourselves. To blend into the crowd of ghosts, they naturally had to disguise themselves. However, it was actually just a cloak. Many ghosts and demons like to wear masks or cloaks, so it wasn't strange. The two of them simply disguised themselves. Xiao Yan held Hua Qing's hand and slowly walked forward. After walking for a while, there was a faint noise in front of them. Not knowing what was going on, Xiao Yan asked, is there anything like a landmark that tells you that we've entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Hua Qing replied, yes. But don't believe in those things. Xiao Yan was about to continue asking, but the noise in front of them grew louder. The two of them left the forest. It turned out that in front of a steep mountain wall, there was a large crowd of ghosts and demons. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg for the gathering of thousands of ghosts. Why is the road blocked? Did we go the wrong way? That can't be. Didn't they say that any road could lead to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Perhaps it was because they hadn't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet, and the slaughter hadn't officially begun, but the ghosts were still in harmony. Xiao Yan found a ghost next to him and asked, excuse me, what's going on up ahead? The ghost replied, don't you have eyes? Can't you see for yourself? We're blocked by a mountain, we can't go through. Xiao Yan glanced at the ghost beside him. Half of its head had been chopped off. This was the real deal about not having eyes. But he couldn't say anything, so he just asked, can't we go around it? At this moment, a few ghosts rushed over from the side. They stuck out their tongues and said, damn, this mountain is too strange. I ran for half an hour and still can't see the edge. I ran for another half an hour before coming back. The ghost said to Xiao Yan, no. Xiao Yan asked again, can't we climb or fly over? As soon as he said that, a 7-foot large bird fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. It seemed to have died on the spot. A ghost cried out, oh my God. I can't fly over even if I die of exhaustion. The ghosts then said to Xiao Yan, no. Xiao Yan said again, then we can't. Before he could finish, the ghosts all hissed at him, wishing they could seal his mouth. Don't ask. You crow's mouth. Xiao Yan said, fine. Hundreds of demons and ghosts were blocked in front of this mountain that they couldn't go around, climb over, or fly over. All kinds of noises came one after another, making it very noisy. One said, I understand. This isn't an ordinary mountain, it's a barrier. Another said, everyone, after we climb over this mountain, we'll definitely reach Bronze Cauldron Mountain. This mountain is probably the first test before entering the mountain. If we can't even pass this simple test, we can forget about passing the rest. It's better to disperse. Wait. Wait for what? A voice asked doubtfully, why do I smell a very strange smell? What smell? Is it the dead meat you brought along to eat on the road that stinks? The voice said, no, no. It's not dead meat, it's living people. No, 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 that's not right either. It's a bit like the smell of a heavenly official. As soon as these words came out, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The ghosts shouted, what? Don't talk nonsense, how can there be a heavenly official? Ah, wait. That. I smell it too. Why didn't I smell it? If you guys say it like that, I also smell it a bit. Don't tell me a heavenly official sneaked in. Impossible, which heavenly official would be so bold as to come to this place? After a dozen or so sentences, the surroundings exploded. Xiao Yan's heart slightly jumped, but his face didn't show it. Just now, Hua Qing had clearly helped him cover up the human smell, so how could there still be a smell? It shouldn't be that someone found out he sneaked in. Hua Qing held his hand and whispered, brother, be careful, there's something stirring up the muddy waters, taking the opportunity to create chaos. Xiao Yan said, it's also possible that besides me, there really are other heavenly officials sneaking in. At this time, the ghost that first mentioned the human smell jumped onto a large rock and said, everyone. Maybe those death gods in heaven saw that they couldn't stop us on the road this time, so they sent people to Bronze Furnace Mountain to ruin our grand occasion. I suggest that everyone take off their masks, cloaks, and clothes first. This way, whoever emits a spiritual aura will immediately be discovered. Everyone, report your names one by one. Don't give them a chance to sneak in. The group of ghosts cheered. That ghost continued, I'll go first. I'm the quick killer blade demon, an executioner's beheading knife. Killing people and beheading people, I only use one blade. According to Xiao Yan's experience, generally speaking, the more exaggerated and straightforward a name was, the more they liked to use words like peerless, thousand hands, invincible, killer, and so on, the easier it was to be killed. Usually, one move was enough. Sometimes, one move could kill 3 people. At that moment, at least a few hundred random names were reported. As he listened, he shook his head. Suddenly, a ghost beside him elbowed him and said, Hey, why haven't you taken off your cloak? What are you? He didn't mean to look down on them, but if they weren't human, then calling them things didn't seem to be wrong. In fact, there were quite a few other ghosts who didn't take off their cloaks or masks. There was one near Xiao Yan, and it was looking at them with its arms crossed. However, Xiao Yan was the first to be called out. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could only admit that he was unlucky. He slowly took off his cloak and said gently, I'm a puppeteer. The group of ghosts surrounded him and said, so that's how it is. No wonder I felt that you looked like a human. This is the first time I've seen a puppeteer. Xiao Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Puppeteers were demons and ghosts with very weak demonic aura. This was because in order to make a perfect puppet, they would search for all kinds of materials to experiment with, so it wasn't strange for them to be stained with the aura of other things. Because they were very fond of human skin materials, they had a very strong human aura. The dream of puppeteers was to pluck the hair from the heavenly official's head and make a wig for their puppets. Some of them were bold enough to actually try it, so it wasn't strange for them to be stained with the heavenly official's aura. One of the ghosts asked, "Then where's your puppet doll?" Xiao Yan looked around, then bent down to pick Hua Qing up. The group of ghosts exclaimed, "Wow, so exquisite. What material?" "TSK, TSK, TSK, it's quite realistic. I feel like it's going to be a very strong competitor. How is it realistic?" "I think it looks a little fake, and the skin is too white. Also, how can a child's eyelashes be so long?" Although Hua Qing had his arms crossed and was expressionless, many of the female ghosts were still struck by his appearance. "I'm going to die, what a handsome doll. Master, do you accept orders? Can I order a similar doll from you? The price is negotiable." Some of them couldn't help but reach out to touch him. Xiao Yan hurriedly carried Hua Qing back into his arms. The group of ghosts hissed, "So stingy. You treasure him so much, but you won't even let me touch him." Xiao Yan hugged Hua Qing even tighter with his left hand and stroked his hair with his right. "Of course, this is my doll. And he has a very bad temper, other than me, no one can touch him, or else he'll get very angry." Hua Qing raised his eyebrows in his arms, and the group of ghosts laughed. "Io, he can even raise his eyebrows, he's so cool." Chapter 144. Xiao Yan turned his head around. The one who spoke was the deadly swift saber demon. He said, "The human aura on you is too heavy." The group of ghosts said, "Puppeteer, it's understandable. He also has ghost energy on him." Deadly rapier, no, no. Take a closer look. The ghost chi on this puppet master doesn't come from the inside at all. Instead, it seems like, it's coming from the outside. It was originally possible to bluff his way through by being tainted with ghost chi from the outside. However, once he became the center of attention, the details would be magnified. When this quick killer saber demon first came out to stir up trouble, he didn't seem to be in a good state of mind. It was almost the same as the opening of the heaven's eye. Xiao Yan still thought he was an insignificant character. Who knew that it would not be easy to fool them? The ghost said, "This one seems to be very knowledgeable." So, was there a definite answer? How was he supposed to judge? Do you have any ideas? Quicksaber demon, yes. There was a kind of prop. We can determine what he is. He took something out of his sleeve. When the ghosts saw this, they immediately retreated in a large circle. "Oh my God! You carry a yellow talisman with you? I think you must be the priest who sneaked in." Deadly Swift Blade Demon said coldly, "Wrong. It's just that I killed a few Taoists on my way here. He just casually took their things. This was just an ordinary yellow talisman. It could only be used to deal with small ghosts and small fries. Since all of you were able to make it here, I believe that this talisman won't be able to do anything to you. Watch carefully." After saying that, he smacked the door. He placed the yellow talisman on his forehead. Sizzle, sizzle. The yellow talisman burned into a wisp of black smoke in front of his face, and a black scorch mark was left on his forehead. The swift saber demon wiped away the charred mark and said, "Although this talisman can't do anything to me, it's not a big deal. But it can still leave a mark on my face. Can this prove my identity?" Although talismans were used to deal with demons and ghosts, they could also be used to distinguish between humans and non-humans. Quick Fatal Blade Demon pointed at Xiao Yan and said, "If you really are a puppet master, then stick this yellow talisman on your forehead. Let's see if the seal is left behind or not, and we'll know." Xiao Yan did not bat an eyelid. His mind was racing, but he heard Hua Qing say in a low voice, "It's nothing, brother." Xiao Yan knew that he was confident, so he put down the flower city and walked forward calmly. He took the talisman and stuck it on his forehead. With a sizzling sound, the yellow talisman also burned into a wisp of black smoke. However, When the black smoke dissipated, Xiao Yan's forehead was still bright and clean, without a trace left behind. This proved that the ghost qi on his body came from an external source. Apart from the cloaked man with his arms crossed, the hundreds of ghosts instantly surrounded them and started to shout. Many strange weapons were about to fly towards them, but they were all repelled by an invisible barrier. The ghosts were shocked. Oh! His cultivation is quite high. Xiao Yan spread his hands and said, I didn't do anything. At this moment, Hua Cheng, who was standing behind him, spoke. He walked over with his hands behind his back and said, You bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world, what are you making a fuss about? Hey, you little rascal, have you seen much of the world? It's true that he doesn't have any ghost qi on his body. Who are you guys? Quickly tell me. Hua Qing said, Nonsense, of course he doesn't have any. That's because I'm the puppet master. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of ghosts felt an extremely cold air sweep over them, as if the entire area was frozen. Their bodies were originally cold, but now they all started to shiver. What happened? Hua Qing said, I'm just letting you guys see a little of the world. He retracted his aura, and the group of ghosts finally stopped shivering. The quick killer blade demon said with lingering fear, You're a puppet master, and he's also a puppet master. Then who is the puppet master? No, he definitely isn't. Who is he? Before Hua Cheng could answer, Xiao Yan smiled and said, Of course I'm his person. The group of ghosts was stunned for a while, but they finally understood. So it's the other way around? He's the master, and you're the puppet? The quick killer blade demon asked suspiciously, Then why did you say you were the puppet master before? Why did you lie? Hua Qing smiled and said, Because, I think it's interesting. Xiao Yan also smiled and said, Yes. The master thinks it's interesting, that's the most important reason. After the female ghosts recovered from their shock, they retracted their claws and tongues and began to circle around Xiao Yan again, discussing him. But for some reason, when the female ghosts were discussing him, their style was completely different from when they were discussing Hua Cheng. They seemed to be a lot more unrestrained. For example, so this little brother is the puppet? I like this age, I want one even more. You really don't want to order one? Xiao Yan warmly said, This. Thank you for liking me. But, I'm actually very old. This material is human skin, right? It was quite clean and did not have the pungent smell of a living man. Great master, how did you take care of him? Did you use any perfume? Xiao Yan said, It's human skin. No perfume. Just bathe more and drink more water. Wow, I feel like this doll can be used for many things. All kinds of things. His face and body aren't bad, huh? His skin feels quite good too. But he's a bit thin, I don't know if there's any meat underneath after taking off his clothes, he. Xiao Yan maintained a modest and appropriate smile. Seeing that there really were female ghosts whose eyes lit up and were about to touch his chest, his eyebrows slightly twitched. Hua Cheng put 2 fingers together and slightly raised them. A circle of slender jade-like hands and withered hands were waved away by him. Xiao Yan hurriedly crouched behind Hua Cheng and hid. The female ghost said, What? You also want to say that this is your doll? Does he have a bad temper and doesn't like other people touching him? I think his temper is quite good. Hua Cheng reached out a hand and hooked Xiao Yan's chin, saying, His temper is indeed good. But, I have a bad temper. The things I like, other than me, no one else can touch them. Xiao Yan followed his gesture and obediently raised his head. He held back his laughter until his stomach twitched, but he was still very cooperative. Looking into Hua Cheng's eyes, he sincerely said, No. Third. Master's temper is very good. Hua Cheng also smiled, seeming very satisfied. Just as the two of them were singing along, a ghost at the side interrupted, "I still feel that he has too much of a human scent." The female ghost said, "Then what do you want?" The ghost said, "I heard that the fillings inside the doll are not flesh and blood, so it won't bleed if you stab it. Let me try stabbing him." Before it could finish, it was frightened by a dagger glare and dared not make another sound. Hua Qing said coldly, "Who dares to touch him? Do you think I can let you touch the things that I cherish in my heart?" The group of ghosts was already intimidated by his aura, and now that he directly threatened them, they did not dare to act rashly. Unknowingly, they had already cleared out a large space in the middle of the group. The initiator of all this, Swift Blade Demon, saw that the situation was not good and instead tried to mediate. "Puppet Master, please don't be angry. We have not entered Bronze Cauldron Mountains territory yet, we can talk about what will happen after we enter. Let's not start an internal conflict now." Hua Chang's gaze swept to the side. "Rather than pestering my doll, why don't you ask why that person over there still refuses to take off his cloak?" Beside Xiao Yan stood a strange cloaked man. After all this commotion, he still did not take off his cloak, and had his arms crossed as if he was watching the show. But after Hua Qing singled him out, he could no longer watch the show, and the main character became himself. Swift Blade Demon took a step forward. "Friend, please take off your cloak and let us have a look." The cloaked man paused for a long time. Just when Xiao Yan suspected that he was waiting for an opportunity to escape, the cloaked man suddenly stretched out his hand and directly lifted his cloak. Under the cloak was a handsome but ordinary face. Such a person, if thrown into a crowd, although not ugly, would be quickly forgotten. No one would remember his face, causing the ghosts to be disappointed when they saw his true appearance. However, Xiao Yan's vigilance was raised. Hua Qing said, "One look and I can tell it's a fake face." Only Xiao Yan could hear this voice. Xiao Yan nodded. Sometimes, some heavenly officials or famous ghosts would need to make a trip to the mortal world, and it would be inconvenient for them to use their real body, so they would transform into a fake face. At this time, the key to shape-shifting was to be ordinary. Whether it was good-looking or not, the more ordinary, the better. Even if people stared at the face for an hour, they would immediately forget it. Only then would it be considered a successful shape-shifting. This cloaked man's face perfectly met this key point, so this face was most likely not his real face. The only thing they didn't know was who this person was. Swift Blade Demon handed over a yellow talisman. The cloaked man took it, and without the slightest hesitation, he pressed it against his forehead. Sizzle, sizzle, smoke, leaving a mark. It seemed that he was also a ghost, not a human. After a round of commotion, the ghosts were a little impatient. Did a heavenly official sneak in or not? Who was the first to mention it? Could it be a mistake? Swift Blade Demon raised his hand. "I was the first to discover it, it's absolutely true. I definitely smelled a heavenly official." Ah! Who would have thought that he would suddenly scream and fall to the ground? Xiao Yan was startled and rushed forward to take a look. There was a bloody hole in the man's body, piercing through his abdomen. Moreover, there was a faint trace of the spiritual aura that only a heavenly official would have. The ghosts exclaimed, "Look at his wound. There's really a heavenly official among us." Swift Blade Demon covered the bloody hole and shouted, "Everyone be careful. He's trying to silence us." The ghosts were all shocked by this. Raising their weapons, they looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Who wants to silence us? Where is he hiding?" After Swift Blade Demon suffered that blow, the first thought that flashed through Xiao Yan's mind was, sure enough, people with such exaggerated names are often the first to be killed. He paused for a moment, then said, "Everyone saw it just now. My master and I were being watched by all of you, but we didn't do anything." As he said that, he glanced at the cloaked man. The other person also raised his hand slightly and said in a low voice, "Same." Xiao Yan bent down to examine Swift Blade Demon's wound. "It's a sword wound." Among those who use swords, there are. He turned his head and was immediately speechless. Swords were not only the most popular weapons in the human world and the heaven realm, but also in the ghost realm. Among the 400 demons and ghosts, at least 300 of them used swords. It was an uncountable number. Xiao Yan coughed lightly. If we had more of those yellow talismans, then we wouldn't have to worry about not knowing who it was. Of course, he was just saying it casually, pretending to be enthusiastic. If there really was a heavenly official among them, he didn't want to help find them. This swift blade demon couldn't possibly have so many yellow talismans in reserve. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Swift Blade Demon really did pull out several thick stacks of yellow talismans. Oh, I have them. Xiao Yan couldn't help but look behind him. Where did you pull them out? Swift Blade Demon replied, that's not important. Xiao Yan replied, no, it's very important. Normally, you wouldn't carry so many heavy things with you, right? You could use them as bricks to kill people. How many Taoists did you kill on your way here? Swift Blade Demon glared at him. 20 or so. No wonder. Even if each Taoist only carried a few dozen yellow talismans, there would still be a few hundred of them added up. Without further ado, the ghosts were anxious to find out who the real heavenly official was. They quickly came up with a plan. In pairs, they would stick the yellow talismans on each other's foreheads. Then, they would observe if there were any burn marks left on their foreheads. Some of the ghosts were still a little afraid of the yellow talismans. Are we really going to stick them on? Will it scatter my soul? It won't. It's exactly the same as the one we stuck on them just now. It's very weak, at most it'll leave a mark. Oh, Hua Qing narrowed his eyes, as if he had sensed something. Not long after, a large number of the 400 or so ghosts had the same yellow talismans stuck on their foreheads. It looked strange and funny. However, nothing happened after they stuck the talismans on them. The ghosts looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? Hey, Swift Blade Demon, what kind of Taoists did you kill? They're so weak that even the talismans don't work? Xiao Yan had felt that something was wrong from the start. Now, he frowned even more. Just as he was about to speak, a female ghost beside him pouted. I'm not sticking anymore, tear. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I tear them? The female ghosts all screamed, me too. Why can't I tear them? Oh no. At the same time, Hua Qing shouted, brother, squat down. Chapter 145. Xiao Yan only felt layers of violent fluctuations coming from all directions, and indescribably strange smell spread out. Those yellow talismans had actually all exploded. As for the demons and ghosts that had stuck them on their heads, their solid heads exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The hollow ones were directly blown out of shape, black smoke drifting in the air. In front of the mountain wall, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Hua Qing let go of Xiao Yan's ears, seemingly unaffected. Xiao Yan stood up, slightly shocked. He had just seen those yellow talismans one by one. Indeed, they were the most common exorcism talismans. How could they have such a terrifying effect? At this time, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the sky full of black dust. Xiao Yan's eyes and hands were quick, holding it in front of his eyes. He immediately understood. How cunning. This was the corner of a yellow talisman. If it wasn't broken, he wouldn't have been able to see it. It actually had two layers. A layer of paper covered the top, drawing the most common talisman, and an extremely thin layer of talisman paper, although it was already burnt to the point where it couldn't be seen. Needless to say, it must be the most vicious, most powerful talisman. Dust flew everywhere, and in the midst of the blurred vision, many ghosts were still screaming. It seemed that someone was taking the opportunity to sneak attack. Xiao Yan immediately crouched down, and a ghost shouted, wait. The battle hasn't even started, why are you guys fighting already? Yeah. Didn't we all say that before entering, we were all ghosts, we would peacefully coexist and think of a way to pass this mountain together? A voice laughed sinisterly, idiots like you deserve to be eliminated in the first round. No one ever said when the battle would start. You're all opponents anyway, of course the earlier you get rid of, the better. Do you think we have to inform you in advance before we act? Wait. I quit. We haven't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet. Can't I quit now? Where do you think this place is, that you can come and go as you please? You haven't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet? Take a good look at where you are now. The dust dissipated a little, and when the ghosts could see clearly, they were all shocked. Ah! How could this be? Not only them, but Xiao Yan was also slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. When they arrived, they were blocked by a mountain that they couldn't go around or climb over. However, when he looked again, he discovered that the mountain had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It moved behind them. Unknowingly, they had already entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Xiao Yan suddenly understood why Hua Cheng said there were landmarks in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. But don't believe them. Because these landmarks were like mischievous children, they could move on their own. All of a sudden, Xiao Yan heard a voice sneering behind him. I'd like to see if you're a puppet doll or something else. Deadly Swift Saber Demon. Xiao Yan fiercely turned his head back. However, before Ruo Xia could fly out, he saw a cold light flash. That swift saber demon didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before he was chopped into two at the waist. Xiao Yan moved forward to take a look. Sure enough, it had really been chopped neatly into two halves. This time, it really couldn't be more dead. He looked up and saw that it was the cloaked man who did it. He was slowly sheathing a long sword under the cloak and steadily walking over. Xiao Yan only felt that this figure and gait were somewhat familiar. He stood up and asked, Sir, who are you? The man laughed lowly, as if he was about to answer, but he suddenly bent down. Seeing this, alarm bells rang in Xiao Yan's mind. He focused on guarding against a sneak attack. But he saw that the man only bent down, one hand on the left and one on the right, holding onto the slender waists of two female ghosts. Ladies, what's the matter? Xiao Yan, the two female ghosts were quite beautiful. Because they didn't use swords, they didn't stick the yellow talismans on them, so they escaped death. But they still fainted from the explosion. Now that they were in someone's embrace, they slowly woke up and said gratefully, I'm fine, unexpectedly, before he could finish saying, thank you, the two female ghosts' expressions greatly changed. They pushed the cloaked man away and said, Scram. Then they hurriedly crawled to the side. After being slapped away, the man didn't get angry. He just seemed to feel strange. Rubbing his chin, he frowned and said, this shouldn't be. This face isn't ugly, right? Although he still hadn't taken off his disguise, Xiao Yan already knew who he was. He said, General Pei, why did you also come? The newcomer turned to him and smiled. He wiped his face with his hand and revealed his true appearance. It was Pei Ming. He said, naturally, Di Jun sent me here to help your highness the crown prince. Xiao Yan said, really? Then I'm really sorry. As you can see, it's quite dangerous here. Hua Qing said, Gij, you don't need to be embarrassed. He must have asked for a lot of benefits from Junwu. Pei Ming walked in front of Hua Cheng and squatted down. Using his hand to measure his current height, he smiled and said, I'm not seeing things, right? Don't tell me this is Your Excellency Blood Rain Tanhua. Sure enough, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. What did you eat to grow back? Ha! Just as he made a ha sound, Xiao Yan swung his silk ribbon at him, nearly sending him flying. Pei Ming narrowly avoided it and leapt backwards. He said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, how much do you treasure Master Hua Cheng that you can't even make a joke? Xiao Yan sternly said, Are you really General Pei? Pei Ming patted the sword at his waist and showed it to him. He said, I guarantee it's the real deal. Xiao Yan said, if it's the real deal, then I'll directly return it. Hua Qing said, Gidge, just beat him to death. It's fake. Pei Ming said, hey. Xiao Yan said, if you really are General Pei, then why did that yellow talisman leave a scorched mark on your forehead? Pei Ming said, it's very simple. It's all because of this. As he said that, he threw a small object to Xiao Yan. Out of caution, Xiao Yan didn't catch it with his hand. He picked up the tip of the sword and brought it to his eyes. He said, candy. On the tip of the sword was indeed a small, shiny black candy. Pei Ming tossed another one into his mouth. He said, this is a ghost-flavored candy ball I bought in the ghost city. Chewing one will fill your mouth with ghost energy. It's quite useful when pretending to be something inhuman. Xiao Yan picked up that ghost-flavored candy ball and asked in surprise, you can even buy such a magical thing in the ghost city? Pei Ming ate the candy and said, ask Master Hua beside you. He knows best. You can buy anything in the ghost city. It just depends on whether you have the means. The taste isn't bad. Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you want to try one? Xiao Yan was also quite curious about what ghosts tasted like. He said to Hua Cheng, if that's the case, then we should also buy some ghost-flavored candy balls before coming here. Hua Cheng took the candy ball from his hand and said, Gidge, if there's anything you want from the ghost city, you can just tell me. But don't eat this thing. Why? Hua Cheng didn't use any strength in his hand. That candy ball shrieked and turned into a wisp of black smoke. He said, everything in the ghost city is very dangerous. For example, this candy ball comes from a black workshop. Most of the ingredients are low-quality ghosts of unknown origins. After eating it, it's harmful to the body. Pei Ming didn't mind, it's okay. I don't eat it often. It's just an emergency. Hua Qing continued, and the smell is pungent. Priests and people can't smell it, but the lower the grade of the ghost, the more foul the smell. Pei Ming, Hua Qing laughed, so, do you know why those two female ghosts told you to get lost? Because they felt that the ghost energy on Pei Ming's body was extremely inferior and foul. Xiao Yan coughed lightly and tactfully said, General Pei, it's better if you don't eat it. Pei Ming made a hand gesture and took out the remaining ghost-flavored candy balls and threw them all away. She said, fine, but right now we're only in the outermost layer of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Once we enter, there will definitely be even more powerful demons and ghosts. They'll be able to tell that there's something wrong with us at a glance. What should we do then? The reason why those female ghosts flocked to Hua Cheng was probably because they liked his scent very much. The ghost energy that Hua Cheng gave him was definitely of the highest quality. There was indeed no need to buy ghost-flavored candy balls. However, if he didn't want others to see that the ghost energy came from the outside, he probably had to do it like the previous few times and exchange bodily fluids. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan hurriedly stopped himself and seriously said, I don't know either. I'm just a puppet doll. It meant that he was going to continue acting. Pei Ming said, all right. Your Highness, you have to follow your master closely. Xiao Yan pretended not to hear and looked around. He sighed and said, I didn't expect there to be so many casualties right from the start. Originally, there were more than 400 demons and ghosts gathered here. Almost all of them died in the chaos just now. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think of the scene that Hua Qing demonstrated to him that night. It really wasn't an exaggeration. It was like a gust of wind blowing all the weeds away. There were less than a dozen of them who had escaped and were not completely dead yet. Their limbs were scattered all over the place, and they were moaning in pain. Hua Qing stood in front of them and said, now do you know what kind of place Bronze Cauldron Mountain is? The surviving ghosts didn't dare to make a sound. Xiao Yan said gently, right now, you are only in the outer layer and can still leave. If you don't want to go deeper and encounter more terrifying things, then wait here and find a chance to leave. The ghosts had the same intention. Seeing that they didn't have any intention of silencing them, they hurriedly helped them up and hid as far away as possible. Looking at the retreating figures, Xiao Yan said thoughtfully, that quick killer blade demon might have an exaggerated name, but he's unexpectedly a powerful character. He's really ruthless. Pei Ming agreed, this thing is extremely scheming. He's been stirring up trouble since the beginning and is extremely quick to react. Your Highness, that sword of yours gave him the chance to use the trick of injuring himself to gain the confidence of others. Xiao Yan was startled. Wait, that sword of mine? Which sword of mine? I didn't stab him. Pei Ming said, you didn't. It was the sword on his lower abdomen. If he hadn't tried his best to create panic and the wound was stained with your spiritual aura, the other demons wouldn't have believed him and stuck talismans on their heads. Xiao Yan asked curiously, to tell you the truth, I thought that sword was from you, General Pei. Pei Ming said, Your Highness, do you have any misunderstandings about me? I don't do sneak attacks. Xiao Yan said, if it wasn't you or me, then was there a third heavenly judge? Or is there something wrong with the spiritual aura on the quick killer blade demon's wound? He turned back to check again, but the place where the quick killer blade demon's corpse was cut up was empty. He was stunned, where's the quick killer blade demon's corpse? Pei Ming was slightly astounded as well and said, I clearly chopped him in half just now. Hua Qing said in a low voice, brother, be careful. In Bronze Cauldron Mountain, the more enemies you kill, the stronger you will become. Chapter 146. Corpses littered the ground and black smoke drifted in the air. The three of them were on full alert. After that tall mountain moved behind them without anyone noticing, the road ahead finally revealed itself. The pitch-black forest was layered in a terrifying manner. From time to time, the strange cries of old crows could be heard. Xiao Yan mobilized all his senses to guard against it while inadvertently holding Hua Cheng's hand. Who knew that this grip? He had actually discovered some bad news. Hua Cheng was clearly a ghost. At this moment, his body temperature was boiling hot, as if he had a high fever. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. He immediately said in a low voice, San Lang, you. Are you going to change back? Although Hua Cheng's forehead was burning hot from his fingertips, his expression still did not change. He said, soon. Hua Cheng was about to change back. In the current situation, this was definitely great news. However, the moment before he officially returned to his original appearance was definitely the most important and dangerous moment. Xiao Yan made a prompt decision. He said, set up the formation. I'll protect you. As soon as he said he would make a move, he ordered Ruo Xia to circle around Hua Cheng in a large circle. Then, he inserted the heart in front of the circle as the door lock to guard the circle. Hua Cheng sat on the ground. He said, brother, take the heart for self-defense. Xiao Yan said, no, this formation can't be careless. There must be a weapon that has been stained with human blood to hold the formation. Before he finished speaking, he felt something rubbing against him from behind. When he turned around to look, he was immediately speechless. He saw a small silver scimitar standing behind him, blinking its large silver eyes. It was rubbing against him with the hilt of the scimitar, as if it was recommending itself. Xiao Yan squatted down and said, Misfortune, how did you become like this? The famous scimitar Misfortune had a slender blade, evil and frivolous. Right now, it had shrunk by at least half. That silver eye was originally long and narrow, but now it seemed to have become a child's eye. It was big and round, blinking. Hearing Xiao Yan say this, it seemed a little wronged, but it still tried hard to send the hilt of the scimitar to his hand. Pei Ming also squatted down and said, this is the famous scimitar Misfortune. As he spoke, he seemed to want to reach out and touch it. However, Doom Exterminator's expression changed instantly, and the blade pointed threateningly at him. Fortunately, Pei Ming's hand moved quickly. Otherwise, he would have drawn blood on the spot. Xiao Yan touched misfortune and said, "It's better to let Fragrant Heart do it." Her heart did not waver. She offered herself to Hua Cheng but was rejected outright. She wept and jumped back to Hua Cheng's side. Hua Cheng didn't even look at it. He gave it a backhand slap and said, "What are you crying for? It's all because you're useless. Trash." Doom fell to the ground like a piece of trash that no one wanted. He seemed to have fainted from the slap. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly picked up misfortune and held it in his arms. He said, "No, no. Don't listen to him, you're not useless, you're very useful." Pei Ming couldn't stand the atmosphere in the circle any longer. He walked out and stood outside the circle. He slowly pulled out his sword again and said, "It wasn't supposed to be this tense. I didn't expect to meet such a troublesome and powerful character. Your Highness is really lucky." Their group had come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain to get rid of the non-human beings that could become extinct. They were looking for powerful characters. Xiao Yan didn't know whether this was good luck or bad luck. Hua Qing said, "General Pei, why do you think that it's your Highness's luck? Have you ever thought that the deadly swift saber demon might be coming for you?" Pei Ming laughed. "If it's a female ghost, I'll believe it's coming for me." Unexpectedly, he didn't laugh for long before his expression suddenly changed. He leaped to the side. When he looked up again, blood was flowing down his face. There was a bloody mark on Pei Ming's face. He touched his face in disbelief. His entire palm was dyed red with blood. This wasn't a small scratch. The two of them had been on guard just now, but Xiao Yan was unharmed. He didn't feel any killing intent directed at him. He said honestly, "It looks like, it's coming for you, General Pei." Pei Ming was about to speak when the sound of a sharp blade came again. This time, he was prepared and swung his sword down. This sword really hit something. A figure appeared in the air, split into two. It fell to the ground with a thud. Half of its upper body and the other half its lower body. The upper body lay on the ground, staring at Pei Ming with a malicious gaze. It was Quick Deadly Blade Demon. Pei Ming walked over and stepped on his chest. He pressed the tip of his sword against his throat. "What are you?" This thing had said before that he was a spiritual monster formed from an executioner's knife. If that was true, he should have returned to his original form after being cut in two by Pei Ming. What kind of knife could still be used after being cut in two? Unexpectedly, Quick Deadly Blade Demon's eyes suddenly widened. He sneered and broke Pei Ming's sword with his bare hands. Clang! Pei Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He wasn't the only one. Xiao Yan had the same reaction. Pei Ming was a martial god that had officially ascended. Even if he was in Bronze Cauldron Mountain and his magic power was suppressed to the minimum, his artifact shouldn't have been broken so easily. Swift Saber Demon laughed and said, "Such a useless sword, how can you even take it out?" Pei Ming immediately used his fist to replace the sword. Quick Deadly Blade Demon slapped the ground with his left hand and soared into the air. He closed his right hand and slashed with his palm. Wherever his palm wind passed, there was a metallic glint. It was actually the wind of a sharp blade. It could be seen that his true body was indeed a sharp weapon. Xiao Yan stood within the circle and wanted to go out and help. However, Hua Qing stopped him and said in a low voice, "Brother, look carefully." Pei Ming also shouted, "Don't interfere." He was the martial god of the north. If he couldn't even defeat a saber demon at the outermost layer of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, how could he get over his own heart? However, although Quick Deadly Blade Demon only had his upper body, he was extremely agile. He seemed to be able to predict where Pei Ming was going to attack first. This was very disadvantageous for Pei Ming. After a few hundred moves, Pei Ming's body was already covered in dozens of wounds. Xiao Yan couldn't stand it anymore and said, "General Pei, come into the circle first." Pei Ming's expression became more and more unsightly. He wasn't willing to retreat, and Xiao Yan couldn't rashly help him fight 2 against 1. For some martial gods, asking for help in a one-on-one fight was a form of humiliation. Xiao Yan could only say, "General Pei, come back first. Didn't you notice something strange? This person knows your sword art and movement technique like the back of his hand." Pei Ming naturally noticed this as well, but he couldn't believe it. But even Xiao Yan, who was watching from the side, could see it. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to believe it. Xiao Yan pulled out the heart and temporarily opened up a gap. He took the opportunity to jump back into the circle, his expression extremely ugly. Xiao Yan put the heart back in and said, "General Pei, aren't you going to pick up your broken transcendent artifact?" Pei Ming wiped away the blood on his forehead and said in a low voice, "That isn't my transcendent artifact. I just randomly picked it up. It's still quite convenient." Hearing this, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. Although the sword Pei Ming randomly picked up should be very valuable, it at least couldn't compare to a transcendent artifact. He then said, "General Pei, why didn't you bring a transcendent artifact here?" Pei Ming said, "I didn't refine one." Xiao Yan was even more curious. Why? Most martial gods would choose to refine the weapon they were most familiar with into a transcendent artifact. This way, when attacking, they would naturally be like a tiger that had grown wings. Before Pei Ming could reply, Quick Deadly Blade Demon snorted coldly and said, "That's naturally because the sword he used the best was gone a long time ago." Pei Ming's brows furrowed. "Just who are you?" Xiao Yan said, "Aren't you going to ask what he is?" Quick Deadly Blade Demon snorted. "Who am I?" "Ha!" "Pei Ming, when you broke me with a single palm strike, did you ever think there would be a day like this?" Xiao Yan slightly opened his eyes and said, "General Pei, do you know him?" Pei Ming thought for a long time. His expression became more and more solemn as he probed, "You are Ming Guang." Hearing this name, Quick Deadly Blade Demon stopped smiling. The current him looked completely different from the little demon that had blended into the crowd in the beginning. Xiao Yan said, "He's called Ming Guang." "General Pei, isn't it you who is General Ming Guang?" In an instant, countless unimaginable stories quickly emerged in his mind, such as impersonating someone else, stealing a beam and swapping a pillar for a pillar, etc. However, because he repeatedly went to the heavenly court, it couldn't be considered unimaginable. He couldn't help but think, could it be another geomastery? However, Pei Ming seemed to see what he was thinking. Clutching his wound, he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are you thinking? I already said I'm the real General Pei." "It's me." Xiao Yan said, "Then why did you call him Ming Guang?" Pei Ming said, "Because he was originally called Ming Guang. This is the name I gave him. He is my sword." Xiao Yan exclaimed, "Could it be General's broken sword?" Pei Ming said, "That's right. Ming Guang was my sword when I was a human. Several hundred years ago, I personally broke it." No wonder. No wonder this Quick Deadly Blade Demon knew Pei Ming's sword techniques like the back of his hand. It was as if he could see what he was going to do next. No wonder he could still move freely even though he was clearly cut in half. The wound on his abdomen also didn't have any effect on him. This was because this sword had followed Pei Ming through countless battles. Naturally, it knew Pei Ming's habits and routines like the back of his hand. This was because he had long since been cut in half. Xiao Yan said, "So, the previous sword wound, was he stabbing himself? Then what was the spiritual light on the wound?" Pei Ming said, "Mine. Back then, after I broke him, I immediately ascended. I think it must have been stained at that time and can't be removed." Quick Deadly Blade Demon. No, Ming Guang began to use his hand as a blade, hacking towards Pei Ming's heart. The expression on his face was sinister, as if he was hacking at Pei Ming himself. Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask, that. General Pei, why is your sword so resentful towards you? What did you do to him? What's going on with General breaking the sword? Pei Ming touched the medicine bottle on his body as he said, it's a trivial matter from several hundred years ago. Why are you still mentioning him now? Let's first think of a way to beat him back. Although there was Ruoxia's circle, once Pei Ming's heart was cut in half, the circle would be broken. It would be like smashing a lock, leaving only the door. Xiao Yan looked behind him. Hua Cheng was already meditating with his eyes closed, as if he couldn't sense the movements of the outside world. Xiao Yan felt slightly relieved. However, Pei Ming's voice pulled him back. Your Highness, can your sword hold on? Xiao Yan turned around and said, I don't know. After all, Pei Ming is very old. Pei Ming said, it doesn't matter. Ming Guang is also very old. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and said, since it's like this, as long as there's no other help, it should be able to hold on for a while. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the sound of extremely heavy footsteps came from the other side of the forest. Not long after, a burly man with dark skin and a ferocious appearance appeared in front of them. That burly man was strangely tall. When they saw him, Xiao Yan and Pei Ming both broke out in a cold sweat. That burly man saw that there was a person who was madly hacking at a sword stuck in the ground with his bare hands. He seemed to be a little surprised and walked over. Xiao Yan and Pei Ming simultaneously covered their faces and turned to the side. Meanwhile, Ming Guang saw a giant corpse walking over. It looked like he had a lot of strength. Ming Guang shouted at him, Hey, big guy, help me out. Help me get rid of this sword and break this circle. I'll give you half of the heads inside. However, that burly man didn't seem to be born a person of the Central Plains, nor would he die a ghost of the Central Plains. He didn't understand what Ming Guang was saying, so he could only shout back at him. Both sides yelled at each other for a long time, yet they still couldn't understand what the other was saying. Instead, their veins bulged more and more. Pei Ming tried to make his posture of covering his face more natural and elegant. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, what is this barbarian shouting about? Xiao Yan also said in a low voice, he thinks that your sword is provoking him and is angry. He said to quickly kneel and beg for mercy, or else he'll beat him to death. Pei Ming said, That's great. I hope they quickly start fighting. Unexpectedly, that burly man seemed to hear their whispers. He turned around and stared at them with a frown. Xiao Yan and Pei Ming covered their faces even more tightly. They naturally couldn't care less about pretending. However, that burly man still recognized them. He stomped his feet, causing the entire ground to tremble. He shouted, It's you. The Taoist who collects trash. Pei Su's boss. Seeing that he recognized them, the two could only put down their hands. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Yan said in the half-moon language, General Kumo, calm down. This strange burly man was naturally Kumo, who had escaped from Bronze Cauldron Mountain after the tens of thousands of ghosts became restless. He was captured by Xiao Yan. Later, during the interrogation, he saw Pei Ming, who was standing on Pei Su's side. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. Without a second word, he kicked at her heart, causing the sword to tilt by an inch. Chapter 147. Xiao Yan wanted to protect Hua Cheng. He couldn't be distracted. And Pei Ming was in front of the weapon he was most familiar with. It wasn't a threat at all. At this moment, he suddenly heard Ming Guang scold, This ghost barbarian. Can you not hit me when I hit you? You hit my hand. Kumo directly ignored him. Seeing that the two of them were slightly rubbing against each other, Xiao Yan grabbed Pei Ming and said, General Pei. Kuemo doesn't believe that you have no malice towards him. He must find you for an explanation. Quickly put your 5 fingers together. Cross your wrists above your head. Press them down from the top of your head and then separate them. This is the common gesture of their clan to ask for peace. In short, express your good intentions to him first. Let him stabilize. Pei Ming was baffled and said, "Ah." The enmity between them and Kuemo, this wasn't a small misunderstanding. How could a gesture be used to ask for peace? How could they let him stabilize? Xiao Yan didn't explain. He grabbed him and said, "Come. Do this action with me first and make him stop." However, Pei Ming's hand was injured, so he grabbed it. The corner of his mouth twitched and he was about to do as he was told. However, Mingguang had already heard all of their words. He rushed in front of Kuemo, crossed his hands above his head and slashed down. He separated his hands and proudly said to the 2 people in the circle, "It's not that easy." Who knew that when Kuemo saw this action, his eyes widened and blue veins bulged on his iron-black skin. He opened his 5 fingers and his palm was like an iron palm leaf fan as he directly slapped Mingguang horizontally. The moment that slap flew out, Pei Ming and Mingguang didn't understand what happened. After a while, Pei Ming turned around and said to Xiao Yan, "Your Highness, I thought that Mingguang was very cunning. I didn't expect you to be even more cunning than him. This Pei admires you." Xiao Yan wiped his cold sweat and said, "Not at all, not at all. I'm ashamed, ashamed." Those words just now seemed to be said to Pei Ming, but in reality, they were said to Mingguang. After Mingguang heard it, in order to not let them have their way, he would definitely take the initiative to express goodwill to Kuemo. However, this action of Xiao Yan's wasn't a request for peace, it was a provocation. Moreover, it was the most aggressive provocation in the language of the Half-Moon Nation. It was roughly equivalent to the power of 4 consecutive attacks: chop off your head, sleep with your wife, kill your family, and dig up your ancestors' graves. It would be strange if Cui Mo didn't fly into a rage after seeing it. If it was another situation, Mingguang might still doubt the authenticity of Xiao Yan's words. However, the current situation was urgent. Pei Ming's hand was about to be raised up, so he didn't have time to ponder. That was why he was fooled. After Mingguang was sent flying by Carmo's palm, he quickly reacted and wanted to remedy the situation. However, due to the language barrier, he instinctively shouted and it looked more like he was cursing Carmo. He also tried a few other gestures, such as bowing with his hands folded in front and giving a thumbs up. However, this was equivalent to a person suddenly begging for mercy after insulting you with the most vicious and vulgar words. It was too insincere, and he still received a few punches. In addition, Carmo also knew some superficial swear words from the Central Plains. As he fought and cursed, Mingguang also became a little annoyed. The more the two fought, the fiercer they became. Pei Ming simply wanted to cheer for them. Mingguang's eyes swept over to this side and he was very angry. Suddenly, he reached out and shook his hand at Carmo. He pointed at himself, then pointed at Xiao Yan and Pei Ming in the circle. Facing the two of them, he once again made the action of separating his hands. Sure enough, Carmo stopped. He frowned and asked, "Are you doing this to me or to them?" Xiao Yan thought this was bad, but he didn't dare to rashly open his mouth because he wasn't sure how to coax Carmo. Seeing that there was a turning point, Mingguang continued to work hard. When he turned to Pei Ming, he repeated the action with a fierce expression. When he turned to Carmo, he became calm again. Matching the expression in his eyes, he repeated the action repeatedly. Sure enough, Carmo understood what he meant. United against a common enemy. After reaching an agreement, Mingguang and Carmo once again approached the circle. Xiao Yan's mind turned quickly. He took a deep breath and shouted in the Half-Moon language, "Little General Pei." Half-Moon. As soon as he heard these two names, Carmo's footsteps stopped and he sternly said, "Are the two of them also nearby?" Xiao Yan didn't answer him and only shouted, "Little General Pei. Half Moon. Carmo is right here. Don't come over, quickly escape. Don't ever come back." With him shouting like this, Carmo naturally thought that the two of them were really nearby and that Xiao Yan was informing them to escape. He immediately angrily said, "It's not that easy." After shouting, he rushed out. Mingguang said, "Hey! Big guy. Why are you running? He must be lying to you. Come back." However, Carmo had already run far away. Mingguang was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Idiot." Xiao Yan wiped off his cold sweat for the second time. In his heart, he sincerely sighed, learning one more language will bring endless benefits for a lifetime. Seeing that Mingguang was about to continue to beat her heart, he raised his hand and said, "Stop. If you come again, we won't be polite to you anymore." Mingguang said, "How can you be rude to me now?" Xiao Yan said, Did you forget to bring something?" Mingguang said, "What thing?" Pei Ming wanted to say something but hesitated. He dragged something out from behind him and said, "You can even forget such a big thing?" What he was dragging were two human legs that were connected to a small part of his waist. When Mingguang saw this, his expression turned cold. He said, "Ah. My lower body." Just now, he had been using his palms to walk. He used his hands to support himself as he hopped around. Unknowingly, he got used to this method of movement. He actually completely forgot that he hadn't reattached his lower body. While he and Carmo were fighting fiercely, Pei Ming went out and dragged the lower body that was thrown on the ground nearby into the circle. She threatened, "You better not act rashly." It was just that this threat seemed very awkward. Because, if the hostage was a complete person, when she said this, Pei Ming could put her hand on the other party's neck or grab the top of the other party's head. This way, the scene would appear very intimidating. It wasn't just a joke. However, right now, they only had the lower body in their hands. Then, where should he put his hand so that it wouldn't appear awkward and at the same time could deter the other party? He couldn't think of anything, so Pei Ming could only step on his foot. Mingguang said, "Are you joking with me?" Xiao Yan also felt that this wasn't serious at all. He tactfully said, "General Pei, stepping on his foot isn't very convincing. Can you let him feel that you've caught his vital point?" Pei Ming said, "Your Royal Highness, don't say it so lightly. If it wasn't for this Pei not wanting to do such a shameless act, do you think I want to step on his foot? Why don't you come and grab his vital point?" In short, the two of them didn't want to grab this vital point. Xiao Yan said, "Forget it. Then why don't we do this?" After discussing for a moment, the two of them each grabbed one of Mingguang's legs. This way, there was a lot of deterrence, and it wasn't awkward anymore. Xiao Yan said, "Please step back. Otherwise, I'm afraid your real body will have to be broken again." Mingguang sneered and said, "Ha! Do you really think that my lower body is useless?" As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan felt a murderous aura quickly rising up from his palm. He immediately waved his hand and said, "General Pei, be careful." That originally dead lower body was unexpectedly caught off guard, and with a shwa shwa sound, two kicks flew out. Pei Ming also waved his hand in time, which was why he wasn't kicked by those two sharp wind blades. That pair of legs somersaulted in the air, landing on one knee. Then, it slowly stood up and stood in place. These few movements were unexpectedly very nimble, with quite a bit of posture. Xiao Yan couldn't help but say, "Good." After praising it, he immediately changed his words, "Not good." What was good about it? He had painstakingly set up a protective circle just to prevent Mingguang from coming in. This was great. Although Mingguang's upper body was still outside, his lower body had already come in. Pei Ming also came to his senses and said, "We've fallen into a trap." This kind of monster whose real body was divided into two halves, some could only move the leading half, and some could move both halves. It was impossible to determine which category Mingguang belonged to, but his lower body had always been lifeless. It didn't move even after being stepped on, so Pei Ming thought it was the former. Thinking about it, he must have deliberately pretended not to move. Mingguang clapped his hands outside the circle and laughed, "Not bad. This is called luring a wolf into the house, catching a turtle in a jar." Right now, there were 3 people inside the circle. Hua Cheng was meditating with his eyes closed and was at a critical moment. Pei Ming's sword had long been broken by Mingguang, and Xiao Yan's heart had become the door lock of the protective circle. Both of them were unarmed, so Xiao Yan could only say, "Misfortune." The scimitar Misfortune that fell to the ground like a broken piece immediately stood up and flew into Xiao Yan's hands. Xiao Yan held the hilt of the scimitar and swung it. Mingguang's lower body kicked out and received the blade. He took 2 steps back and almost fell out of the circle. His upper body was outside the circle, and his expression changed slightly. It seemed that he was a little afraid. He clapped his hands and his lower body returned to its original form. A nearly 3 feet long green blade hung in the air with a murderous aura. Xiao Yan didn't use a blade often, but with Misfortune in his hand, it was quite easy. Just as he was about to face it, Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, this Pei didn't deliberately cause trouble at this time, but you, Master Hua Cheng, seem to have some problems." Xiao Yan was shocked and looked back. Sure enough, Hua Cheng's eyebrows furrowed even more. The hands that were placed on his knees were also trembling slightly. As soon as he was distracted, that broken blade took the opportunity to stab him. At this moment, Misfortune broke away from Xiao Yan's control and met that broken sword in the air with a dang sound. Xiao Yan said, "Misfortune, I'll have to trouble you to hold on for a while." He squatted in front of Hua Cheng and said, "How could this be? In the end, what's the problem?" Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, don't ask me. This Pei isn't as familiar with the Ghost King as you are." Xiao Yan said to Hua Cheng, "San Lang. Can you hear me? Don't bear it anymore, come out." At this time, he heard Mingguang shout from outside the circle, "A small knife dares to stop me." While he was speaking, Mingguang's broken blade and Misfortune had already clashed dozens of times in the air, sparks flying. If it was the usual scimitar Misfortune, it would naturally have the upper hand. But now, in front of Mingguang's long blade, Misfortune looked like a child fighting against an adult. Although it was fierce, because its limbs weren't long enough, it was inevitable that it would be restricted. There were a few times when the situation was very critical. Xiao Yan took the time to look back and said, "Be careful." After he shouted, Misfortune suddenly turned into a silver whirlwind and slashed at the broken blade. Outside the circle, Mingguang cried out, "Ah!" It seemed that this cut wasn't light. Xiao Yan praised, "Good Misfortune." Pei Ming suddenly said, "Wait, Your Highness, I feel that when you praised it, it seemed to have grown bigger." Xiao Yan looked carefully and said, "Really?" Pei Ming said, "It seems so. Why don't you try again?" Anyway, it was just a compliment, so Xiao Yan said, "Okay. Misfortune, listen carefully, you, handsome, cute, kind, witty, smart, gentle, strong, number 1 in the world." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. Pei Ming clapped her hands. Outside the circle, Mingguang's face was full of disbelief. Flustered and exasperated, he said, "There's this kind of evil technique? How come I've never heard of it? It wasn't fake at all." Every time Xiao Yan praised him, Misfortune's figure would grow a little. If he looked like a 10-year-old child before, then right now, he was probably a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. That broken blade seemed to be unable to cope with the slightly grown Misfortune. It was struggling left and right, and the trajectory of Misfortune's blade became even more erratic and strange. Seeing that victory and defeat was about to be decided, Mingguang, who was outside the circle, made a hand sign. When Pei Ming saw this, she immediately said, "Not good, he's transferred all the power from the upper half to the lower half." Sure enough, within the circle, the broken blade's body suddenly flourished with black energy. When Misfortune's blade struck it, it was bounced off by that thick layer of black energy and stabbed into the ground. Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled it out and said, "Are you okay?" Pei Ming said, "I'm fine. Watch me." As she said this, she took Misfortune from his hands. Xiao Yan was feeling strange when suddenly, his face froze. With a "pa" sound, Pei Ming had actually slapped Misfortune on his face. Moreover, the hilt of the blade happened to hit his mouth. Xiao Yan took Misfortune down and rubbed the edge of his slightly numb lips. Puzzled, he asked, "General Pei, is there any meaning in doing this?" Pei Ming said, "Of course there's a meaning. Your Highness, please lower your head and look." Xiao Yan lowered his head, speechless on the spot. Misfortune had actually become slender again. Mingguang couldn't help but curse from outside the circle, "Motherfucker, what kind of sorcery is this? Why don't you just use it all at once?" Xiao Yan said, "To be honest, I also want to know what kind of logic this is." Misfortune, who was full of energy, leaped up and once again slashed at Mingguang's broken blade. One blade and one sword, they were locked in a fierce battle in the air. Xiao Yan once again looked at Flower City, while Pei Ming looked at Mingguang, who was lying not too far away. Right now, all of Mingguang's power had been transferred to the lower half of his body, which was currently fighting against Misfortune. The threat of his upper half had been greatly reduced. Several people realized this. Pei Ming got up and was about to go out and get him when a burst of heavy footsteps rushed over. Unexpectedly, Misfortune had returned. He hatefully said, "You cunning Central Plains Taoist, you lied again. You can collect trash for the rest of your life. They're not even nearby." Xiao Yan didn't expect to be able to trick Misfortune for long, but Misfortune had actually returned earlier than he had imagined. This critical juncture wasn't easy to handle. Mingguang was overjoyed. Pointing at Misfortune, he said, "Big guy, quick. Knock down this sword and break the array. The people inside won't be able to do anything." There was no need for him to remind him. Misfortune slashed his palm horizontally, and Misfortune's heart tilted by 2 inches. Another palm, and Misfortune's heart fell. The protective array had finally been broken. That broken blade no longer fought with Misfortune. It flew out of the circle and returned to Mingguang's body. It turned into 2 legs and formed a complete human figure. Mingguang jumped up and patted Misfortune. He pointed at Pei Ming, pointed at himself, then pointed at Xiao Yan, and pointed at Misfortune. Misfortune understood that this was the meaning of dividing the prey. He nodded his head, and his pair of iron sandbag-like fists made cracking sounds as he walked towards Xiao Yan, who was blocking in front of Hua Cheng. Mingguang moved his legs as he sneered, "Pei Ming, didn't you want to break my sword again? Why don't you try?" Pei Ming didn't say anything. Mingguang sneered, "The general broke the sword, the general broke the sword, hee hee. What a beautiful story. This kind of thing can actually become a beautiful story. It can be seen how blind the heavens are." Pei Ming said, "I've never treated it as a beautiful story." Mingguang said, "Nonsense. How many brothers and subordinates that have followed you for so many years have you killed? You know it in your heart." At the same time, Misfortune had also arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held on to Misfortune, so he wasn't afraid of Misfortune. He was just worried that if he wasn't careful, Hua Qing behind him would have an accident. Seeing that Xiao Yan's gaze wasn't focused, Misfortune seemed to be deep in thought. He said, "Don't think of conspiracies. I won't be tricked again no matter what you say." Xiao Yan said, "I didn't lie to you. Half Moon and Little General Pei were indeed in this area before. It's just that after I notified them, they all left." Half Moon. Why are you here?" Misfortune angrily said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? This kind of stupid trick. Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out from above him, misfortune. This sentence was in Half Moon's language. Moreover, it was a very familiar voice. Misfortune immediately raised his head, and what greeted him was a purplish-red object. His expression immediately changed as he hugged his head and roared, "Scram!" The thing that fell was Half Moon Country's special poisonous snake, the scorpion-tail snake. And the person who threw it was naturally the state preceptor of Half Moon Country. Half Moon jumped down from the tree and landed beside Xiao Yan. He said, "General Hua," Xiao Yan said to Misfortune, "I told you a long time ago, it really is Half Moon." Misfortune didn't listen to what he was saying. He only roared at Half Moon, "You threw me. You threw a scorpion-tail snake at me. You clearly know that I hate scorpion-tail snakes the most, yet you still threw it at me." Half Moon squatted down and said, "I'm sorry, but I only know how to throw scorpion-tail snakes." Mingguang also saw that the situation had changed. He vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" A black figure suddenly fell down from the tree and blocked in front of him. He answered, "Former Mingguang Palace's deputy martial god official, Pei Su." Pei Ming was stunned as he asked, "Little Pei, why did you also come here?" Xiao Yan then said, "Half Moon, aren't you following the Rain Master?" Chapter 148. Mingguang looked at Pei Su. "You are Little Pei." Pei Su replied, "That's me." Mingguang glanced at Half Moon. "I heard that you lost your position as a divine official because of a little girl." "Ha, Pei Ming, didn't you always praise, brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes? Why is your descendant not like you at all? He didn't even learn a tenth of your taste in women. This Half Moon imperial tutor is like a little quail. What is this? Could it be that you were cuckolded a few hundred years ago? You didn't give birth to your own child, right?" "Ha ha ha," Pei Su said, full of nonsense. As he spoke, he sent a palm over. Kuemo also jumped up from the ground and shouted, "I will be irreconcilable with you." Mingguang shouted, "Hey! Big guy, let's go together." Kuemo turned around and saw Mingguang leaping up. He turned into a long blade and flew into his hand. Kuemo opened his iron fan-like palm holding the hilt tightly, his huge body immediately burst out a layer of black gas. The fierce corpse held the demon sword like a beast growing poisonous teeth. Pei Ming's misfortune attack just now gave Xiao Yan some inspiration. Although he didn't know the exact reason, he felt that maybe the same method could help Hua Cheng. He originally wanted to secretly transfer his qi to Hua Cheng to see if there was any relief. Seeing that the situation was critical, he had to say, "Be careful." Pei Ming couldn't join the battle, so only Pei Su and Half Moon could fight together. Although one's movement technique was sharp and direct, the other was erratic and strange. However, movement techniques alone weren't enough. Pei Su had no mana and Half Moon had no brute force. Against Kuemo and Mingguang who had both mana and brute force, it was slightly strenuous. After being scolded by Kuemo, Half Moon was embarrassed to throw scorpion tails at him again. However, Pei Su didn't have any burden and threw the snakes like rain, angering Kuemo to the point that he kept roaring. Luckily, Mingguang's sword chi protected him so that the snakes couldn't get close. However, even so, Xiao Yan felt relieved after watching for a while. Because he could see that Kuemo and Mingguang's cooperation wasn't good. Kuemo was born in Half Moon Country and used a mace. He was used to using heavy and large weapons, but he was not so good with swords. Even if he was extremely strong, and the weapon in his hand was also incomparably sharp, they might not be able to bring out the strongest effect. He couldn't figure out the trick in such a short time. Therefore, Xiao Yan hurriedly took the opportunity to put his palms together in front of Hua Cheng and said, "Excuse me." However, looking at the snow-white, bright, and handsome little face in front of him, Xiao Yan felt that it was difficult for him to make a move. With great difficulty, he made up his mind and closed his eyes to welcome Hua Cheng. In his nervousness, he couldn't help but kiss the center of Hua Cheng's forehead. It was a very gentle touch, but his heart was crumbling. A voice from the side said, "Your Highness, you're mistaken. What's the use of a forehead?" Xiao Yan was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He turned around and saw Pei Ming squatting beside him. He said with rare indignation, "General Pei, can you stop looking?" Pei Ming raised her hand and said, all right, all right, all right. I won't watch any more." She turned her head to watch the fight. After watching for a while, he said to Kuemo, "This sword isn't used like this. If you don't know how to use it, then don't use it." Kuemo naturally didn't understand, but Ming Guang in his hands said, "I can't compare to you. You broke the sword with your own hands, and now you're still standing at the side like a piece of trash pointing at me." Just as he finished shouting, Pei Ming suddenly flew into the battle and landed in front of Kuemo. Kuemo swung his sword and only heard a crisp, kachong sound. This sword didn't hit anything. He looked down and couldn't help but be stunned. The Ming Guang sword in his hand actually broke again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pei Su threw a large wave of scorpion tail snakes over. It was like splashing a large vat of dye, splashing Kumo's entire body with a purplish-red color. He roared and tried his best to push those slippery snakes down his body. Pei Ming lowered his head and said to the sword, "You are very clear about my moves. Naturally, I am also very clear about where you are most easily broken." Half Moon raised 2 jars and descended from the sky. Without any explanation, she pulled the stunned Ming Guang and angrily roaring Kuemo into the jars. At this point, Xiao Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he said, "Having more people makes things easier." Half Moon sealed the jars, hugged the 2 jars and shook them. Then, he put them next to his ear and listened. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Half Moon, stop playing. Quickly put them away. Be careful not to let them out." Half Moon nodded and squatted in front of Xiao Yan. Looking at Hua Cheng, he said, "General Hua, is this your son?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Unfortunately, he isn't." Very quickly, he couldn't smile anymore. Half Moon made an "oh" sound and said, "Just now, when I saw you kiss him, I thought it was him." Xiao Yan didn't want to say anything more. He covered his forehead. However, Half Moon seemed to think that Hua Cheng was very cute. Pulling on one of his pigtails, he said with concern, "He seems to be sick. Do you want to enter the jar to heal?" Last time, after staying in General Hua's jar, I felt like I recovered very quickly. Pei Su finally walked over and said, "No need. You don't need to worry about him. His Highness the Crown Prince will take good care of him." Half Moon said, "Oh." At this time, Pei Ming looked at her and said, "You are the state preceptor Half Moon?" He looked down at Half Moon. Half Moon was shrouded in his shadow. Half Moon crouched on the ground and nodded. Pei Su intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of her. However, Pei Ming pushed him away and walked in front of Half Moon. It seemed like she wanted to carefully examine her. Who knew that when he was 2 steps away from Half Moon's face suddenly changed. She quickly hid behind Xiao Yan as if she couldn't avoid him. However, looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was afraid. Everyone felt strange. Xiao Yan thought about it and understood. He tactfully said, "General Pei, that ghost flavor candy ball." Pei Ming was startled. His face darkened. Thinking about it, the sweetness of the ghost flavor candy ball still hasn't dissipated. In any case, Half Moon was a female ghost. Even she couldn't stand that kind of inferior ghost energy and ran away. Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, "Why did the Rain Master come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Where is he now? Why aren't you with him?" Pei Su replied, "Thousands of ghosts are restless. Large amounts of non-human beings are gathering towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain. When they passed by Rain Master Village, they captured a few farmers and brought them away as food. At that time, the Rain Master and the Protector's mount weren't there. After finding out, they chased after them. We were originally together. However, we heard your highness shouting for us in Half Moon's language. Thus, we came to investigate first. At that time, Xiao Yan was just calling for help. He didn't expect them to actually be nearby. It was a stroke of luck. Rain Master Village looked like a peaceful little village. It wasn't strange for ghosts to randomly capture people when they passed by. Pei Ming frowned. I couldn't find you in the human realm. How did you get to Rain Master's place? Don't tell me you chased after this Half-Moon State Preceptor. Pei Su lowered his head slightly. No. It was Rain Master who saved me. It turned out that after Pei Su was exiled to the lower bound, he had been wandering around the human realm. Since he had nothing to do, he went to Qi Rong's nest a few times. This angered Qi Rong, and he found a bunch of unknown people to surround and kill him. If Pei Su had mana, these mobs wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he was immortal now. When he was surrounded by 100 ghosts, he was injured and fell into a predicament. Just as he was struggling to resist, Rain Master happened to pass by on a cow. He lent a helping hand. After asking about his identity and the whole story, Pei Su was taken in to recuperate in Rain Master Village. Pei Ming seemed rather surprised. Rain Master didn't make things difficult for you? According to Shi Qing Xian, Rain Master Village and Mingguang Hall had a grudge in the past. A few hundred years ago, Rain Master kicked out Pei Ming's previous assistant god. It seemed that Pei Ming didn't think that Rain Master was a broad-minded celestial official. Pei Su replied, no. Rain Master didn't make things difficult for me. Instead, he helped me a lot. At this moment, a buzzing voice suddenly sounded. Rain Master. Is Rain Master from Rain Master country? Xiao Yan casually replied, yes. After answering, he realized that the voice was actually Mingguang's. He was already locked in a jar, but he was still listening to the movements outside. After Xiao Yan answered, he spat, Pei Ming. You slept with so many women, and you gave birth to such a useless descendant. You actually need the protection of Rain Master country to survive. You even help them speak up. You are really getting worse with each generation. Ha! Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression became slightly uncomfortable. Xiao Yan didn't understand what was funny and angry. He asked in a low voice, do you understand? Half Moon replied, not really. However, I heard Brother Pei Su say that before his general ascended, he was a general of Suli country. Pei Ming was a general of Suli country. Was there a problem? There was a huge problem. Because, according to what Xiao Yan knew, Rain Master country was trampled by Suli country's cavalry. Half Moon continued, Rain Master was the last king of Rain Master country. No wonder Pei Ming's expression always changed when he mentioned Rain Master. No wonder Rain Master was so impolite when he taught the vice-heavenly officer of Mingguang Hall a lesson. So, both sides had a long history of grievances. One must know that, to a heavenly officer, it was normal for countries in the mortal world to destroy each other. But when it was his turn, he couldn't let it go. If he was on the same level as the general who destroyed his own country, and this person was still loitering around the heavenly court, it was a bit annoying. Pei Su added a talisman and stuck it on the jar. Ming Guang's voice stopped. He asked, why did the general come? Pei Ming replied, isn't it to get you back as soon as possible? Xiao Yan thought of Hua Cheng's words. It seemed that this was the benefit Pei Ming exchanged with Jun Wu when he was sent to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Pei Ming patted Pei Su's shoulder and said, since you are here, perform well. If you do well this time, you might be able to return to the heavenly court in advance. Before Pei Su could answer, the talisman on the jar in his hand burned. It was actually Ming Guang who was locked inside burning the talisman with his anger. He said, "Pei Ming. Do you still remember what you said in the beginning?" Pei Su wanted to paste another talisman, but Pei Ming stopped him and said, "I have said too many things in my life." "Which one are you referring to?" Ming Guang said hatefully, "When you killed your subordinates who had followed you for many years, do you still remember the reason you used? Some people can be killed, some people can't, some things can be done, some things can't." A tone of righteousness that seemed to have the common people in his heart. "But now, do you think others don't know what your little Pei did? It has long been spread. Aren't you still thinking of ways to clean up his mess and help him cover it up? Do those brothers who fought with you deserve to die, but when it is your turn, he doesn't deserve to die? You throw away your clothes after wearing them, and break your limbs after using them. Are you saying that your little Pei is a treasure, and we are grass?" He roared a long string of words. After Pei Ming finished listening, he suddenly said, You're not Ming Guang, right?" The jar was instantly silent. After a moment, Ming Guang said, "What nonsense are you saying? Can't you see if I'm Ming Guang or not? I've already transformed." Pei Ming said with certainty, "No. You're not Ming Guang." The voice in the jar said angrily, "Then who else can I be?" Pei Ming took the jar from Pei Su's hand and said with certainty, "You're Rong Guang, right?" As soon as he said this, the jar went completely silent. When Pei Su heard this name, his eyes slightly widened. Xiao Yan said, "Little General Pei, who is Rong Guang?" Pei Su came back to his senses. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Before General ascended, he was the deputy general who followed you for the longest time. He was also your most capable subordinate." Xiao Yan also finally knew what the illusion of the general's broken sword was. In the past, when Pei Ming was a person, he was proud in love and also proud on the battlefield. He was an ever-victorious general who had never lost a battle for dozens of years. Of course, part of this was due to him being brave and good at fighting, but it was also due to the support of a deputy general. This deputy general's name was Rong Guang. Rong Guang was known for being treacherous, cunning, and full of schemes. Although the two of them had very different personalities, they knew each other early on and cooperated extremely well. One was in charge of the light, while the other was in charge of the dark. They had been superior and subordinate for many years, and their friendship was like iron. Pei Ming's sword, Ming Guang, was a combination of the two's names, Ming and Guang. Pei Ming knew how to fight. In this turbulent and chaotic era, being able to fight was much more important than being able to earn money. It was more important than being able to do anything. Naturally, he was promoted step by step. However, no matter how much he was promoted, the highest position he could reach was that of a general. At most, he could add countless honorific and lengthy titles in front of the two words general, but there would always be someone above his head. When he saw the king, he would have to lower his head and kowtow. Regarding this, he himself did not have any opinion. However, as he conquered one city after another, the glory on his armor became more and more dazzling. Rong Guang and his subordinates became restless. Pei Ming himself did not forget his roots due to his arrogance, but his subordinates became infinitely inflated in place of him. The most serious one was Rong Guang. Because he had closer communication with the officers and soldiers in the army, he was able to incite people's hearts. This caused many of his old subordinates to have the idea that General Pei's current position is far from what he should be, General Pei and we are being bullied, Suli country needs General Pei and us to save. They wholeheartedly planned to enter the Suli country's palace and make Pei Ming their king. They wanted to bring their old subordinates to a meteoric rise and stand at the peak of the most powerful country at that time. They even imagined the future of cavalry trampling over the 4 seas and unifying the world. Unfortunately, Pei Ming himself did not have the slightest interest in becoming a king. His life's joys were winning wars and sleeping with beautiful women, and these two things did not require him to be a king. Moreover, although the Suli country's king did not have any achievements, he did not make any mistakes. If it was him, he might not have been able to do better. Rashly rising would only bring harm and no benefit. Why cause trouble for no reason? Thus, Rong Guang excitedly hinted to him a few times, but Pei Ming dismissed it with little effort. After many times, Rong Guang was not persuaded in the slightest. Instead, he became more and more obsessed. Finally, one day, the group of martial artists made a decision. No matter what, they had to rise first and then talk later. Once the matter was done, they did not believe that Pei Ming would be able to shirk it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was speechless and thought to himself, this kind of matter, you can still force a duck onto a perch. Pei Su saw that he was deep in thought and said, Rong Guang might not really want to support General Pei as king, but he had to borrow General's name to rise. Because his prestige is not as high as General's, if he raised his own banner, he might not be able to convince the masses. Xiao Yan thought about it and said, not necessarily. They raised the banner to support Pei Ming. Of course, Pei Ming could not pretend that he did not know about this. He immediately took his sword and a small number of trusted soldiers and rushed into the palace to fight. Chapter 149. Xiao Yan said, General Pei won. Or did he lose? Pei Su said, he won. He also lost. All the troublemakers had died under Pei Ming's sword. Among them, many were his old subordinates who had been friends with him for more than 10 years. This sword, Ming Guang, had always been used alongside these people. But now, it had become a weapon to kill these people. And when the battle ended, when victory and defeat was decided, the Suli country lord also logically used the name of capturing the traitor, ordered people to surround Pei Ming, who was bathed in blood and almost unable to move. Although Pei Ming knew how to fight, if the battlefield wasn't a real battlefield he might not be able to win. He was clearly retreating from the enemy to save himself. But in the end, he was met with a kill without mercy. Pei Ming held the clay jar. It wasn't that he didn't hear what they were saying. He just didn't have the time to care. He said, I should have known this was your style. Thinking about it, it was Rong Guang's resentment that was attached to the broken sword stained with the blood of millions, resonating with it. Only then could it survive until now. But the voice inside the jar still said coldly, your limbs have long died. I'm just a sword. Xiao Yan knew that he probably wouldn't admit it now. There was no point in asking. He said, forget it. General Pei. Pei Ming nodded and returned the jar to Pei Su. With this, they had already subdued 2 troublesome ghosts. Ignoring everything else, it was a good start. Xiao Yan said, General Pei and I will continue to walk into Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Half Moon, what about you guys? Are you going to find the Lord Rain Master? However, Pei Su said, the Rain Master has already chased after the demon that kidnapped the farmers. He has already gone inside. We are going the same way. We are willing to help General and the Crown Prince. Pei Ming came back to his senses and frowned slightly. Then let's hurry and move. The Lord Rain Master isn't a martial god, but he walks faster than us. I'm afraid there will be danger on the road ahead. Xiao Yan picked up Hua Cheng, and Half Moon picked up the 2 jars. The group hurried deeper into the forest. As they were still in the outer perimeter of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, they did not meet any powerful characters along the way. Most of them were just weeds, and they did not even have the interest to fight them. They simply skipped past them. Some ungrateful people came to challenge them, but they were scared away by the snakes that Half Moon and Pei Su released. After walking for a day, they finally left the forest and entered the 2nd level of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. At this point, the forest gradually thinned out and the road gradually widened. There were many traces of human habitation. Xiao Yan even saw some dilapidated and blackened houses on the side of the road. In this isolated place, it was really too strange. He couldn't help but ask, why are there people living in these houses? Half Moon and Pei Su shook their heads. Pei Ming also said, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Ghost King in your arms. As soon as Xiao Yan finished asking his question, he thought that if Hua Cheng was awake, he would definitely be able to answer his question. Xiao Yan lowered his head to take a look. Although Hua Cheng's unusually high body temperature had gradually subsided, his eyes were still tightly shut. He couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Pei Ming reminded him, Your Highness, we're about to enter the next level. The things ahead will be even more powerful. Why don't we stop for a while and wait for Master Hua Cheng to wake up? At this moment, everyone was at a wide fork in the road. One road led to the east, and the other led to the west. Xiao Yan muttered to himself, It's already late. Let's stay here for the night. After running around for a day, it was time for them to rest and focus on helping Hua Cheng. Half Moon said, Okay, Brother Pei Su also needs to rest. Only then did everyone remember that Pei Su was immortal right now. He needed to rest and eat, but he hadn't said a word. Xiao Yan's body was shackled, so he was no exception. However, because he was worried about Hua Cheng, he completely forgot about these things. The group immediately set up camp at this fork in the road. Half Moon started a fire, and Pei Su went hunting. Seeing everyone busy with their own things, Xiao Yan stared at Hua Cheng's face again. Not long after, his intuition made him suddenly turn his head. Sure enough, Pei Ming was looking at the two of them. The two looked at each other for a while. Pei Ming laughed dryly and said, Okay. I'll leave. Xiao Yan said, No. Let's not. It wasn't like he wanted to do anything shameful, so why did he say it like he was a thief? At this time, Half Moon carried a jar of food and walked over, saying, General Hua. Xiao Yan and Pei Ming both turned their heads. Xiao Yan asked, What's wrong? In the black jar was a frightened pheasant, and it was tied up. Half Moon showed the jar to them and said, Brother Pei Su made it, so he told me to do it. However, I don't know how to cook. After Pei Su finished hunting, he went to the front to scout the road. However, Pei Ming didn't seem to be satisfied with Half Moon no matter how he looked at her. He confidently said, You're a girl, fighting and killing all day. It's fine if you don't know how to dress up, but how come you don't even know how to cook? Xiao Yan and Half Moon were both speechless. Half Moon wasn't a pampered girl from an ordinary family. She simply couldn't understand Pei Ming's aesthetics. Towards his words, she was also very confused and baffled. However, Xiao Yan had more or less figured it out. When it came to women, Pei Ming couldn't explain it in a few words. He said, Half Moon, put it down. I'll teach you. Half Moon originally trusted him a lot, so naturally she happily agreed. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Xiao Yan plucked at the pheasant's multicolored feathers. Pei Ming raised his blood-stained palm and sighed, a general killing a pheasant, and the crown prince plucking its feathers. This is a famous scene. Xiao Yan watched as he killed the pheasant with his bare hands. He said, General Pei, can't you use a knife or a sword or something like that? It's a bit cleaner. Pei Ming said, Is there? As soon as he said that, the two of them couldn't help but look at the two jars on the ground. Inside the jar, Rongguang seemed to sense these two strange gazes. The body of the jar trembled and shouted, Hurry up and scram. The further the better. Be careful that I smear poison on the blade and poison you to death. The two of them hurriedly walked away. After walking to a place where the jar couldn't hear them, Pei Ming shook his head and said to Xiao Yan, You still insist on saying no. He's always been like this. It would be strange if he wasn't. Xiao Yan had also heard how Rongguang scolded him. He had long since developed a subtle sympathy for him. He said, I understand you. I have a younger cousin who is a bit like General Rong. He's even better at scolding than him, but he doesn't know how to do things. In any case, Rong Guang could help Pei Ming fight a battle. If Qi Rong helped Xiao Yan fight a battle, before Xiao Yan was killed by the enemy first, he would definitely be killed by Qi Rong. Pei Ming seemed to imagine what a Rong Guang who only knew how to scold people but didn't know how to fight a battle would be like. He sincerely said, that really is too scary. Xiao Yan threw the pheasant back into the jar. He filled it with water and threw it over the fire to cook. From time to time, he would throw in some wild fruits and herbs to adjust the flavor. Bao Yu also learned from him. She did her best to stuff everything she could find that seemed edible into the jar. Pei Ming didn't seem to understand what they were doing. However, because he had never been in the kitchen before, he didn't see any problems. He helped add some firewood and said, Your Highness, this Pei has always wanted to ask you a question. However, because we aren't familiar, it's not good to rashly ask. It was true that they weren't familiar. In the past, Xiao Yan's impression of Pei Ming was that he was a pretty good fighter, but his heart wasn't in the right place. They had even opposed each other a few times. Now that they had interacted a few times, his impression of Pei Ming had unknowingly changed. They could be considered somewhat familiar. He said, General Pei, please ask. Pei Ming said, You've been demoted twice. You have 2 curses on your body. After your 3rd ascension, you can ask the Emperor to help you remove them. However, why didn't you remove them? Xiao Yan stared blankly at Bao Yu. After racking his brains for a while, he suddenly saw the light and took out several long purplish-red scorpion snakes. He directly put them into the boiling soup jar. His expression was normal as he said, Then, General Pei, I also have a question I want to ask you. Pei Ming said, Please ask. Xiao Yan said, Why didn't you forge a new sword after you broke Ming Guang to use as a talisman? Pei Ming raised his eyebrows and said, That really is an unpleasant question. Xiao Yan's expression was exactly the same as his. He said, Same to you. The 2 of them laughed. Suddenly, Pei Ming said, I never thought that was a good story. Xiao Yan said, I understand. He was about to open his mouth when he heard a strange movement coming from behind him. His heart moved, he turned around and said, San Lang. Sure enough, it was Hua Qing sitting up. Xiao Yan was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly went over to support his shoulder and said, San Lang. You're awake. You seem to have gotten bigger. Indeed, before, Hua Qing looked like he was only 10 years old. Now, he looked like he was 13 or 14 years old. Moreover, when he opened his mouth, his voice changed from a child's to a slightly raspy youth's voice. Yes, thank you very much for helping me relieve my pain. Pei Ming said, This is truly worthy of celebration. Xiao Yan said, There's nothing to thank me for, Only after he finished speaking did he notice the word, relieve. His smile froze as he thought to himself, It can't be what I think it is, right? In the next moment, Hua Qing grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, Your Highness, listen to me. Right now, there's something rushing over from the east. You have to temporarily avoid it. Xiao Yan was startled. The 2 of them looked towards the east. As if they could see through the boundless night, they saw a figure stealthily moving in the darkness. Although Xiao Yan didn't feel anything, he still said, Okay. We'll first avoid it. Pei Ming asked, Avoid where? This fork in the road only led to 2 roads. Xiao Yan said, West. Bao Yu grabbed the clay pot that was cooking over the fire. It looked like she was preparing to bring it along with her. She said, Brother Pei Su still hasn't returned. Just as she finished speaking, they saw a black shadow rushing over from the west road. It was Pei Su, who had been scouting out the road. He said, General. Don't take this road. There's a large number of demons and ghosts heading this way. Hua Qing asked, how large? When Pei Su saw that he was the one asking the question, he froze for a moment before replying, according to the tremors on the ground, at least 500. As a martial god, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't consider retreating this road. Pei Ming asked, are we going west or east? Hua Qing decisively said, west. Xiao Yan also said, west. He didn't know why, but even though there were many ghosts in the west and not a single ghost in the east, Xiao Yan's intuition told him that the west was definitely safer than the east. Without saying anything more, the group hurriedly left. Originally, Xiao Yan had already prepared to meet a wave of demons and slaughter them. Who knew that after running for 6 or 7 miles, he didn't hear the slightest movement? He couldn't help but feel strange and asked, Little General Pei, where and when did you hear that 500 demons and ghosts were approaching? Pei Su replied, it was in the vicinity. At that time, they were 5 or 6 miles away from me. Their speed was extremely fast. Xiao Yan said, that's very strange. Their group ran west, while those 500 demons and ghosts ran east. Their speed was extremely fast, so they should have quickly bumped into them. Why was it that not only did they not see a single ghost, there wasn't even the slightest movement? Pei Ming said, Little Pei can't have heard wrongly. Did they go back the way they came? Pei Su replied, I don't think that's possible. Because their speed was extremely fast, it sounded like they were. Hua Qing said, running for our lives. Suddenly, Xiao Yan stopped in his tracks. Not only him, but everyone in the group also stopped. That was because in front of them was a field of corpses, blocking their path. Among these corpses, there were humans and beasts, all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. There were also souls that had been scattered, leaving only wisps of black smoke and willow, the wisps floating in the air. The scene was extremely mournful. Xiao Yan squatted down to examine for a moment before saying, they really were running for their lives, but they didn't manage to escape. After Pei Su heard about them, he immediately retreated to inform Xiao Yan and the others. Not long after he retreated, something chased after them and caught them all in one fell swoop. Hua Qing said, it was done by one person. Xiao Yan nodded his head. If both sides had the advantage in numbers, it would have been impossible for them to kill so cleanly, and the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. In such a short period of time, to kill 500 demons and ghosts, this person was undoubtedly stronger than the Swift Blade Demon. It seemed like this was the main target they needed to pay attention to. Half Moon hugged the soup pot and said, Lord Rain couldn't have chosen this path, right? Pei Su said, don't worry, Lord Rain has a guardian mount. At this moment, Xiao Yan heard a strange caw sound coming from the ground in front of them. Looking over, he saw a skull's upper and lower teeth were chattering. That caw sound was coming from this place. Seeing that someone had discovered it, it cried out in fear, spare me, I won't come back again. I want to go back, I want to go home. Xiao Yan held it up with both hands and warmly said, don't be afraid, we're just passing by. Can you tell us, what happened? That skull's teeth chattered as it said, you're just passing by. Don't go any further, there's a very scary one in front. Including us, he's already killed over 1,000 ghosts, but he's still not satisfied. He's still unceasingly. Over 1,000 ghosts. It was actually more than what they had imagined. Xiao Yan asked, who are you talking about? Do you know his name? Or his nickname? Or what does he look like? The skull replied, I don't know. I also couldn't see too clearly. He killed us in less than a few moves. I could only faintly see a man wearing black clothes. He was very young, and his face was very pale. Pei Ming said, it sounds a bit troublesome. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Master Hua Cheng, are you sure we should go west and not east? When that skull heard this, it shrieked, we can't go east either. Absolutely not. Xiao Yan asked, what about the east? Chapter 150. More than 2,000. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Xiao Yan looked at Hua Cheng. Looks like choosing the west was the right choice. The skull's teeth chattered. Sigh. It's the wrong choice, there's no other way. Indeed, for ordinary brats like them, choosing either side would be a disaster. East or west, we can crush them easily, and whichever way we go either way, they would be reduced to ashes and become nutrients for the enemy. After a few dry howls, the ghost fire in the skull's eyes slowly died out. Xiao Yan placed it on the side of the road. San Lang, do you know what's in the east? Hua Cheng replied, I can't be sure yet. But it's coming here. It's not recommended to fight it head-on. The one in the west is slightly easier to deal with. Xiao Yan nodded. All right. Then let's continue west. Xiao Yan nodded. All right. The group passed through the corpses on the ground. They hurried on. After walking for an entire night, they didn't see the man in black the skull mentioned. Xiao Yan couldn't help but worry when he saw no trace of the Rainmaster. Along the way, there were more and more houses on both sides of the road. They could even recognize them. These were the houses of the poor. This was a theater for entertainment. This was a shop for buying and selling groceries. This was the courtyard of a rich family. The road under their feet was also a man-made road, and they could vaguely see the patterns of tiles on the ground. It was just like a rich town, but there was no one, and it was abnormally desolate and desolate. They saw an old well by the side of the road. They drew some water and found that the water was clear. They rested there for a while. Xiao Yan and Pei Su drank some water and washed their faces. When they looked up, they saw Half Moon walking over. Half Moon had been hugging the jar for a long time. General Hua, Brother Pei Su, let's eat something. Pei Su replied, all right. You've worked hard. Xiao Yan also said, everyone has worked hard. Come and try it. Thus, everyone gathered around the jar. However, the moment Half Moon opened the jar, everyone's expression froze. Although smell was colorless and formless, when Half Moon opened the lid, it was as if some mysterious substance twisted the air around the mouth of the jar. Everyone stared at the scene in the jar for a long time. Boundless darkness was reflected in everyone's eyes, as if it could pull them into an abyss. No words could express the emotions contained in their eyes. After a while, Xiao Yan patted Half Moon's shoulder and gave her a thumbs up, not bad. The first time is enough. Pei Ming looked at them in disbelief and said, it's her first time, and it's also your first time, Your Highness. If I remember correctly, you made her do everything according to your instructions. You did more than her. I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong with what you guys were doing. Turns out it wasn't my imagination. Hua Cheng said, is that so? Since it's made by Big Brother, I'll have to give it a try. Pei Ming and Pei Su looked at him in unison when they heard this. Their gazes were a mixture of admiration, shock, admiration, and various other emotions. Hua Cheng asked, Brother, what's this called? Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, Flirting with Luan. Hua Cheng sincerely said, Good name. After he finished speaking, he reached his hand into the bottomless black jar. Pei Ming and Pei Su's eyes were filled with nervousness, as if they were worried that he was about to be swallowed by the jar. Hua Cheng calmly took out a small piece of something that looked like a burnt corpse and calmly put it into his mouth. Pei Ming said, How is it? Hua Cheng said, It tastes just like its name. Pei Ming said to Pei Su, who had a complicated expression on his face, I made it for you. It's up to you. Pei Su. He took the jar from Half Moon's hands and expressionlessly reached his hand into it. Xiao Yan used cold water to wipe his face and combed his hair. He turned around, no longer looking at them. As he looked around, he asked, why are there so many traces of human habitation in this isolated place? Could it be that people can still live in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? He had asked this question yesterday, but no one could answer him at that time. Now there was. Hua Qing said, yes, but that was a long time ago. Bronze Cauldron Mountain has 7 cities and a huge area. It used to be an ancient country, and these houses are the ruins of that ancient country. The closer it is to the center, the more ruins there are, and the more prosperous it is. Xiao Yan did not doubt it and said, I see. At this time, Pei Ming's voice came from behind, Little Pei, what are you doing? A man's knees are made of gold, stand up. Xiao Yan did not turn back. Do you know the name of this ancient country, Sanlang? Hua Qing did not turn back either, Wuyong country. Pei Ming scolded, Your Highness. Your Highness, do you have an antidote or something? You can't just kill him and not bury him. And you, how did you cook for him? What's wrong with your snake, how can it still move after being cooked for so long? Did it become a spirit? Half Moon seemed to be kowtowing in apology, sorry, it really did become a spirit. I don't know how long it takes to cook a spirit, sorry. Xiao Yan propped his chin on one hand and thought for a while, I am ignorant and have never heard of this country. How ancient is it? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was unsure. Wuyong. At first, it was indeed unfamiliar. But when he thought about it carefully, he seemed to have heard of it from someone a long time ago. Hua Qing said, I am not sure, but it is definitely older than Xianlu country. At least 2,000 years. Xiao Yan looked around and said, but these buildings do not look like they have been here for 1,000 years. Hua Qing said, that is natural. Most of the time, Bronze Cauldron Mountain is not open to the public. It is as if it is sealed in a huge tomb, isolated from the outside world. Naturally, it is well preserved. Xiao Yan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Pei Ming finally left Pei Su behind and came over, Your Excellency Ghost King is indeed omniscient. However, this information of yours is too mysterious. Can I ask where it came from? This Pei has never heard of even the slightest bit of it circulating outside. Hua Qing did not look at him. Dare I ask General Pei, what kind of person would be able to gather such information in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Pei Ming said, in theory, as long as it is a ghost. But because the rules of Bronze Cauldron Mountain cause thousands of ghosts to kill each other, to gather such valuable information, one would have to stay here for a long time. Then, they must be very strong. Hua Qing said, after gathering this information, what kind of person would be able to come out of Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Pei Ming said, then it must be a ghost king in a desperate situation like you. Hua Qing said, so, I gathered this information myself. As long as I do not say it, it will not be circulated. He finally turned around and said with a slight tease, keeping a secret may be harder for the officials of the heavenly court than going through the heavenly tribulation, but not for me. This was true. If a heavenly court official knew of this level of information, in less than 2 hours, you would hear people discussing it excitedly in every spirit communication formation. Hua Qing actually held back such important information for so many years and did not sell it to others, nor did he brag about it. He was very patient. Pei Ming said, I understand. It seems that not only does Lord Hua Qing know everything about the Crown Prince, but he also tells you everything he knows. Xiao Yan suddenly said, no. Everyone turned around and said, what's wrong? Xiao Yan had been thinking hard. At this time, he finally clenched his right hand into a fist and hit his left palm lightly. He said, I just said that I have never heard of the name, Wuyong Kingdom. This is wrong. I have heard of this name. Hua Cheng's expression froze. Where have you heard of it, brother? Xiao Yan turned around and said, when I was young, I cultivated in the Xianlu Kingdom's imperial palace, the Huangji Temple. My teacher was the Xianlu Kingdom's imperial preceptor. When he first took me in as a disciple, he told me a story. In fact, it couldn't really be considered a story. It would be better to say that it instilled a lofty and glorious legendary image in Xiao Yan's mind. Once upon a time, there was an ancient country with a crown prince. He was exceptionally talented and intelligent. He excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was an unparalleled and stunning character. He loved his people, and his people loved him. Even long after he died, the people did not forget him. The imperial preceptor said to Xiao Yan in a kind and sincere tone, "Child, I hope you can become that kind of person." At that time, the young Xiao Yan sat upright and still. Without hesitation, he said, "I don't want to become that kind of person. I want to become a god." Xiao Yan said, "If the crown prince you spoke of was really unparalleled, why didn't he become a god?" Xiao Yan continued, "If people really didn't forget him, why have I never heard anyone mention this crown prince?" Xiao Yan swore that when he asked these questions, he didn't have the slightest intention of provocation or rebellion. He was genuinely curious and asked for advice. However, the imperial preceptor's expression after he heard it was still very interesting. Why could Xiao Yan recite the Tao Te Ching backwards? Because on that night, the imperial preceptor made him copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. He called it, cultivating one's moral character. Xiao Yan was very suspicious. If he wasn't the honorable crown prince, the imperial preceptor would have made him kneel on a nail board and copy. In short, from then on, every word of the Tao Te Ching was deeply imprinted in Xiao Yan's mind. At the same time, he also left a little impression on this crown prince of the Wuyong country. Xiao Yan usually loved to read, but he had never seen any records of the Wuyong country in ancient books. Thus, he felt that the imperial preceptor had most likely made it up to educate him, or that the imperial preceptor had played the card too many times. However, he felt that there was no need to expose him, and he also didn't want to copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. Thus, he didn't take it seriously and didn't take it to heart. Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, it sounds like this imperial preceptor of Xianlu has quite a background and knows quite a bit. Can you ask what happened to him afterwards?" After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "I don't know. After Xianlu country was destroyed, I never saw what happened to many people afterwards." At this moment, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. His expression turned cold as he said, "What is that?" Just as he was about to step down and break his bones, he looked down and let out a sigh of relief. "Little General Pei, why did you use such a method to make an appearance? So dangerous, so dangerous. I almost crippled your hand." That hand belonged to Pei Su. His entire body was lying on the ground, his face buried in the soil. His two hands grabbed Pei Ming and Xiao Yan. The two squatted down and asked, "What do you want to say?" Half Moon hugged the jar and said, "I don't know." Just now, Brother Pei Su kept crawling on the ground, as if he found something very important. Pei Ming said, "Oh. He could find something like that?" As expected of little Pei. "So what did you find?" Pei Su released the hand that was grabbing him and pointed to the side. Xiao Yan looked in the direction he was pointing and said, "This is." Everyone gathered around and studied it for a while. A cow's hoof print. Pei Su's face finally lifted up from the soil. In a hoarse voice, he said, "This is the mark left behind by Master Yu's guardian mount." Half Moon said, "Brother Pei Su, your sentence seems to be wrong." Pei Su said, "I'm fine." Master Yu, man. He was stuck at the man part and couldn't continue. Xiao Yan said suspiciously, could it be that he was poisoned by a scorpion snake?" Half Moon said, "The venom of a scorpion snake is not like this." Chapter 151. Xiao Yan asked, "Is that so? How do you know?" Just as Hua Cheng was about to speak at this moment, Pei Su, who was stuck, stretched out his trembling fingers and began to write on the ground. Out of inexplicable respect, everyone gathered around to look at him. They saw his crooked hand writing the words, "battle form." After he finished writing, it was as if he had used up the last of his strength. He clenched his fist and stopped moving. Hua Cheng raised his head and said, "That's it. The Rain Master's guardian mount is the black bull that the Rain Master country's Imperial Dojo's gate ring beast transformed into. Usually, it moves steadily without leaving any traces, but once it enters battle, it will change its form. So, this hoof print is different from the usual one, it's wider." Pei Ming said, "Your Excellency Ghost King's intelligence is astonishing." Hua Cheng pointed at the mark on the ground. He continued to say to Xiao Yan, "Brother, look." Xiao Yan moved his head over to look, and, as expected, this hoof print appeared suddenly. It seems like they encountered the enemy very suddenly. Hua Cheng said, "N. Furthermore, this hoof print is very deep. It shows that the enemy isn't simple. That bull wrestled with the enemy here and was forced to sink more than 2 inches into the ground. The two of them simulated the battle scene at that time." Pei Ming was not to be outdone and said, "But in the end, the two sides still fought to a draw." Xiao Yan said, "That's right. There were no traces of blood around, nor were there any drifting ghost energy. It seemed like they collided here and exchanged a few moves quickly and fiercely. Then, they realized that the other party was a hard bone to chew and thus gave up." Hua Cheng informed them that the east and west had changed directions. The group continued west, but their speed was slightly slower. Not long after, a tall and strange building appeared by the side of the road. From afar, it was more imposing than the other houses. Even though a few walls and some eaves had collapsed, it still made people look up to it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but stop and ask, "What is this place?" Hua Cheng only glanced at it and said, "Wuyong's shrine." Pei Ming held on to Pei Su's arm and dragged him along, asking, "How did Master Hua Cheng know that this is a shrine?" Hua Cheng said, "Because it's written here." Hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that there was indeed a row of incomparably large words carved on the stone beam in front of the building's entrance. Although there were still some strange scratches left on it due to the passage of time, they were still quite clear. However, after a moment of silence, Xiao Yan said, "It's indeed written, but he couldn't understand these words at all." Who would have thought that even this wasn't a problem for Hua Cheng? He turned to Xiao Yan and said, "The general idea of this line of text is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has descended upon the world with light, eternally illuminating the land of Wuyong. It was just nonsense to sing praises. Brother, look at the last few characters. Don't two of them look like Wu and Yong?" Xiao Yan was slightly moved when he heard His Highness the Crown Prince. He took a closer look. Sure enough, although this line of words looked like a child's drawing, with circles and curves mixed with many strange symbols, the shape and strokes of the two words, Wu Yong, were quite similar to the characters he was familiar with. It seemed to be some kind of variation. Pei Ming said, "City Lord Hua is actually able to decipher this ancient language that has been lost for thousands of years. I am truly impressed." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and faked a smile. "I stayed in Bronze Cauldron Mountain for 10 years. I can do a lot of things in a month. If I can't even decipher a single language after 10 years, then what's the point of staying in this world, right? Even the top 10 literary gods in the heavenly court wouldn't dare to say such words. As a martial god, what could Pei Ming do? He could only fake a smile. Perhaps." Xiao Yan sighed softly. "Fortunately, San Lang is here." Hua Cheng said, "I can only roughly decipher some of the shallow Wu Yong language. If I encounter something difficult to decipher, I can only ask brother to help me analyze it." Xiao Yan blushed with shame. I'm definitely not as good as San Lang. However, Is the god that the Wuyong kingdom worships also their highness the crown prince? Hua Qing crossed his arms. I think so. Xiao Yan frowned in thought. Since my master knows about the Wuyong kingdom's crown prince, he should also know that he has ascended. But why did he tell me that the crown prince is dead? Hua Qing said, there are 3 possibilities. First, he really doesn't know. Second, he's lying. Third, he's not lying. The Wuyong kingdom's crown prince is dead, but not in the normal sense of dead. Pei Ming said, if the emperor is here, maybe we can ask him if he knows about this country, and if he knows about this person. However, Hua Qing said, that's not necessarily true. The Wuyong kingdom disappeared more than 2,000 years ago. Compared to it, Jun Wu is just a young kid. It's all skipped generations. Jun Wu ascended about 1,500 years ago. He was a famous general in chaotic times. Later on, he proclaimed himself king. After ruling for a few years, he successfully ascended to become an immortal. As the strongest martial god who had been in charge for 1,000 years, his background had long been known to the public. And the skipped generations that Hua Qing mentioned referred to the generation of the heaven realm. Today, Jun Wu was the leader of the heavenly court, which was formed by 100 heavenly officials. But earlier than this generation, there was another generation. Just like the change of dynasties in the mortal world, the heaven realm would also change of dynasties. Although it took a very long time, there was no difference in essence. New believers would replace the old believers, and new gods would replace the old gods. Sometimes, the decline of a god was not because he did something wrong and was demoted, or because a stronger heavenly official appeared. It was simply because people's lives and thoughts had gradually changed, and they no longer needed him. For example, a heavenly official who rode horses would definitely be doing well. Because people couldn't live without horses and carriages, who didn't want their horses to be strong and safe. Therefore, his incense would not be cut short. But if one day, mortals discovered something new that ran faster than horses, and this new thing became the first choice of people when they went out, the incense of the heavenly officials who rode horses would definitely become less and less popular. These heavenly officials who flashed past like shooting stars were the majority. This kind of decline was the cruelest, because the process was almost impossible to reverse. Unless that god official jumped down from the sky and turned himself back into a mortal, changing his path to cultivate once again as a brand new god, he would ascend once more. Otherwise, he was destined to watch himself slowly decline until he disappeared. But, not everyone had such courage and luck. The previous generation of immortals and gods declined like this. Some said that it was because they caused a big mess, and because of a chaotic battle, they all fell. It was not important whether it was true or not. Because, a few hundred years later, Jun Wu appeared out of nowhere and opened a new era of the heaven realm. Moreover, after him, a large number of new heavenly officials rose in an endless stream to fill the gaps of the believers, and gradually formed the stable heavenly court today. In other words, unless there was a heavenly official who was more experienced than Jun Wu by 1,500 years, it was unlikely that he would know how the Wuyong ancient country and the god they worshipped were quietly erased from existence. The group of people walked over the collapsed wall and entered the pitch-black main hall. After walking a few steps, Xiao Yan felt that something was wrong. He originally thought that the main hall was dark because it didn't see light all year round, so the windows weren't open. Who knew that after looking around, the more he looked, the stranger he felt. He walked to the side of the wall and gently swiped his finger across it. He couldn't help but say, "This is," Hua Qing said, "black." It wasn't that the light was dim, but that the walls of this huge temple were actually completely black. Hua Qing said, "From what I saw, almost all the temples in Bronze Cauldron Mountain are like this." This scene was very frightening. What kind of temple would have walls that were painted as black as hell? Just looking at it was enough to make one panic. How could one devoutly worship the gods here? Pei Ming said, all of them are like this. Have they been left here for too long and decayed? Xiao Yan said, we just passed by other houses, but they weren't as dark as this. Logically speaking, these houses should all be the same age. As he spoke, he continued to gently touch the walls of the temple. Not only was the wall frighteningly black, but it was also uneven. It was like a woman's disfigured face, covered in terrifying scars and extremely hard. Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. This temple has been burned before. Pei Ming asked, why do you think so? Xiao Yan turned around. The walls of this temple should have been filled with murals. They used a special paint, a very thick layer. After the fire burned, it would turn black, and part of it would melt and change shape. After it solidified, it would have this uneven, hard texture. Pei Ming said, Your Highness really knows a lot. I'm also impressed. Xiao Yan rubbed his brows and coughed. This isn't something to be impressed about. It's just that many of the crown prince's palaces had been burned in the past, and this was the effect. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Xiao Yan thought of something else. There's also the stone beam outside. There are many scratches on the words of praise carved on the beam. It doesn't look like normal wear and tear. Someone must have used a knife to scratch it. Pei Ming frowned. Why did they do that? Hua Qing said coldly, because they don't acknowledge the words. Xiao Yan said, yes. It's the same as smashing the plaque. Half Moon was startled. So, this temple was set on fire by the citizens of Wuyong? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan was about to speak when Pei Ming said, what do you mean? Xiao Yan turned around. He saw Pei Ming raise her left hand, biting a scorpion snake. She was still using her tail to poke him. Half Moon wanted to kneel again. I'm sorry, my body is covered in snakes. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled her back. Half Moon, don't get into the habit of kneeling and apologizing. General Pei, how did you get bitten by her snake? Pei Ming raised her hand. Her face darkened. How would I know? I put my hand on her shoulder and that's it. Xiao Yan patiently asked, then why did you put your hand on her shoulder? Pei Ming seemed to have only just noticed this question. After a moment, she said, it's a habit. In this kind of dark and gloomy place, isn't it common sense to put one's arm on a woman's shoulder and comfort them not to be afraid? Half Moon said, I'm sorry, I'm not afraid. Xiao Yan understood. This was a tragedy caused by Pei Ming's unconsciously itching hands. Pei Ming pulled off the scorpion snake with great difficulty. Her left hand was already swollen. He said, hurry and give me the antidote. Half Moon said, I'm sorry, I've used up all the good moon grass on me. Xiao Yan said, it's fine. General Pei, you're a heavenly priest. The swelling will subside in a moment. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to study the wall. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a black wall, and his eyes froze. Chapter 152. It was indeed so. He didn't know if it was because it hadn't been completely burned or if the paint on top had melted and flowed down to cover the image below, saving it from disaster. Under Xiao Yan's fingertips, he could vaguely see a small half of a human face. He began to carefully peel off the black hard objects. Pei Ming held his swollen left hand and said, Your Highness is so interested in murals. Xiao Yan said, it's not that I'm interested, but I have a bold idea. Pei Ming said, tell me about it. Xiao Yan said, it's rare for us to come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Other than stopping the potential Ghost King, can we also trace it back to its source? For example, who was the one who created it, and what power was used to support it? Maybe, it can be broken in one go and we won't have to worry about the Ghost King appearing again. Pei Ming said, your idea is really bold. However, even Lord Hua Cheng couldn't find out. I'm afraid we'll waste even more time. Right now, I don't recommend doing this. Hua Cheng said, I didn't find out because my aptitude is stupid and my ability is limited. And at that time, I was busy killing. If brother was in charge, then it might not be the case. Xiao Yan said, no. I'm the one with limited ability. San Lang's ability is much greater than mine. As if unable to listen anymore, Pei Ming threw Pei Su to Half Moon. She turned around and walked out. I'd better go out and get some fresh air. On the other side, Xiao Yan actually didn't have much difficulty wiping off a few pieces of hard black objects. He was stunned and said, this seemingly burnt black object could actually be peeled off in large pieces. In a few words, he had already peeled off a large piece, revealing a human face the size of a baby's fist. Although the lines were extremely simple, the expression on the face was lifelike, as if it was chasing something. Even the fanaticism in its eyes was drawn out. That layer of hard black object seemed to form a protective film, causing the color of the mural to be very bright, as if it had just been completed. Xiao Yan turned around and said, San Lang, let's go together. Hua Cheng didn't move, but in the darkness, a silver light flickered. Not long after, several hundred silver butterflies appeared soundlessly and stopped on the pitch-black wall. As they flapped their wings in unison, Xiao Yan heard a slight cracking sound, as if the mask on his face had been peeled off. Countless small cracks appeared on the black wall. Then, collapse. The hard black objects that were originally attached to the wall fell off, revealing the true appearance behind them. It was a huge colorful mural. Xiao Yan looked up at the wall and felt his scalp go numb. The entire image was divided into 4 distinct layers. The topmost layer glittered with golden light and was surrounded by clouds. There was no one there. On the second floor, there was only one person drawn. It was a handsome young man in white. His entire body was painted with a brilliant golden light, the same color as the light on the top layer. On the third floor, there were 4 figures. Everyone's face, clothing, expression, and movements were different. They were half the size of the white-clothed youth on the second floor. The 4th floor, which was also the lowest floor, was filled with countless people. It was half the size of the 4 people on the 3rd floor, and it was a dense mass of people. Everyone's face was exactly the same, and their expressions were also the same. They were all filled with fanaticism, worship, and confusion. The first face that Xiao Yan peeled off was the face on the lowest floor. The lines of the entire image were beautiful and familiar. Xiao Yan was stunned for a while before he said, San Lang, have you seen this thing before? Hua Cheng said slowly, I've walked through most of Bronze Cauldron Mountain and almost every Wuyong temple. I can be sure that I've never seen this thing before. Xiao Yan came back to his senses and said, this mural is probably not something from 2,000 years ago. Hua Cheng said, definitely not. Looking at the color and the degree of preservation, it's at most 100 years old. Maybe it's newer. In other words, this mural was painted later. Xiao Yan pointed to the topmost layer and said, that layer should be the sky in the painting. Because the heavenly Tao is above all living beings. He then pointed to the second layer and said, this layer should be Prince Wuyong. Since this temple worships Prince Wuyong, then the main character in the mural is naturally him. That's why he's the largest figure in the painting. The light on his body is the same color as the light from the sky. Moreover, he's second only to the heavenly Tao. He then pointed to the 4th layer and said, the figure at the bottom is the smallest. Their faces are identical, so they should be the Wuyong people. Finally, he pointed to the 3rd layer and said, but who are these 4 people? Whether it's position or size, they're above the people and below the crown prince. This means that their status should be the same. Are they ministers? Guards? Or. Hua Cheng walked a few steps closer and said, "Brother, look, there's a layer of spiritual light on their bodies." Sure enough, there was. However, because Prince Wuyong's light was too strong, in comparison, the spiritual light on their bodies was almost hidden. Xiao Lian understood and said, "It's the heavenly officials that the crown prince appointed after he ascended." That meant they were characters equivalent to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Xiao Lian walked around the temple and confirmed that only the wall facing the main hall door had hidden mysteries. The other 3 walls were burnt to the point where they couldn't be more scorched. Who left this mural? Who was it for? What kind of message was it trying to convey? Xiao Lian couldn't see much from just one mural. After a moment of silence, he said to Hua Cheng, "Let's pay attention to the other Wuyong temples on the way. I have a premonition that this kind of mural might not be the only one." Hua Cheng nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking." The 2 of them carried Pei Su's half-moon out of the temple. Only then did Xiao Lian think of someone and asked, "Where's General Pei?" Pei Ming said he wanted to get some fresh air and went out first. They searched the temple for a long time but didn't see him return. Xiao Lian called out a few times but didn't get a reply. He said, "Don't tell me he disappeared at this time." The 4 of them searched around this desolate little town. They couldn't use spiritual communication techniques in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so they found nothing. Just when Xiao Lian felt that this mountain was impossible to break through, Hua Qing said, "Brother, don't be anxious. I have a way." He stretched out a hand and an extremely small silver butterfly lightly flapped its wings in his palm. It flew around Xiao Lian a few times. Although Xiao Lian thought it was cute, he didn't know what to do with it. He said, "This is..." At this moment, he suddenly heard a panting sound. Immediately, a man's voice came from the silver butterfly. He said, "I really didn't expect to see you here. Pei Ming." Xiao Lian looked towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng laughed and said, "Yesterday, I placed a silver butterfly on everyone's body." Pei Su forced himself to raise his head and said, "Then, you can use the silver butterfly to monitor the other party's every move, and the other party won't be able to detect it, right?" As expected of Blood Rain, 3rd flower. Hua Cheng said, "Don't speak if you don't know how to speak." Xiao Lian held the small silver butterfly in his palm and said to it, "General Pei? Where are you? Who's opposite you?" Hua Cheng said, "Sorry brother, I can only listen and not speak." Xiao Lian thought for a moment and said, "That's true. If the listener's voice could also be transmitted, wouldn't it be easy for them to detect?" Then, another cold young man said tiredly, "Old Pei, a word of advice. Don't talk nonsense right now. Be careful that I don't slap you to death." Hearing this voice, Xiao Lian slightly opened his eyes. It was Ling Wen's male appearance. He said, "So that's how it is. That black-clothed man who killed everyone along the way, was Ling Wen in male appearance." Pei Su said, "Yes, did Senior Ling Wen take General Pei away?" Xiao Lian said, "I don't know, I'm still listening." On the other side, Pei Ming said, "Jie Qing, why are you so angry?" Ling Wen said, "Shut up. I told you to stop talking. It's not me who's angry, it's someone else. Let me say this first, I can't control my body right now. If I accidentally cripple you, don't blame me." Pei Ming said, "We're all like this right now, unable to move." Who's trying to scare who? Xiao Lian raised his head and said, "It wasn't Ling Wen who took General Pei away. Right now, they're all trapped somewhere and under someone's control." Then he thought for a moment and said, "Even the embroidered clothed immortal can be suppressed." Pei Ming then said, "What are you wearing right now?" He didn't say what it was, but everyone understood what he was referring to. The embroidered clothed immortal. Ling Wen said, "Yes. He really doesn't like you. You better be careful with what you say." Pei Ming said, how do you know what he's thinking? I really give it to you. How dare you go to the divine martial palace to steal things and ruin your golden rice bowl? Now, you even came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Did he tell you to come? Ling Wen said, he didn't tell me to come. I came on my own. Old Pei, don't ask. He's going to be angry. I can feel it. Pei Ming shut up. After a while, Ling Wen let out a light breath. It seemed that the embroidered-clothed immortal had finally calmed down. Thus, Ling Wen said, Old Pei, what happened to you? Why did you come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Was your left hand stung by 1,000,000 wasps or something? You're injured like this. Pei Ming's voice was also extremely sullen. He said, it's hard to explain in a few words. It's all little Pei's fault. I shouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Who knew I would meet my nemesis the moment I arrived? If I wasn't injured like this, would I have been dragged to this damned place? I didn't even see who it was. Xiao Yan thought to himself, hurry up and tell me where this damned place is. A cave or a house? At least I know where to look. However, it wasn't like there were no clues. One couldn't use 1,000-mile shrink in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Thus, Pei Ming couldn't have gone far. He could tell that their conversation was a bit ethereal, with faint echoes. They were definitely in a spacious space. Moreover, Xiao Yan could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. He hadn't seen any rivers or lakes after walking for a long time. There weren't any buildings more spacious than the Wuyong Shrine. Thus, there was only one possibility where they were right now. Underground. However, this town wasn't small. Which part of it was underground? Pei Ming said, what about you? I heard that you killed more than 1,000 demons and ghosts on the way and scared them to death. It's really a cause for celebration. You can't be the #1 Wen Shen, so you should change professions and become a martial god. What kind of thing could tie you up here? Ling Wen smiled bitterly. I don't know either. I accidentally fought with the Rain Master. After the fight, I was dazed. Someone hiding behind me probably took the opportunity to ambush me. No need to ask, he'll come out eventually. Just remember not to expose your identity. Chapter 153. This was a man's voice. It was very unfamiliar. Even though Xiao Yan knew that the other side couldn't hear it, he still couldn't help but lower his voice and say, someone is coming. I don't know if they will harm General Pei. We have to quickly find out where they are now. The two people on the other side seemed to be intimidated by the person who came. After a while, Pei Ming said, may I ask who you are? Since we've come to this point, why don't you show your true face? The voice said, then I'll have to ask you. Ling Wen said, he must have a grudge against you. He's most likely a female ghost. He's been harmed by you again. Pei Ming said, you're the one who's lying through your teeth. This. Which part of this thing looked like a female ghost from head to toe? Besides, he didn't just capture me. Maybe he has a grudge against you. Ling Wen said, forget it, let's not push the blame to each other at this time. Let's get through this together. It's also possible that he has a grudge against both of us at the same time. Do you remember any such people? Pei Ming said, I can't remember. There are too many. The man seemed to have walked closer. His voice was a little louder, but strangely, he didn't hear the sound of footsteps. Instead, he heard a strange dong-dong sound. He said, can you guys have some face and stop flirting in front of me? It seemed that the wording and tone of this sentence had exposed something. After a moment of silence, Ling Wen said, you are Jingguanjinjuan. The voice didn't answer. Pei Ming also seemed to be stunned. She said, Jingguanjinjuan? That's not right, would Jingguanjinjuan speak so uncultured? Ling Wen snorted and said, he's always been like this. In front of others, he has a tone. In front of me, he has a different tone. Of course you don't think so. On this side, Xiao Yan frowned slightly and said, Jingguanjinjuan. This title, he seemed to have some impression of it, but he couldn't be sure. It sounded like a Wen Shen, but among the Wen Shen, there were too many who had the words Wen, Jing, and Jing in their titles. At this time, Pei Su said in a low voice, Jingguanjinjuan, it's Ling Ling Wenjinjuan pointed it up. The first generation, the Wen Shen. When he said that, Xiao Yan finally remembered. When he ascended for the first time, Ling Wen had only been a minor civil official of the heavenly court. At the time, the number 1 rune god of the heavenly court was not her, but another rune god. And that Wenshin seemed to be perfected Lord Jingguan. However, Jing Wenshin had long since declined, and one could not find a Jingwen hall within 800 miles. Xiao Yan couldn't help but say, so everyone here is acquainted. Then why couldn't they just talk nicely? Why must you use weapons and tie me up? However, Hua Qing said, it's precisely because he's an acquaintance that we had to use knives and guns to tie him up. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Wen spoke again. It seemed that because his identity had been exposed, he had to put on airs. He changed his expression and his words were much more refined than before. However, there was a needle hidden in cotton wool as he said, Nangong, aren't you very proud of being the number 1 rune god of the heavenly court? Why did you ruin your golden rice bowl and come here? Pei Ming said, see that? He has a grudge against you. This time, it's all because of you. However, Jingwen said, General Pei, don't think that you can escape just because I'm going to settle the score with Nangong. This slut bullied my Jingwen hall's incense offerings and secretly sent people to smash my temple to add firewood to the fire. Do you think I don't know who lent her those martial god officials? Jingwen continued, Nangong, don't laugh. To think that I had chosen you as a general out of appreciation for talent, and this is how you repay me. You really are ungrateful and disloyal. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. I've waited for this day for far too long. Xiao Yan covered his forehead and thought, the 3 malignant tumors are indeed malignant tumors. What they do is more and more unkind than the last. Unexpectedly, Ling Wen said indifferently, perfected Lord Jingguan, there's no one else here. You've already scolded me just now, so why are you putting on an act now? Did you really choose me as a general because you cherish talent? Why did you choose me, and how did you treat me after choosing me? Others might not know, but don't you know it in your heart? The more Xiao Yan listened, the more curious he became. What's going on with perfected Lord Jingguan and Ling Wen? Little General Pei, do you know about the inner workings? Pei Su also listened seriously and said to him, apologize. At that time, I had yet to ascend, so I didn't know much. Xiao Yan thought that his apology probably wouldn't be good. At the side, Hua Qing said, Gij, there's no need to ask others, just ask me. Xiao Yan asked curiously, San Lang, you also know about this kind of old anecdote from the heavenly court? It turned out that it wasn't his misconception. Hua Qing really did have a hand in dealing with the black and white histories of the heavenly court's heavenly officials. He nodded and told Xiao Yan as expected. It turned out that Jing Wen and Ling Wen were both literary gods from Suli country. Jing Wen was several hundred years older than Ling Wen and had a deep foundation in Suli country. Originally, these two didn't have much interaction. But one year, Suli country worshipped the literary gods. During the worshipping process, there was a small competition. A young scholar used Suli country as the topic. There was no limit to the topic. He wrote an essay without signing his name and posted it in the country's largest literary temple. At that time, it was called Jingwen Palace. The best piece would be chosen as the champion, and that person would be rewarded. At that time, it just so happened that Jing Wenjinjuan descended to the mortal world to play. On a whim, he transformed into a scholar and participated in this competition. He wrote a magnificent essay that praised the prestige of Suli country. He was confident that he would be able to stand out among the many essays. Imagine, if the results were revealed after the competition and the essay won first place, then the truth was revealed. Wouldn't Jing Wenjinjuan's own avatar be passed down to future generations? If things developed this way, then it would have been a very harmonious and happy ending. Who knew that a very awkward accident would occur? After the worshipping ceremony ended, the champion was revealed. The winner wasn't Jing Wen Suli Fu, but a treatise called Needlessly. Although this turn of events was awkward, it was still quite interesting to bystanders. Xiao Yan asked, "Has San Lang seen Needlessly?" Hua Qing said, "I've found it. If Big Brother wants to read it, I'll give you a rough idea another day." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "That won't be necessary." However, to be able to defeat Jing Wenjinjuan, who had already ascended at that time, it must have been written very well. Hua Qing evaluated, "It's written well, but it's not very godly. It's just that at that time, the situation in Suli country wasn't good and there were a lot of resentment among the citizens. Seeing this kind of essay, it just so happened to suit their tastes. In addition, the Suli Fu was a disaster and people were already tired of reading it. Comparing the two, Needlessly naturally won." Xiao Yan slightly nodded his head and said, "There's no first place in literature. This matter isn't that big of a deal, not to mention that the essay didn't even write the same thing." Hua Qing said, "That's right." In the beginning, Jing Wen also thought the same. The citizens of Suli country searched everywhere for the author of Needlessly, but of course, no one claimed it. Who would dare to claim this kind of thing? If someone was greedy and faked it, it would be very easy for them to be exposed. Not long after, because it was noticed by the officers and soldiers, the worshipping ceremony removed the champion essay. Regarding this competition, although Jing Wenjinjuan wasn't very happy and scoffed at it, after a few months, he also forgot about it. The bad thing was that after a few months, an astonishing piece of news spread among the literary gods of the heavenly court that the person who had won the first place with Needlessly in the Suli country's literary god ceremony had finally been found. Now, he had already been arrested and locked up in prison. And this person was actually a young woman who sold shoes on the side of the street. How could this be? Xiao Yan said. Sell shoes. Hua Qing said, "Yes. Nangong Jia used to do this in the human world." No wonder he had heard people privately call Lingwen Palace Hall, Broken Shoes Palace Hall, more than once or twice. However, Xiao Yan didn't think he should get to the bottom of this kind of thing, so he never knew where it came from. Originally, no one would have associated Needless Lily with a shoe-selling girl. However, that young woman would occasionally help people copy letters and write love poems for them to earn some writing fees. One day, a customer found that her handwriting was very similar to the one on the top of the list and reported it to the authorities. That was how she was caught. After learning of this matter, Jing Wenjinjuan waved his brush and immediately selected this young woman called Nangong Jie. It must be known that at that time, there were very few female priests. It wasn't that there weren't any, but most of them were in charge of flowers and plants, embroidery, singing and dancing, and so on. Even if they were to select a general, no one was willing to select a woman to be a low-level priest. Female literary gods were even rarer. The women in the Divine Hall of Literature were all beautiful young women. Moreover, they weren't in charge of writing. Most of them were soft jade and warm fragrant. They couldn't be considered as priests, and at most, could only be regarded as playthings. Jing Wenjinjuan's actions won a good reputation among the literary gods for cherishing talent. Everyone said that this young woman's luck was really too good. She met a noble person like Jing Wenjinjuan, who had a discerning eye and recognized talent. Not only did she escape the calamity of prison, but she also climbed up a branch and became a phoenix. However, at this moment, the protagonists of this story were aggressively confronting each other. On the other side, Jingwen said, I value you greatly, but when it comes to your mouth, it instead becomes that you have bad intentions. Lingwen had always treated people politely, neither servile nor overbearing. At this time, she said mockingly, forget it. You also don't go around all day telling others how much you value me. If you really thought highly of me, you wouldn't have asked me to serve tea and water to everyone in your hall every day for dozens of years. You wouldn't have asked me to walk hundreds of miles to pick up a manuscript of a poem, and you wouldn't have asked me to give gifts to other heavenly officials during festivals. Xiao Yan thought about it. It seemed to be true. When he first ascended, every time he saw Ling Wen, she was always doing odd jobs. It was because she did so many odd jobs that Xiao Yan vaguely remembered there was such a person. Jing Wen said, in the end, you are simply blaming me for not being willing to promote you. But why don't you think about why I don't promote you? Ling Wen said, why? I also want to know why. Originally, as a mortal, I still had the free time to read and write. Even when I was locked up in prison, I could at least face the wall and meditate. But after I was appointed, there wasn't a moment when I wasn't working like an ox or horse for you, kneeling and doing odd jobs for you. If you want to torture me to death like this, your method isn't bad. Jing Wen shouted, Nangong. Even now, you still refuse to admit your mistake. Ling Wen retorted, what did I do wrong? Jing Wen said, then is it still my fault? What I told you to do, was what was most suitable for you to do. If you can't even do such a small thing, what right do you have to do more important things? I gave you so many opportunities to cultivate in order to temper your temperament. It was your own lack of ability, how can you blame me for not being willing to promote you? Your aspirations are too high, but you are a woman after all. You can't reach that high. You have to admit this fact. Ling Wen laughed, seeming to be angered by him. Lowering her voice, she said, good. You say I can't reach that high. Then, let me ask you, during your most flourishing period, can your Jingwen Palace Hall reach my Lingwen Palace Hall's knees? Xiao Yan could smell the old resentment and anger in the words of both sides. He thought to himself that he couldn't let them continue talking. As a last resort, he used an extremely crude method. He fiercely punched the ground. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the ground split open with him as the epicenter, forming a 4-zhang-wide crater. Hua Cheng immediately understood what he wanted to do and said, Gidge. Xiao Yan waved his hand to disperse the dust in the air. Coughing a few times, he said, this is the most direct way. I'll be in charge of testing this side. San Lang, you and little General Pei, lie on the side. He originally wanted to arrange for Hua Cheng and Pei Su to test in other directions, but right now, these two people's conditions weren't as good as his. Naturally, Hua Cheng wouldn't listen to him and obediently lie on the side. Choosing the opposite direction from Xiao Yan, he summoned his misfortune and stabbed it into the ground. This stab had the same effect as Xiao Yan's punch. The two of them alternated, creating loud noises one after the other as the distance between them grew larger and larger. After punching a few times, Xiao Yan attentively listened. Pei Ming and Ling Wen didn't have any reaction, as if they hadn't heard the loud rumbling noises he created. As for Jing Wen, it seemed that Ling Wen had poked his sore spot. He was so angry that he started laughing. With one move, he tore off his originally refined mask and changed back to the sharp tone he used when cursing the adulterous couple. He said, Nangong Jia, stop acting cocky in front of me. Back then, if I hadn't pointed you out, I'm afraid you would have already given birth to God knows how many children in the human world's prison. These words were a bit lacking in elegance, causing Xiao Yan's hand to almost slip. Even Pei Ming couldn't stand listening anymore. He said, in any case, you're a Wen Shen. Can your mouth not be so vulgar? Jing Wen said, Nangong, look, your goodbye too is protecting you. What kind of reputation do you have, General Pei? How could you have the nerve to say that I'm vulgar? Ling Wen said, in your mind, who isn't my Bai Tu? Do you want to settle accounts? Then let's settle them properly. Xiao Yan had already leaped quite a distance away. Once again, he punched the ground. This time, Jing Wen, who was on the silver butterfly's side, said in alarm, what's that sound? Xiao Yan was delighted. He had found the right direction. Pei Ming and Ling Wen also heard it. Pei Ming hesitated and asked, who's fighting up there? Continuing his attack, Xiao Yan sprinted several feet forward and threw another thunderous punch. Pei Ming said, even closer. What a strong explosive force. It's coming from above. It's here. Xiao Yan didn't punch anymore. He pulled out his maiden heart and slashed down, the sword chi flourished, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, he fell into a cold hole in the ground. Xiao Yan prayed in his heart that he didn't hit Pei Ming and Ling Wen. He waved the dust in the air, stood up, and turned around with his sword in hand. He said, "2." Chapter 154. Seeing an uninvited guest suddenly barge in, Jing Wen vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" However, the one questioning him wasn't a person, but rather an extremely rough stone statue of a man. It was naked, but its entire body was wrapped in strips of cloth. It was inexplicably strange. It was also inexplicably comical. No wonder he didn't make any footsteps when he walked. No wonder Pei Ming and Ling Wen were intimidated when they saw him. No wonder Pei Ming said that Ling Wen was lying through his teeth. Because this thing from head to toe really didn't look like a female ghost at all. Pei Ming and Ling Wen were both wrapped in scroll-like objects, firmly held in Jing Wen's hands. They couldn't move. Xiao Yan finally regained his senses. He said, "Me?" Jing Wen said, "You're the crown prince of Xianlu." Xiao Yan was startled and said, "Ah. You actually recognize me? This is really..." However, it wasn't strange. When Xiao Yan first ascended, the lineup was huge. He might not recognize every heavenly official in the heavenly court, but every heavenly official in the heavenly court definitely recognized him. Just like now, he simply couldn't remember what Jing Wen looked like. Jing Wen still remembered him and said, "Of course. Your Highness the Crown Prince's path to immortality is full of ups and downs. It's hard for me not to recognize you." Xiao Yan was inexplicably moved. He subconsciously said, "It's my honor, but, how did you become like this?" Jing Wen said, "How did I become like this?" Xiao Yan coughed lightly and nodded. He felt that his question was a bit rude. Jing Wen took the opportunity to explode and said, "It's all thanks to that slut Nangong Jie. After Jing Wen Palace declined, my powers became weaker and weaker. She even threw stones at me while I was down and chased me everywhere. I had no choice but to attach myself to this stone statue to survive until now." Ling Wen said, "Compared to you, it's not that much, right? At that time, you personally ordered me to stay in Jing Wen Palace until the third watch. In the blink of an eye, you said that I shamelessly stayed late at night to pester you. Words kill invisibly, so I responded with a knife. I was much more polite." After saying that, he suddenly kicked out and kicked Jing Wen's crotch. From Xiao Yan's point of view, this move really didn't have much power. After all, the stone statue wasn't made of flesh. At most, it could only break the few strips of cloth on Jing Wen's body. Unexpectedly, Jing Wen let out a shrill scream, as if he had really been kicked in the groin. He covered his lower body. However, it was too late. The layer of white cloth around his crotch had been kicked off by Ling Wen. Xiao Yan quickly saw that there was nothing underneath the white cloth. Nothing meant that this was a naked stone statue. However, there was nothing under his crotch that he should have. This stone statue was actually a statue of an eunuch. Xiao Yan thought in his heart, so it's a statue of a eunuch. This kind of stone statue was commonly seen in the mausoleums of high officials and nobles. It was a kind of funerary object with extremely heavy yin qi. It was indeed a good choice to possess. However, Jing Wen, a male priest who would haggle over every ounce after losing to a woman, ended up in a statue of a castrated slave. It was truly ironic. Ling Wen laughed heartily and said, "I say, why are you so flustered and exasperated?" So that was how it was. I can't reach that high. How high can you reach with your current appearance? I'm looking forward to seeing it. Ha 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 ha. Jing Wen's indecent cloth had been torn off and trampled on. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He grabbed Ling Wen's hair and shouted, "Shut up. I don't know how many heavenly officials you slept with to be able to climb to this point today. What is there to be proud of? Quickly apologize to me." Ling Wen's hair had practically been pulled off by him, yet he endured the pain and didn't beg for mercy. He even more so didn't apologize. Pei Ming said, "Are you really a Wenshen? You don't have any style or elegance to speak of. Even a shrew cursing on the street is better looking than you." Xiao Yan complained incessantly. He was afraid that Jing Wen would get agitated and strangle the two people in his hands to death. He couldn't help but say, "Hey, calm down. Jing Wen Jinjuan. Actually, there's no difference whether I have that thing or not. Really?" Jing Wen grabbed Ling Wen with one hand and covered his lower body with the other. He roared, "You're lying. There's no difference whether I have it or not. Why don't you try if you don't have it?" Xiao Yan sincerely said, "Really? Believe me. Although I have that thing. But there's no difference from not having that thing. Because I have that." He once again offered himself, speaking from his own experience. Hearing this, Jing Wen seemed to calm down a bit. He said, "What do you have?" Xiao Yan said, "It's that thing. You understand. Even if I have it, I've never used it." Actually, whether it's a male heavenly official, a female heavenly official, or other heavenly officials, these are all worldly possessions. There's no need to be so attached. Jing Wen interrupted him and said, "Since you feel there's no difference, then cut it for me to see." Xiao Yan. Jing Wen immediately said, "Didn't you say there's no difference? Hypocrite. You clearly can't bear to lose this thing. Don't use that nonsense to persuade me. I'm not a young man who will cry bitterly and repent after eating 2 of your candies. It's fine if you don't cut it, I'll cut his." He was referring to Pei Ming. Pei Ming was stunned. "You motherfucker." This was bad. Although there were many people who wanted to cut off General Pei's thing, Xiao Yan didn't want him to succeed here. He hurriedly said, "Jing Wen Jinjuan. Although it was wrong of Ling Wen to bully you after you declined, you also bullied her before, so we're even. There's no need to be so ruthless." As he spoke to divert attention, he quietly put down Ruo Xia and let it slip behind Jing Wen like a snake. Jing Wen said, "We're even. It's not that simple. You've reminded me. I have something I need to ask this slut. Nangong, did you do anything to the destruction of Su Li?" Jing Wen was the god of literature that Su Li worshipped. Su Li was his foundation. If the foundation was destroyed, then it would naturally suffer an impact and even decline. Therefore, Jing Wen suspecting Ling Wen was very reasonable. After he asked, Ling Wen shut her mouth and didn't answer. Jing Wen shouted, "Quickly speak. Was it your doing? I knew it must be you. It was definitely you, otherwise it wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. It's all because of you, you treacherous slut." That idiot general must have been harmed by you. Xiao Yan thought to himself, Lingwen hasn't even answered yet, so why are you answering your own question? Wait, what? What general? On the other side, Lingwen suddenly started laughing. If it weren't for the fact that Jing Wen was currently attached to the eunuch statue with an expressionless face, he probably would have long since gnashed his teeth in anger. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lingwen slightly raised her head and softly said, "Do you know what the consequences of calling him an idiot in front of him will be?" Jing Wen still didn't understand. In the next moment, the scroll binding Lingwen cracked open. A hand covered in black sleeves stretched out from the shattered fragments and covered the top of his head. Jing Wen didn't even have time to say a word before he froze. A crack appeared on his rough face, followed by a second, a third. Within 3 cracks, his entire body was smashed into pieces. Lingwen broke free from the shackles and stood in her original spot. Layers of black energy drifted around her body, and at her feet was a pile of rubble. It turned out that the ancient country mentioned in the legends of the embroidered clothed immortal was the country of Suli, and Bai Jin was also a citizen of Suli. Xiao Yan had just finished sorting out his thoughts when he heard Pei Ming, who was still firmly bound by the scroll, say, "Lingwen, stop there first." He saw that Lingwen had turned around and was walking towards him step by step. Thinking of how Lingwen had said to Pei Ming, "He really doesn't like you." Xiao Yan thought to himself, this is bad. Could it be that she's going to kill him to silence him? As Lingwen walked, she slowly comforted him, "Bai Jin, he's already dead. It's all nonsense. There's no such thing." However, the effect didn't seem to be good. Lingwen then said, "Old Pei, I have no choice. He heard from Jing Wen that you're my boss, so he steeled his heart to kill you. Your Highness the Crown Prince, help me." Without needing her reminder, Xiao Yan had already slashed open the scroll binding Pei Ming. Pei Ming leapt up, and the two of them flew out of the hole and returned to the surface. Looking down, they saw Lingwen's fist smashing into the place where Pei Ming had originally been lying. Rubble flew everywhere. The power was astonishing. Compared to the punches Xiao Yan had thrown just now to scout the path, this one was even more ruthless. Xiao Yan put away Ruoxi and wrapped it around his wrist. Pei Ming also loosened his wrist. After being bound for so long, his left hand had slightly reduced the swelling. However, it was probably only reduced from being stung by 1,000,000 wasps to being stung by 500,000 wasps. He said, "I'm fucking innocent." Before he finished speaking, Lingwen's figure had already arrived in front of him. The two of them exchanged a palm strike and both retreated several meters. Xiao Yan and Pei Ming glanced at each other. In their hearts, they knew this was a thorny problem, so they broke into a run. As Xiao Yan ran, he turned around and shouted, "Lingwen, can you persuade General Bai again?" Lingwen madly chased behind them and said, "I've persuaded him. But, he doesn't believe me." Pei Ming said, "It must be because you lied to him that he got injured." Xiao Yan said, "Lingwen, can you turn back into a woman? The lethality of a woman's body will be slightly restrained." However, Lingwen said, "No." Xiao Yan said, "Why not?" Lingwen said, "He won't let me change back." Pei Ming said, "I understand. This brat doesn't dare to stick close to a woman's body. He's a coward." Rumble. A roof smashed down from behind, almost crushing Xiao Yan and Pei Ming. Lingwen said, "I didn't throw it." "Who told you to scold him? You made him even angrier. Both of you are in danger." Xiao Yan hurriedly said, "Ah. What does it have to do with me? I didn't say anything." "Lingwen, can you tell him not to count me in?" Pei Ming said, "Count me in. The more people there are, the easier it is." "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what about Xiao Pei? What about the half-moon imperial tutor? What about your blood rain flower Tanhua?" Xiao Yan said, he went in another direction to look for you guys. Don't count on him. We've already run a few dozen kilometers. Let's run first and talk later. He's already absorbed over 1,000 demons. It's not good to fight him head-on. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the soles of his feet suddenly floated and his entire body was lifted up. It wasn't just him, Pei Ming was the same. Looking closely, the two of them were each caught in a large net and hung in the air. This was truly an unexpected disaster. That net seemed to be made of special materials and couldn't be torn apart with bare hands. At the same time, many green-faced, ferocious fanged demons and ghosts jumped out from the forest in all directions. There were at least 100 or 200 of them. All of them clapped their hands in ecstasy. Caught it! Ha 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 ha, how many have been caught already? This trap is really good. Hurry up and see what they caught. How many heads are there? They had actually been careless in a moment of panic and had fallen into the trap of these third-rate little demons. Xiao Yan subconsciously reached for Maiden Heart to draw the net. Only when he touched empty air did he realize that because the net had suddenly risen, Maiden Heart had slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. He hadn't been able to bring it up, and Lingwen had already caught up to the bottom of the net. The group of little demons still didn't know what had come. They happily said, another one came. Lingwen raised both of his hands, and a ball of pitch-black will-o-wisp appeared in each of his palms. He raised his head and said to Xiao Yan and Pei Ming, both of you, I really had no choice. Xiao Yan exhaled and said, Lingwen, can I ask what would happen if I were hit by this thing? Lingwen said, last time, I used such a large ball of will-o-wisp to hit His Highness Qi-Ying. He was injured. But fortunately, he can still run and jump. It seemed like the damage wasn't that great. Being hit wouldn't be a big deal. Xiao Yan and Pei Ming both heaved a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, just as they finished saying, fortunately, the two balls of will-o-wisp in Lingwen's hands suddenly increased tenfold, turning into two blazing flames that shot into the sky. Xiao Yan, Pei Ming. Lingwen said, but I don't know what would happen if I were hit by such a large ball of fire. Pei Ming roared, wait, but I'm really not your fucking lover. Lingwen said, how could I not know? But it's useless if only you and I know. The group of demons and ghosts were stunned by the two balls of will-o-wisp. They hurriedly surrounded them and shouted, good kid. You're very bold. You're about to die, but you still want to steal our heads. Kill him. However, these little ghosts posed no threat to the embroidered-clothed immortal. At most, they would become a new wave of nourishment for the embroidered-clothed immortal. Lingwen tilted her head slightly, the phosphorescence of the will-o-wisp reflected in her eyes. It seemed like she was ready to receive the heads that were delivered to her. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew past. Amidst the wails and screams, the group of little ghosts were blown into the sky in an instant. Rather than saying that they were blown into the sky by the wind, it would be more accurate to say that they were grabbed into the sky by a strange, invisible hand. The embroidered-clothed immortal seemed to have sensed something and became vigilant. Lingwen lowered the hand that was holding the will-o-wisp and slowly scanned the surroundings. Xiao Yan did his best to look up, but his line of sight was blocked by the dense foliage. The wretched screams of the group of ghosts had also stopped long ago. Thus, he had no idea what was happening above. Pei Ming vigilantly asked, who's coming? After looking for a while, Xiao Yan suddenly said, can't you guys smell it? Pei Ming asked, what? Xiao Yan answered, the fragrance of flowers. Pei Ming suspiciously asked, there's that kind of thing? Xiao Yan closed his eyes. After a moment, he said with certainty, there is. It really is the fragrance of flowers. It was a faint, strange, and cold fragrance of flowers. He didn't know what it was called or where it came from. It was extremely faint and shallow, as if there was nothing there. Pei Ming frowned and said, I didn't smell the fragrance of flowers, but I did smell. Before he could finish speaking, he felt something drip onto his face. He casually wiped it away, and his pupils shrank. It was blood. 2 drops of will-o-wisp also fell from Ling Wen's hand, and the flames immediately weakened. His expression became even more vigilant, and he suddenly raised his head. In that instant, a foul wind and rain of blood descended from the sky. Pei Ming was hanging higher than Xiao Yan, so he was immediately beaten into a bright red drenched chicken by this sudden rain of blood. Only his pair of eyes remained open, black, white, and white. The will-o-wisp in Ling Wen's hands had long since been completely extinguished. He dodged and hid under a tree, avoiding the same fate as Pei Ming, who was completely defenseless. Xiao Yan suddenly felt the net of binding him break, and his body sank as he fell. He somersaulted in the air and steadily landed on the ground. Coincidentally, the rain of blood was also about to descend. There was no time to dodge anymore, so Xiao Yan raised his sleeves, preparing to block as much as he could. However, after the darkness, he heard a low chuckle. The air was suddenly filled with the mysterious and bewitching fragrance of flowers. Xiao Yan slightly raised his head. He didn't feel the rain hitting his face, but rather, he felt something extremely soft brushing against his face. He reached out and caught it. Lowering his head to look, he saw that what quietly fell into his palm was actually a small dark red flower petal. He raised his head again and held his breath. He could only feel disbelief. The rain of blood that filled the sky had actually turned into a rain of flowers. There was no need to guess who it was at all. Xiao Yan closed his fingers and held the flower petal. He blurted out, San Lang. As soon as he turned around, he saw that Ling Wen had silently fallen to the ground. And that tall, slender youth with black hair and red clothes, who else could it be but Hua Cheng? Chapter 155. Xiao Yan stepped on the ground covered in broken vermilion flowers. He walked over slowly. When she saw the red stains on Hua Cheng's shoulder, she wanted to brush it off for him, but she suddenly realized that it would be too intimate. She restrained herself and put her hands behind her back. He laughed and said, I didn't know. Apart from bringing blood rain, he could even summon flying petals. Interesting, interesting. Hua Cheng also walked towards him. He casually brushed away the petals on his shoulder. He also smiled and said, this is an improvisation. It was a new move he had just created today. Originally, there was going to be a rain of blood. However, he suddenly remembered that his brother was also here. Can't you blame me? Thus, he reined in his horse at the precipice and turned into a flower. As long as it's interesting. However, Xiao Yan didn't get drenched, but Pei Ming was. In the air, he said, excuse me. Both of you. Can you put me down first? A few silver butterflies flapped their wings, their phosphorescent wings cutting through the mesh. Only then did Pei Ming manage to escape and land firmly on the ground. Xiao Yan lowered his head and saw a silver butterfly resting in the center of the butterfly bone on Ling Wen's back. He asked, San Lang, are Ling Wen and embroidered gown immortal all right? Hua Cheng replied, don't worry. I had them hibernate together. Xiao Yan asked curiously, this embroidered clothed immortal was so violent, yet you subdued him so quickly. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, it's all right. For some reason, it doesn't seem to want to fight me. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Yan said, that's true. When you wore it before, it couldn't do anything to you and even revealed itself. Meanwhile, Pei Ming walked over and said, let's talk later. Aren't you going to help him take off his clothes first? Xiao Yan said, this isn't too convenient, right? Pei Ming didn't mind. He's a man now. What's so inconvenient about that? As she spoke, she started to fight. However, just as he stretched out his hand to Ling Wen's collar, it was as if he was fiercely pricked by something. His expression changed greatly, and he abruptly pulled his hand back. His hand was covered in blood as he said, "These clothes. It actually bites." Only then did Hua Cheng say leisurely, "The immortal in embroidered gown is not willing to let Ling Wen go. She can't take it off." Pei Ming looked at the two bloody hands and said, "If something like this happens again, can you tell me earlier?" Xiao Yan warmly said, "General Pei, it's not that he didn't say it earlier, it's that you acted too quickly." Hua Cheng giggled, "That's right." Even though he was crippled, he was still determined. If the three of them wanted to go back the way they came, one of them had to carry Ling Wen, who looked like a man. Pei Ming took the initiative to bear this responsibility. Pei Su and Half Moon were still in the small town. The group gathered near the Wuyong shrine. Seeing them return, Pei Su strode forward and said, "General, Your Highness, the murals in the shrine have disappeared." Pei Ming carried Ling Wen with one hand and wiped her bloody hair back with the other. "What mural?" Half Moon's eyes widened when he saw that Pei Ming was covered in a purplish-red color. Xiao Yan exchanged a few words with Pei Ming before following Pei Su back to Deity's Templar. Sure enough, the original wall had become exactly the same as the other three walls that had been burnt by the fire, as if there had never been any murals. Hua Cheng took his hand off the wall and said, "That mural was created using magic." Xiao Yan nodded, "Maybe, the person who left it behind had his own concerns and didn't dare to let it exist for too long." On the other side, Half Moon hesitated for a long time before asking Pei Ming, Are you all right?" Pei Ming looked at her and threatened, "Ask your snake, it bit me like this, is it all right?" Pei Su opened his mouth, but he wasn't sure if he should say a few words of justice. Half Moon's eyes widened even more. She tried to explain, but, being bitten by a scorpion snake, it won't spread to the whole body. Pei Ming waved her left hand in front of Half Moon's face, proving that she was indeed bitten. Half Moon had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry." Pei Su couldn't stand it anymore. He patted her shoulder and said, "Don't mind, it's not yours. It's the snake's bite." Xiao Yan also couldn't stand it anymore. He said helplessly, "General Pei, can you not tease a little girl like this at a time like this?" However, Pei Ming's source of life was here. He used his magic power to wash off the blood stains on his body. His face was glowing again. He laughed, "Isn't a little girl meant to be teased?" Moreover, Half Moon Imperial Tutor is already a few hundred years old. What kind of little girl is she? Are you afraid that she will be embarrassed? No one wanted to talk to him anymore. Even though Pei Su's sentence was not good, he could move freely. He took over the task of carrying Ling Wen. The group walked past the small town and continued to the next level of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. A day later, they arrived at a small valley. There were towering mountains on both sides of the valley, rock cliffs, and a mountain path in the middle. At this point, Ling Wen finally woke up in a daze. Even though he was awake, he still couldn't move because the silver butterfly was still firmly perched on his back. Ling Wen noticed that he was being carried on someone's shoulder, but his expression didn't change. He only asked in confusion, "Why are there so many people? Why are you all here? Isn't this Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Pei Ming said, "That's a lot. Let me tell you, there will be more people later, some you haven't seen yet. You can gather a few tables to play cards." Xiao Yan had the same feeling. He couldn't help but laugh. He paused, then said, "That's right, Ling Wen, Qing chased after you at Puqi Monastery. Where is he now?" Ling Wen said, "I don't know. After entering Bronze Cauldron Mountain, there were too many inhuman creatures. Prince Qiying lost him. I also don't know where he is now." Pei Ming sighed to Ling Wen, "You actually didn't tell me that you were the one who took away Su Li's last hope. How unkind." Xiao Yan then remembered that Pei Ming was also from Su Li. However, he didn't seem to have any feelings for Su Li. After all, he was only a general, not the monarch. Moreover, before ascending, he was tricked by the monarch, so there wasn't any sorrow in his words, it was mostly mockery. However, Xiao Yan was worried that talking too much about Su Li would anger embroidered clothes immortal, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, San Lang, actually, I have a question. After entering the canyon, Hua Cheng had been observing the mountains on both sides with rapt attention. He said, ask. Xiao Yan said, what is the copper cauldron of bronze cauldron mountain? Is it really a big cauldron? Hua Cheng smiled and retracted his gaze, saying, of course not. However, Big Brother asked at the right time. He raised his hand and said, just in time, we can see it now. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and for a moment, they couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Xiao Yan said. That is. Copper cauldron. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and said, correct. In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there was a mountain far, far away. Far away on the horizon, high above the world, above the peaks of the mountain, it was a deep blue color. The peak of the mountain was surrounded by a sea of clouds and wind, and a layer of snow could be faintly seen, as if it was an ice field that never melted. Hua Cheng slowly said, Copper Cauldron is an active volcano, and also the center of the entire Bronze Cauldron Mountain. When the Ghost King is born, it will awaken. Xiao Yan said, the volcano will erupt? Hua Cheng said, yes. Therefore, the Ghost King of the impasse will be accompanied by raging flames, magma, and earth-shattering disasters. Imagining the fiery scene that would make one's eyes red, Xiao Yan became slightly absent-minded. Pei Ming said, it's too far. At this speed, not counting the time spent fighting with the ghosts, it will still take a long time. Xiao Yan nodded, saying, that's why the battles in the past were like difficult childbirth. Hua Cheng smiled, saying, Big Brother's analogy is very clever. After saying that, he suddenly stopped and said, we're here. Xiao Yan was stunned, so fast. Hua Cheng said, we're here. However, it's not Copper Cauldron, it's Wuyong Celestial Temple. Sure enough, in the center of the canyon ahead, a tall and crooked temple appeared. This was the second Wuyong Celestial Temple they encountered. Xiao Yan almost couldn't help but want to rub his eyes, asking doubtfully, is this temple real? He couldn't be blamed for this. In fact, almost everyone doubted whether this temple was real or not. Because its appearance was simply too abrupt. It should not have appeared here at all. Who had ever seen a temple built on a narrow mountain path in a canyon? What kind of bullshit feng shui was this? Even if they couldn't think it through and had to build it in such a place, they should at least build it on the side. However, this Wuyong Divine Temple was built in the middle of the canyon, like a brainless bully, directly blocking the way through the canyon. Pei Ming said in a low voice, there must be something wrong with this. Everyone, be careful. Ling Wen, who was on Pei Su's shoulder, struggled to raise her head, saying, everyone, if you don't want to enter it, you can actually fly over the cliff and walk over the walls. Xiao Yan said, no. We have to go in and see if there are any murals. Hua Cheng said, Big Brother, don't worry. If you want to see it, go ahead. It's not a big deal. With that said, everyone inexplicably calmed down, and the group slowly approached. They walked all the way to the front of the temple, but nothing unusual happened. Passing through the gate, he entered the main hall. Sure enough, the walls of this divine hall were also pitch black after being burnt by the fire. With a light poke, a small hard fragment fell off, just like the previous divine hall. Xiao Yan had been very vigilant at first, but now that there seemed to be nothing hiding in the dark, he felt slightly relieved. Thus, he said, let's do it. Not long after, the charred black, protective layer on the wall was removed bit by bit, revealing the murals behind. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng carefully studied it together. The contents of the murals in this temple were completely different from the previous one. They looked from the top level. On the top of the painting, a white-clothed youth was sitting on a jade couch. He had handsome features, and it was Crown Prince Wuyong. His eyes were closed, and looking at his posture, he seemed to be meditating. However, it was not peaceful. This crown prince frowned, and a few drops of cold sweat seemed to flow down his forehead. There were 4 people around him, and their faces were full of worry. They were the 4 guardian deities in the previous mural, and their hair and clothes were exactly the same as the previous mural. Continuing to look down, the protective layer was still slowly falling off, and had not been completely removed. Xiao Yan saw a mess of red, and frowned slightly, saying, "Strange." He stretched out his hand and touched the wall gently, and said doubtfully, "Is this mural not well preserved?" Although he could not see clearly what was painted, he could see that the lines and colors were blurry and hazy, as if it was shrouded in a layer of light smoke. However, this mural was formed by a spell, so how could it not be well preserved like a real mural? Hua Cheng was also looking carefully, and he frowned, saying, "Wait a little longer." The 2 of them looked at each other. And when the charred black hard objects disappeared, and the painting was complete, they took a few steps back, and looked at it again side by side. When the whole painting came into view, Xiao Yan's breath stopped slightly, and he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chapter 156. Hua Qing said in a deep voice, "No. It's the human world." It was indeed the human world. Because what was depicted in the painting was densely packed houses, trees, and people. However, they were all submerged in an endless sea of fire and flowing magma. The blurry red that Xiao Yan saw just now was the color of fire. The houses and trees were burning, and the people's bodies were on fire, they were screaming. The distorted face was too lifelike. Xiao Yan seemed to be able to hear their screams. At the center of the painting, there was a bright red mountain in the painting, which looked like a giant furnace that was burning red. It was very terrifying. And those flames and magma were all spat out from the mouth of this mountain. Xiao Yan said, "The meaning of this mural is, a volcanic eruption, the destruction of the Wuyong kingdom?" Hua Qing said, "Yes. That's not right either." Xiao Yan understood, this statement is not accurate. Because this is a dream. The tragedy of the human world below should be depicting Prince Wuyong's dream. Prince Wuyong and the 4 protectors' bodies were painted with golden light, indicating that at this time, he had already ascended. And he was being tortured by a nightmare, so the content, lines, and colors of the dream were all illusory as opposed to real. Some heavenly officials had powerful magical powers and extraordinary talents. After seeing some small signs, they could peek into the future in their dreams. In other words, they could have prophetic dreams. I wonder if the dream of His Highness the Crown Prince did it come true. Was this how the Wuyong kingdom perished? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "Someone must want to tell us something. The story of this mural should follow on from the last one, I thought. When we reach the vicinity of the final, copper furnace, we will definitely be able to answer many questions." At this moment, Ling Wen looked out the window and said, "Everyone, there is something I have to ask. Don't you think it's strange?" Pei Ming said, "What's strange?" Ling Wen said, "I don't know if I remembered wrongly, but were these 2 mountain walls so close before?" Everyone looked out the window. Sure enough, when they came in just now, the mountain wall outside was about 10 feet away from the window. However, at this moment, it was extremely close, as if it was about to touch them. Just as Xiao Yan was about to go over to investigate, he heard a series of strange, ka-la, and creak sounds, as if earth, wood, and bricks were being squeezed. This time, everyone felt it. What's going on? The tiles under his feet were shaking, and the ceiling above his head was also shaking. One by two, gravel fell and dust rustled. Pei Ming said, "The ground moved." As soon as he finished speaking, a few terrifying wrinkles were squeezed out of the wall. Xiao Yan said, "It's not an earthquake. It was the mountain walls on both sides that were pressing towards the Wuyong Divine Hall in the middle." With no time to explain, he shouted, "Run!" Without needing him to say anything, Pei Ming had already kicked down a wall and opened up an exit. Everyone broke through the wall and ran forward. However, they were still running inside the Wuyong Divine Hall because this Divine Hall was very deep and long. Aside from the main hall, there were many side halls, small halls, incense rooms, Taoist rooms, and so on. As a result, everyone could only break down walls and kick down doors as they ran. At this time, the martial god's style of action was a great help. However, just as they passed through two small halls, a large rock half the height of a person smashed through the roof and suddenly fell at Xiao Yan's feet. This was a large rock that had fallen from the mountain walls on both sides. The rumbling sounds continued as more and more large rocks fell from the sky. The large ones were the size of water tanks, directly smashing through the roof. The small ones were the size of a human head, falling from a high altitude with astonishing power. Fortunately, there was a layer of roof blocking them, and everyone's skills weren't bad, so they were able to dodge in time. Only Hua Cheng was the most leisurely. As Xiao Yan ran and dodged, he suddenly heard him say, "Gidge, are you coming?" Turning his head to look, Hua Cheng was following closely beside him, steady as if he was flying. Who knew where he had taken out his red umbrella, but he was currently smiling at him from under the umbrella. As for those falling rocks, Hua Cheng held the umbrella with one hand and didn't even shake it. Xiao Yan immediately hid under the umbrella and said, "That was close, that was close." Luckily San Lang was here. Hua Cheng smiled and considerately tilted the umbrella towards him a little. He said, "Come over here a little." Even though it was untimely, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel moved. He said, "Aren't you tired holding up like this? Do you want me to hold the umbrella for you?" The rest of the people ran and dodged, running like crazy. Seeing how relaxed they were, they couldn't help but say, "Hey, this isn't too fair. Master Hua Cheng, can I ask if you have any extra umbrellas? Can I borrow a place to hide for a while?" Hua Cheng faked a smile and said, "I don't have any. I can't." In the midst of everyone's protests, Xiao Yan also felt a little embarrassed. He said, "This mountain is really strange." As he said this, he wanted to slip away. However, Hua Cheng unobtrusively grabbed him and calmly explained to him, "Brother is right. This mountain is indeed strange, the most strange of all strange. There are 3 big mountains in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, called Old, Sick, and Dead. Although they are no different from ordinary mountains, they can move freely within the range of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Therefore, some people regard them as the landmark of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Rocks fell from above, but everything under the umbrella was harmonious. Xiao Yan said, "So that's how it is." Previously, when Rongguang was disguised as the killer quick blade demon, the mountain that blocked our path, was it one of these 3 mountain monsters? Ling Wen bounced up and down on Pei Su's back, still trying hard to communicate. She said, "No wonder this Wuyong shrine was built in the middle of the canyon. I'm afraid the place it chose to stay wasn't this strange. It was those 2 mountain monsters that took the initiative to attack." Xiao Yan said, "However, old age, sick and dead, since there is old age, sick and dead, what about life?" Hua Cheng said, "Unfortunately, there is no life. At least, I haven't seen it before." Xiao Yan said, "Does that mean there's no way to live? That's really cruel." Then, Ban Yu said, "The mountain walls are still closing in. When they first entered the canyon, the mountain path was about a dozen feet wide. The further they went, the narrower it became. When they arrived in front of the Wuyong shrine, the path was less than 10 feet wide. But now, the distance between the two sides of the mountain walls was less than 3 feet. The houses and walls were all squeezed until they were wrinkled. This was because the Wuyong shrine used stone beams and other hard building materials to block the two sides of the mountain walls. However, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Pei Ming said, "The front and back are blocked. Let's break through the roof and go up. It's not a big deal to face the rain of rocks, just smash the falling rocks." However, Xiao Yan said, "No. Right now, there is still the Wuyong shrine blocking the way. If we go up, if the two mountain monsters hit each other in midair, we will be directly killed by them." As they spoke, the two sides closed in even faster. Kala, the place where everyone could stand was less than 2 feet wide. Even under such circumstances, Ling Wen still couldn't move. She couldn't help but say, "Everyone, can you quickly take some measures? If you can't, can you let me go and let me take the measures myself? I don't want to be sandwiched to death, thank you." How could it be so easy to think of a solution when the fire was burning their buttocks? When the space continued to shrink until it was only the length of a person, Pei Ming suddenly shouted and leaped into the air. He pressed his hands against the left side of the mountain wall and his feet against the right side of the mountain wall. His entire body turned into a thorn that was stuck between the two mountains. He said, "Even if I'm sandwiched to death, I don't fucking want to be sandwiched to death by this thing. I'll hold on first. Hurry up and think of a way." Everyone was shocked by his move. Ling Wen barely gave him a thumbs up and said, "Old Pei, you're a real man." Pei Ming gritted his teeth and said, "You're welcome." There was no need to mention the martial god's strength. The two mountain walls were still closing in on the middle, as though they were forcefully stuck by Pei Ming and had fallen into a stalemate. However, this was the result of Pei Ming using all of his arcane energy. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Just as Xiao Yan was thinking of a way to escape, the two mountain monsters had the upper hand and pressed down on Pei Ming's knees. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Pei Su said, General, we'll help you." He threw Ling Wen, who was on his shoulder, to Half Moon and joined the ranks of the human thorns. However, he was immortal now. Where would he get his divine power? Ling Wen with the embroidered clothes immortal could do it, but he was too dangerous. Letting him out would only add fuel to the fire. It was equivalent to falling into a wolf's den and stepping on a poisonous snake. Thus, Half Moon threw Ling Wen down and said, "I'll help too." However, she was a little girl after all and couldn't compare to the long arms and legs of the two grown men. She was too short and couldn't get stuck on the wall. She could only slap Pei Su's back and transfer her arcane energy to him. Pei Su and Pei Ming slowly straightened their knees. The two of them released their power and their faces were blood red. Their veins were bulging. Hua Cheng, who had the strongest arcane energy in the group, was watching from the side with a red umbrella. He wasn't enthusiastic at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yan punched his palm and said, "I've got it. I've got it. I've got it." He had a plan. Xiao Yan said, "Since we can't go forward or up, then we'll go down. We'll dig a hole and hide." Ling Wen immediately said, "Good idea. Please start now." Pei Ming clenched her teeth and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, hurry up." Xiao Yan said, Okay. He had long since used his heart to crazily dig a hole in the ground, causing sand, stones, and dirt to fly everywhere. On the side, Hua Cheng held an umbrella for him. Not only did he not work, he even advised, "Gidge, don't dig anymore. Sit down and rest." Everyone couldn't help but say, "Master Hua." Hua Cheng said, "Why did you call me?" Ling Wen collapsed on the ground and said, Master Hua, you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are also here. If you have any moves, can you help us? After all, no one wants to become a rock with stuffing. There was also a sentence that everyone was too embarrassed to say, if you don't have any moves, can I trouble you to go up and be a meat splinter? Although Xiao Yan was anxious, he instinctively trusted him. As he dug a hole, he said, San Lang, do you have a plan? Hua Qing smiled and said, Gidge, just wait. There's no need for you to do anything. It'll be done in a while. Right now, their butts were on fire. Although everyone felt that he should have a plan, they still couldn't help but feel that their butts were burning. Ling Wen was about to say something when Xiao Yan suddenly said, What's that sound? Amidst the rumbling of the falling boulders, another strange sound appeared and quickly approached. Kacha kacha. Kacha kacha kacha. Extremely fast, it got closer and closer. Moreover, Xiao Yan felt that this sound was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He stopped digging frantically and said, Could this be? Just as he finished speaking, the ground at his feet suddenly caved in, revealing a black hole big enough for two people to crawl into. Inside the hole, the head of a shovel rose up, reflecting a snow-white light. The treasured shovel of a Earth Master. That shovel shone brightly and quickly retreated back into the hole. Hua Qing said, A bit late, but we made it in time. Let's go. Without another word, Xiao Yan first grabbed Ling Wen and threw him in, followed by Half Moon, Pei Su, and Pei Ming. Without the splinter stuck in the middle, the two mountain monsters suddenly sped up. Amidst the creaking sounds, Hua Qing grabbed Xiao Yan by the waist and said, Let's go. With that, he carried him and jumped into the tunnel. Xiao Yan only felt that he was immersed in darkness. Immediately after, a loud crash came from above. The two large mountains had finally completely merged. If they were still up there, they would definitely have been crushed into meat patties. After calming down from the shock, a few small flames ignited in the darkness. Xiao Yan looked at the tunnel they were currently in. It was neither wide nor narrow, neat and tidy. It was worthy of being a tunnel dug by a geomaster's treasure shovel. The people who had landed first were all lying on the ground, panting slightly. Hua Qing let go of his waist, and Xiao Yan also unconsciously removed his hand from his shoulder. He looked at the black-clothed man holding the shovel. That black-clothed man was also panting. Holding the shovel, he wiped a few drops of cold sweat. Xiao Yan walked a few steps closer and carefully sized him up. This person looked like a clean and tidy youth. He was handsome, and his looks were at least 7 out of 10. However, he did not have much of a personality. Presumably, he was the kind of person who did not have much of a presence. Xiao Yan walked in front of him. The black-clothed man raised his head and said, Your Highness, Crown Prince. Without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Yan already grabbed his wrist and said, Where is Wind Master? The black-clothed man was stunned and said, I don't know. Xiao Yan exhaled and said solemnly, Why is Sire Blackwater acting? Your revenge is your own matter, but Wind Master has a friendship with you after all. Furthermore, he has not done anything that goes against the heavens and reason, I hope. At this moment, Ling Wen interrupted him and said, Blackwater? Your Highness, why do you think he is Blackwater? His face looks different. Xiao Yan turned back and said doubtfully, Because he is holding the Geomaster's treasure shovel. Also, don't you know the key to shapeshifting? This face is so ordinary that it can't be pulled out of a pile of shame. It must be a fake face. First of all, there was the method of shape-shifting, and the face of this black-clothed youth perfectly fulfilled the first requirement of an excellent fake skin, ordinary and mediocre. Even if one stared at his face for 2 hours and fell asleep, they would completely forget what he looked like the next day. Wasn't it definitely a fake face? However, after a while, the black-clothed youth said, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but, I really look like this. Hua Cheng also walked over and coughed softly, Brother, this is really not black water. Hua Cheng said, this is indeed his real face. So, this was a real passerby face. Xiao Yan covered his forehead and immediately put his palms together. He bowed slightly and apologized. I'm sorry. He actually took it for granted and said in front of the black-clothed youth that his face was ordinary and couldn't be pulled out of a pile of shame. It couldn't be helped, because his face was really too standard of shape-shifting. The black-clothed youth was also extremely embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'm already used to it. Chapter 157. Hearing this address, Xiao Yan was startled. Only then did he notice that the young man's voice was a little familiar. He must have heard it a few times before. He then looked at the young man's wrist. Although the wrist was covered by the sleeve, he could confirm it. Under the sleeve, there must be a black curse hidden there. Pei Ming also stood up. He further confirmed the identity of this black-robed youth. His Highness Inu. It was true. I didn't expect to see you here. What are you? Yining scratched the bridge of her nose with her jade-like fingertips and returned the greeting. He said, Ling Wenjinjuan. General Pei, little General Pei. Suddenly, a voice snorted, guiding Jade. You're the Inu who was utterly defeated by your own junior brother. The expressions of the few heavenly officials stiffened. The voice continued, I say, aren't you too useless? Not to mention being demoted. He directly went to work as a thug and compared himself to that Kuanesian. You're really not doing well. And you're his senior brother. This voice came from Rongguang, who was hiding in the jar. Pei Su immediately stuck a talisman on him to shut him up. Although, he was also one of Jun Wu's subordinates. He was just a servant under the city lord of Hua City, so there was no difference. However, the god priest of the past. Today, he was the ghost emissary, and now he was in the same room with so many immortal friends of the past. To make an analogy, it was like a constable becoming a thief and being caught by his old colleague. The atmosphere was filled with an awkward atmosphere. No one knew what to say, so Inu could only silently turn around and continue digging with the Earthmaster shovel. Pei Ming was still concerned about the whereabouts of her friend's younger brother. She said, since Hua City Lord was able to obtain the Earthmaster shovel, it means that the two of you are still in contact. I recall that when I asked His Highness the Crown Prince about it, the Crown Prince even defended you, saying that you weren't familiar with the Dark Water Profound Ghost and didn't know his whereabouts. Can I trouble you to inform that Profound Ghost to release him if he didn't kill Qing Xian? But Hua Qing said, you're wrong. I really don't know where Blackwater is. Where did this shovel come from? Hua Qing said, I picked it up. Even if he didn't admit it, what could he do? They couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, everyone needed his help in this situation. Pei Ming could only say, all right. City Lord Hua's luck is really good, to be able to pick up a treasure so easily. Ling Wen, who was being carried on Pei Su's shoulder, said out of habit, this treasured spade belongs to the heavenly officials of the heavenly courtyard. Shouldn't City Mistress Hua return it to its rightful owner? Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that he was no longer serving the heavenly courtyard. No, there was no need for him to help collect the debt. Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. When he was still thinking whether he should ask secretly, he heard Hua Qing whisper in a voice that only he could hear, He Shui through it. After he stopped pretending to be a geomancer, he left the shovel in the ghost city and ran away. Before entering Bronze Cauldron Mountain, I thought it might be useful, so I sent someone to retrieve it. Xiao Yan said, so that's how it is. I had thought that I would be able to find out the whereabouts of the Wind Master. This treasured spade is just right for dealing with the mountain monsters. San Lang has truly considered everything thoroughly and has calculated every possibility. Hua Qing said, it's just that I was chased by the mountain monsters back then, so I learned my lesson. Xiao Yan couldn't help but imagine Hua Cheng's appearance as a newbie when he first entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain. At this moment, a few small silver lights lit up in the darkness. It was the faint phosphorescence of the dead spirit butterflies. Xiao Yan held on to a small silver butterfly as he looked up and said, what exactly is this mountain monster? Why are they attacking us? Hua Qing said, it's hard to say. When I came, they had already existed for a long time. However, they didn't attack us. They would stop anyone who wanted to enter Bronze Cauldron Mountain. If they couldn't stop them, they would attack. Xiao Yan said, attack indiscriminately. If that's the case, it's the same as our goal. Right now, the Rain Master and Prince Qi-Ying are both in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. I hope they won't be in danger. Yin Yu had been diligently digging the earth. When he heard Xiao Yan mention Kuan-Yizhen, his movements seemed to slightly slow down. Xiao Yan noticed it and swept his eyes over him. He remembered that when he was wearing a mask, he had met Kuan-Yizhen once. However, at that time, Yin Yu acted as if he didn't know Kuan-Yizhen at all. If Kuan-Yizhen knew that the person standing in front of him was his senior, what would he do? Ling Wen reluctantly raised his head and said, Your Highness Yin Yu, have you seen Prince Qi-Ying? He came to my Ling Wen Palace Hall and asked me to help him find you many times. Yin Yu paused for a moment and said, Is that so? Ling Wen said, yes. When you first went down, he came almost once a day. Later on, there was no news of him. He only came once every 3 days, once a month, and not long ago, once a year. He always felt that there was a misunderstanding between you and the embroidered gown immortal. He wanted to hear your explanation and help you explain to others. However, there was no news from you. Yin Yu didn't say anything. He just sighed and dug even more fiercely. Xiao Yan said in his heart, he doesn't want to talk anymore. Ling Wen was also a smart person. He could hear this, so he kept his mouth shut and left Yin Yu to concentrate on clearing the way. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Yu finally said, City Master, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've already advanced 30 li underground. Should we continue digging? When that Earth Master shovel moved through the earth, it moved like the wind, as if it was cutting tofu. Furthermore, there wasn't any debris piled up. In addition, the group of people had the mentality of escaping, so they walked even faster than if they were walking on the ground. In a short while, they had actually run 30 li. When Xiao Yan heard him ask him, he felt it was a bit strange. He warmly said, You don't have to ask me. Hua Qing said, It's the same no matter who you ask. What does brother think? Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said, When we were attacked by the mountain monsters, we were almost out of the canyon. 30 li should be far enough. There isn't enough air circulation underground. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we'll get dizzy. Let's dig upwards. Yin Yu answered, yes. He immediately changed his direction and dug upwards diagonally. He even built beautiful dirt steps. Xiao Yan thought to himself, this person is really good to be an assistant. His hands and feet are nimble, and he doesn't say a single word of nonsense. Everyone followed behind Yin Yu and walked up a few dozen steps. Suddenly, Xiao Yan felt his feet step on a hard protrusion. It didn't seem like a rock, nor did it seem like mud. Lowering his head, he squatted down and used his hands to dig. After a moment, he frowned slightly. When Hua Qing saw this, he said, Brother, don't move. However, it was already too late. When Xiao Yan stood up, his left hand was already holding up a skeleton. His right hand was also holding up a skeleton. He said, "Everyone, I have a question. Did we dig into a mass grave?" Meanwhile, Pei Ming also pulled out a thigh bone from the dirt wall at the side. He sighed and said, "Probably." Looking at this bone, it was definitely a stunning beauty with slender legs when she was alive. For her bones to be buried here, it really is a pity. Hua Qing said, "It's a pity. It's true that the legs were long, but this is a man's bone." When Pei Ming heard that it wasn't a woman, she threw away the thigh bone with a lack of interest. Hua Qing then said, "To be precise, it's the bone of a man who transformed into a ghost. Therefore, there's definitely corpse poison on it." Pei Ming spread out his palms. Sure enough, the places where his hands had gripped the bone started to emit a cyan corpse aura. Ling Wen said, "Can't you control your own hands?" "Can you?" Pei Su said, "Corpse, poison, no harm. General, army is a heavenly magistrate. Once, it'll be fine." Truthfully speaking, that thigh bone wasn't only slender, it was also quite sturdy. When it was waved around, it gave off a strong gust of wind. Pei Ming still picked it up and wrapped a few strips of cloth around its end. It seemed like he was planning on using it as a weapon. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, how come you're fine holding those two skulls?" Xiao Yan gently put down the two skeletons and spread out his hands towards everyone. As it turned out, the palms of his hands were also cyan. However, that cyan color was rapidly fading away. Xiao Yan said, "To tell you the truth, the number of times I've been poisoned by corpse poison, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Therefore, right now, my resistance is already extremely strong. This level of corpse poison is still fine." Hearing this, everyone felt inexplicably comical and wanted to laugh. However, Hua Qing didn't seem very happy. When he walked over, he stomped the two skeletons into pieces. Xiao Yan was originally quite at ease, but after hearing these two rough and even fierce crack sounds, he sensitively caught onto Hua Cheng's unhappy mood. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he inexplicably felt that Xiao Yan's unhappiness seemed to be caused by him. Thus, he was too stunned to ask. After a short while, he heard Hua Cheng calmly say, "Why did it take so long to dig? The distance between this tunnel and the surface should be at most 20 feet. Even if digging diagonally upwards would take a bit longer, it shouldn't take this long to dig." Yin Yu gloomily said, "I also find it strange. Wait, we're here, we've dug through." Just as Hua Qing finished asking, the front end of the Earth Master's shovel dug through. After digging through, Yin Yu dug out a large hole with the shovel a few times. Taking the lead, he jumped out and said, "We're out." Everyone climbed out. However, when their feet stepped onto the surface, they all felt strange. Pei Ming said, "We've returned to the surface. It can't be. What place is this?" The place they came out from was definitely not the surface. That was because the light was extremely dim. Ling Wen said, "Just now, when we left the canyon, it was still daytime. There's no reason for the sky to darken so quickly." Several dead spirit butterflies flew out with a faint phosphorescent glow and circled around. Everyone could finally see where they were now. This was a huge cave. It was spacious, and the dome was extremely high and wide, like the ink-colored night sky. In all directions, there were countless small caves, and each cave led in a different direction. Xiao Yan curiously asked, "Was this place artificially dug, or was it naturally formed?" Hua Qing crossed his arms and glanced at it before saying, "It was naturally formed." Although he still answered all of Xiao Yan's questions, Xiao Yan kept thinking about the small bit of abnormality he had felt just now. Hua Qing then said, "The digging point we chose just now just happened to be pressed against this mountain. We dug into this mountain." Xiao Yan nodded and said, so that's how it was. Then let's hurry and find an exit. Pei Su said, but, which way do we go? This was truly a difficult problem. Other than those small holes that a person couldn't fit through, there were still 7 or 8 holes that a person could pass through. Xiao Yan crossed his arms and pondered. Pei Su said, Split, can we move as fast as we can? Xiao Yan put down his arms and said, no, moving separately is a big taboo. If there's something hiding in the dark, it'll be too easy to destroy them one by one. It's better to find the right path slowly than to split up. Pei Ming held the new weapon made from the thigh bone in her hand. She seemed to be addicted to waving it around as she said, then let's move together. We'll take this path first. Thus, everyone chose a path and moved together. Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan took the lead. After walking silently for a while, Xiao Yan probed in a small voice, San Lang? Hua Cheng's expression had already warmed up. He said, brother, do you want to ask something? Xiao Yan couldn't really ask him if he was a little angry just now, so he casually said, nothing. It's just that, this cave is as winding as intestines. I feel a little dizzy walking. When Hua Cheng heard this, he immediately said, then do you want to rest for a bit? He wasn't joking at all. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, no need, no need. Behind him, Pei Ming said, I didn't hear wrong, right? Your Highness, you feel dizzy walking. Xiao Yan also felt that his words were a little embarrassing. He pretended not to hear Pei Ming's words and solemnly said, everyone, you must follow closely behind. It's easy to get into trouble at the corners of this cave. As he said this, he turned around and was stunned. He grabbed Hua Cheng and said, San Lang. Hua Cheng said, what? As he turned around, he also frowned. There was actually no one behind them. Just a moment ago, Pei Ming was still mocking him not far behind. But now, in the dark cave, only the two of them were left. Hua Cheng immediately put his arm around Xiao Yan's shoulder and said in a low voice, brother, stay by my side. Don't wander around. Xiao Yan also held his breath and became alert. He asked, is there something hidden in the mountain? Hua Cheng said, there isn't. But, there isn't anything scary. Chapter 158. Xiao Yan softly said. No matter what, it's impossible for him to appear behind us without making a single movement. He's done such a big thing. Even if Xiao Yan didn't believe in his own insight, he still believed in Hua Cheng. What's more, he really believed in his own intuition when it came to danger. Hua Cheng said, let's go back. Let's take a look. The two walked side by side. They returned the same way they came. After walking for a while in the tunnel, they stopped. It wasn't that they wanted to stop, but they had nowhere else to go. They were forced to stop. The tunnel they came from, although it was twisted and twisted, there was only one path. However, they still hadn't returned, yet a cold stone wall had appeared out of thin air. Both of their expressions didn't change. Xiao Yan asked, is this an illusion or real? A silver butterfly leisurely flew forward. He bumped into the uneven stone wall, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. It bounced back. Hua Cheng said, it's real. Xiao Yan nodded and said, then it'll be very troublesome. Ghosts hit the wall, common ones. There were two kinds of methods. The first was to make you see illusions. That is, you thought there was a stone wall here, but in reality, there wasn't. It was just an illusion. This kind was also very easy to break. You could directly go up and touch it. Otherwise, you could slap yourself in the face and pour a bucket of cold water over yourself. Then, you could go up and touch it again. The second kind was to make your memory of the road, sense of direction, and other senses become confused. This kind was slightly more powerful. For example, at a fork in the road, you thought you chose the left, but in reality, your mind was absent-minded and you went right. There was also the so-called ghost turning in circles, but it was just a small trick. When a person took a step with their left foot and right foot, there was already a subtle deviation in the distance between their steps. Non-human things would confuse your mind and expand this deviation. Unknowingly, when you walked down the road, you thought it was a straight line, but in reality, it was a big circle. After circling back, you would feel strange, why did I return here again? But for the two of them, these two kinds of methods were insignificant. This icy cold stone wall was actually the third type, it really existed. Xiao Yan was just thinking about whether or not to violently break through this stone wall to see what was going on behind it when he heard Hua Qing say, "Brother, give me your hand." Xiao Yan, ? Although he was puzzled, he still obediently gave his hand to Hua Qing. Hua Qing gently grasped his hand and placed it in his palm. His other hand covered it as if he was putting something on it. Xiao Yan also held his breath for a moment. A moment later, he raised his hand and asked curiously, "This is?" A thin red line appeared on the third finger of his left hand. It was Hua Qing who had personally tied it for him. Moreover, this red line continued to extend and connected with the red line on Hua Qing's finger. Hua Qing raised his own hand and showed him the same little butterfly-shaped red knot on both of their hands. He smiled and said, "We've tied them together." Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt his face heat up. He didn't know if he was too sensitive, but he quickly rubbed his face twice, as if he was afraid that Hua Qing would notice that his heart was beating much faster than usual. He smiled and asked, "Is this some kind of spell?" "Yes." Hua Qing's expression turned serious. He put down his hand and said, "Although we won't take the initiative to separate, it's just in case. This thread would not break, nor would it be short. As long as the thread doesn't break, we know that the person on the other end is fine. Unless the person is gone, we can definitely follow this thread to find the person on the other end of the red line." Xiao Yan asked, "Gone? What do you mean?" Hua Qing said, "Dead, or vanishing into thin air." Xiao Yan was about to speak when he suddenly heard a faint tremor coming from the distance. He listened attentively for a moment before saying, "Who's punching?" This strength and frequency made it seem as if someone was smashing the mountain with one punch after another. Xiao Yan said, "This kind of strength definitely isn't from an ordinary person. It must be a martial god. Could it be General Pei?" Hua Qing said, "It's coming from the front." This front naturally referred to the place where they originally planned to go. However, because Pei Ming and the others disappeared halfway, they had no choice but to turn back. However, Pei Ming and the others had disappeared behind them. How could they suddenly run to the front? And if it wasn't Pei Ming, who could it be? The two of them looked at each other and walked side by side to see what was going on. Halfway through, the sound of fists hitting the mountain suddenly disappeared. They didn't know if it was intentional or if it was due to exhaustion. However, since they were already here, how could they give up halfway? Thus, Xiao Yan and Hua Qing continued walking towards the place where the sound came from. Several silver butterflies fluttered in front of the dark blue tunnel, illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something strange on the stone wall to the side. "What's that?" "A red line." Looking at it from afar, he really couldn't tell what it was. However, it was very strange. It looked like a red line, but it was much thicker than a red line. Furthermore, it was constantly twisting, making it look more like a long red worm. Xiao Yan slowly walked to the side of the stone wall. After carefully looking at it, he said, "Isn't this a half-moon scorpion snake?" Sure enough, it was the lower body of a purplish-red scorpion snake. It was exposed outside the wall and was constantly twisting. Its upper body seemed to be buried in the stone wall. Xiao Yan said, "Did it drill into a hole and can't climb out?" Hua Qing said, "I'm afraid not." This scorpion snake's entire body was suspended in midair. Snakes didn't know how to climb walls, so how could it swim to such a high place before drilling into a hole? Moreover, there were many holes on this stone wall. Even if it wanted to drill into a hole, why did it have to drill into such a small one? This hole was also very strange. It seemed to perfectly fit the shape of the snake's body, which was why it was stuck. Xiao Yan wanted to grab that snake and pull it out to take a look. However, that snake was extremely vigilant. It madly swung its scorpion tail, randomly stabbing and almost stabbing Xiao Yan. Thus, Hua Qing flicked it. Although it seemed like a casual flick, that snake seemed to be scared stiff and didn't dare to move. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly closed his mouth and said, "Did you hear that?" Hua Qing also said, "I heard it." The two of them looked forward at the same time. In the darkness, a low breathing sound could be heard. It was very steady and very gentle. The two dead spirit butterflies played with each other as they flew towards the source of the breathing sound. The higher they flew, the higher the silver light also rose. Gradually, it reflected a pair of hands. This was a pair of human hands. A man's hands. The back of the hands were blood-stained and riddled with scars. They drooped as if they were dead. Further up, it reflected a messy human head. The human head also drooped as if it were dead. However, it didn't have a lower body. Yes, the person hanging high up on the stone wall didn't have a lower body. Only his upper body was revealed. It was as if he had grown out of the stone wall out of thin air. In the past, Xiao Yan had seen some nobles. When they hunted a rare prey, they would chop off the head of the prey and use a medicinal solution to prevent it from rotting. Then, they would hang it on the wall of their own mansion for people to view. The scene before him made him involuntarily think of the tiger, deer, wolf, and other beasts' heads that were lined up on the wall. However, this person was clearly still breathing. He was still alive. Xiao Yan walked a step closer and said, "What is this thing?" "The original body of the mountain monster." However, there wasn't any response from his side. Xiao Yan suddenly felt a chill crawl up his scalp. He abruptly turned his head around. Sure enough, Hua Qing had disappeared. Xiao Yan said, "San Lang." Naturally, no one answered. However, the person hanging on the wall mumbled a few words. It seemed like he was about to wake up and was talking in his sleep. Right now, Xiao Yan had absolutely no interest in caring about him. He circled around in place twice before suddenly remembering the red thread that Hua Qing had tied on his hand. Sure enough, that red thread was still there. It hadn't been broken. Thus, Xiao Yan felt slightly relieved. He held on to this red thread, pulling it as he walked. As he walked, that line reached its end. The other end of this red thread was unexpectedly connected to a stone wall. Xiao Yan was in disbelief. He pulled it a few more times, but there was still an unending stream of longer red threads being pulled out from the stone wall. This practically made him wonder if Hua Qing was currently inside this stone wall. Once he thought of this possibility, Xiao Yan didn't say anything else. He raised his heart and was about to break this wall. Who knew that before the tip of his sword could touch the stone wall, his vision suddenly went black. The stone wall in front of him seemed to have suddenly opened up a huge mouth. With a howl, it swallowed his entire body alive. The blackness in front of him didn't pass quickly. Instead, as Xiao Yan was swallowed, it became an unending darkness. From all directions, there was gravel and dirt pressing down on him. It was incomparably suffocating. Furthermore, the gravel and dirt were constantly moving. It felt as if he had been swallowed into the stomach of a giant demonic beast. Aside from him, this demonic beast had also eaten many other random things. In order to digest him, it was as if he had sunk into quicksand. The more he tried, the deeper he sank. Xiao Yan was just about to break the wall and retreat when he remembered that Hua Cheng might also be inside. Instead of retreating, he advanced. As he waved his arms to break the sand and dirt, he pulled on the red thread and forced his way forward. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of him and accurately grabbed onto his wrist. Xiao Yan said, "Who?" He opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of dirt. He painfully spat it out. That hand grabbed him and pulled him into an embrace. A familiar voice rang out from above, "Gidge, it's me." When he heard this voice, Xiao Yan's entire body relaxed. He hugged the other person tightly and blurted out, "That's great. The red thread didn't break. I really found you." Hua Cheng also hugged him tightly and said with certainty, "It didn't break. I also found you." As it turned out, the two of them had encountered the same strange thing. Xiao Yan was observing the half-human hanging on the wall while Hua Cheng was carefully observing his surroundings to guard against anything hiding in the darkness. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan, who had been standing beside him, would disappear? Moreover, a stone wall had mysteriously appeared. Hua Cheng held on to the red thread and walked as he searched. When he discovered that the end of the red thread was connected to the wall, he simply went in to look for Xiao Yan. In fact, in the beginning, there should have only been an extra wall between them. However, both of them thought that the other was inside the wall, so they coincidentally went in together. Xiao Yan repeated countless times in his heart that Hua Cheng really thought of everything in advance. He said, "Fortunately, you connected a red thread. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if we could find you. No wonder General Pei and the others disappeared so suddenly. It turns out they weren't ambushed. Instead, they were swallowed by the mountain monsters." Hua Cheng said, "That's right. The location you chose was unfortunate. My shovel just happened to dig into the mountain monster's stomach." Xiao Yan couldn't help but lightly cough. Yes. At this moment, they must be in the stomach of one of the 3 old, sick and dead mountain monsters. At that time, Inu asked Xiao Yan if he wanted to dig upwards. The location he chose was coincidentally the mountain monster's resting place. Xiao Yan gladly agreed. The sand and soil from all directions pressed down on the two's living space, making it more and more stuffy. Xiao Yan felt that they shouldn't stay here for long. He said, "How do we get out now?" Hua Cheng said, "It's been dug through and isn't very happy. It's currently digesting us. It's slightly troublesome. But don't worry brother, we'll get out." He then joked, "This is probably the feeling of dying in the same cave." Xiao Yan was slightly stunned when he heard this. The corner of his mouth actually curled up slightly. However, he quickly suppressed it and said, "The half-human outside was probably swallowed by the mountain monster. The sound of fists hitting the mountain that we heard earlier was probably from him trying to escape and randomly smashing the stone walls. He was the same as the scorpion. He wasn't completely swallowed and was only half swallowed. So the effect was extremely terrifying." Hua Cheng said, "But he wasn't one of the people who came with us this time." Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that messy hair and said, "Wait, I know who that is. I'm afraid that's Qi-Ying." Hua Cheng seemed to think for a moment before remembering and said, "Oh, the one with curly hair. It should be him." Xiao Yan said, "I don't know if he's all right. Did he faint? Just now, I saw that he wasn't responding." Hua Cheng said, "He's fine. He fell asleep." Xiao Yan asked, "How did you know?" Hua Cheng said, "I left a few silver butterflies outside and just sent them over. My right eye can now see the situation outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a soft "n," as if he had seen something strange. Xiao Yan asked, "What's going on outside?" Hua Qing didn't say anything. He slightly lowered his head and gently lifted Xiao Yan's chin, pressing their foreheads against each other. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, closed them, and opened them again. He said, "This really is magical." His right eye unexpectedly saw a different scene from the one in front of him. Although it was pitch black, he could still make out a rough outline. This silver butterfly that was monitoring the outside world seemed to be hiding in a pile of weeds. Below the scene, a shadow was slowly approaching. Xiao Yan said in a low voice, "Someone's coming. I don't know who it is." "Where did you hide your silver butterfly? Won't it be discovered?" Hua Qing said, "It's in his hair. It's hidden in the light, so it won't be discovered." That shadow finally walked close enough. When it raised its face, its complexion was pale. Chapter 159. It was indeed Yin. He was still holding the Earth Master shovel. With this divine artifact in hand, even if he was swallowed by the mountain monster, he could also quickly dig out a way to escape. Therefore, it was not strange for him to appear here. After all, the sound of Kuan Yizhen pounding the wall just now could be considered earth-shattering. Because the scene that his left and right eyes saw was different, it was extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Yan blinked lightly. He discovered that even if he closed his eyes, his right eye could still see the scene outside, so he simply closed his eyes. At this moment, his gaze suddenly shook slightly, then, he suddenly swung left and right. It seemed that Kuan Yizhen had finally woken up and shook his head. Seeing him raise his head, Yin Yu's movements were extremely fast. He raised his hand and covered his face with a ghost mask. However, Kuan Yizhen had no time to pay attention to him because as soon as he woke up, his entire body shrank back fiercely. The mountain monster sucked a large part of Kuan Yizhen's body. While his hands were still outside, Kuan Yizhen continued to pound the wall and at the same time, tried his best to pull himself out. However, this mountain monster was probably 1,000 years old. His demonic power was profound. He opened his mouth wide and sucked again. Kuan Yizhen sank deeper and deeper until the sound of pounding the wall disappeared. It seemed that both his hands were dragged into the stone wall. At this moment, the mountain monster stopped moving. However, Kuan Yizhen only left his head exposed outside. He seemed to have only noticed that there was a person standing below and asked without hesitation, "Who are you?" Yin Yu did not answer. Through the mask, he shot out two gazes. That gaze was hair-raising. Xiao Yan could not help but think. This doesn't look like a gaze that wants to reminisce about the past. Kuan Yizhen continued to say without hesitation, "Is that a shovel in your hand? Help me dig open the wall, I want to come out." His words had always been like this. Innocent, matter-of-fact, fearless, like a child. He did not even ask who the other party was and asked him to help. He did not even consider whether the strange shadow that appeared in this kind of situation and atmosphere would come to take his dog head. Hearing his words, Yin Yu's hand that was holding the Earth Master shovel gradually tightened. In a flash, he grabbed the shiny shovel and slowly walked towards Kuan Yizhen. Step by step, he looked like a murderer who was about to commit a big crime. Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Wait, why do I feel like he's going to cut off Qi Ying's head with a shovel? But Hua Qing said, "Who knows?" Xiao Yan. Hua Qing continued, "However, we can't let him kill Kuan Yizhen for the time being. Right now, the mountain troll could only swallow him raw as it wasn't easy to digest. However, if Kuan Yi really died and only his corpse was left, it would be much easier to digest. The mountain troll ate a god official and its magic power increased greatly. If we want to go out, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, wait. San Lang, let's put aside whether it's good or not. Yin Yu is your subordinate. Based on your understanding of him, do you think he would kill Qi Ying? What kind of hatred do they have? Qi Ying was so eager to find Yin Yu. Since they were martial brothers of the same sect, after so many years, it was impossible for him not to see this person clearly. He thought it was because Kuan Yizhen felt that Yin Yu was worth it. Moreover, with Kuan Yizhen's temperament, there was no way he would do something that would make people want to kill him. Hua Qing said, no. However, sometimes, whether or not you want to kill someone isn't necessarily decided by one or two deep grudges. It could also come from some small things. Even small things that you yourself aren't aware of. Xiao Yan asked, what small things? Just as he finished speaking, the scene he saw in his right eye changed. What he saw wasn't the red-clothed figure in Hua Cheng's heart, nor was it the scene of a man confronting a beast outside the stone wall. Instead, it was a main street. Xiao Yan was just about to ask what it was when he heard a clamor coming from the front. He saw a group of Taoists gathered on the road. They seemed to be surrounding someone and angrily cursing. After taking a closer look, he discovered that there was a child squatting in the middle of this group of Taoists. His hair was curly and his face was covered in blood. If an ordinary child was surrounded and cursed like this, they would have long since been scared to tears. However, this child was only around 10 years old. Not only was he not afraid, he even seemed to be very excited. He looked left and right and clenched his fists, looking eager to give it a try. At this moment, a young Taoist pushed through the crowd and walked over. He said, forget it, don't scold him anymore. He should know that he was wrong. Xiao Yan let out a soft sound. This young Taoist had bright eyes, a radiant face, and a perfectly straight back. It was actually Yin Yu. However, he didn't know if it was because the current Yin Yu was a real youth or because he was in high spirits, but he didn't have the kind of dullness that would come with the passage of time. Compared to the faint impression that was left in Xiao Yan's mind when he first saw him, anyone who saw him would praise him as a good youth. They were practically two completely different people. Xiao Yan thought to himself, this time, he's not that ordinary after all. Hua Cheng laughed out loud. Who isn't a youth? Only then did Xiao Yan realize that he had accidentally said it out loud. He said, San Lang's right, I can even see this kind of thing. Hua Qing said, it's not my right eye that sees it. It's something else that sees it. I'm just borrowing it to take a look. Xiao Yan said, wonderful method. Wonderful method. Hua Qing said, it's simple. If you want to pick a subordinate, you can't do anything without turning the other person's background inside out. I'm pretty good at this. In the future, if there's a need, feel free to find me if you want to dig out someone's background. At this time, in the image that their right eye saw, another handsome Taoist who was about the same age as Yin Yu angrily said, he knows his mistake, my ass. Look at his appearance, does it look like he knows his mistake? This little demon doesn't understand anything at all. Let's properly do our morning exercises, yet we were smashed by him with rocks and mud. We have to teach him a good lesson. Yin Yu stopped him and said, forget it, Jian Yu. He's already been beaten to this state. Next time, he definitely won't dare to do it again. You guys should have vented your anger already. What's there to teach him? If you teach him again, he'll die. Look at how this child is dressed, there must be no one at home, no one to teach him. Don't worry about him, go back and calm down. As Jian Yu turned around, he angrily said, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this stinking brat's brain. He's not normal. Look at how he's still laughing after getting beaten up. He even wants to get beaten up again. As Yin Yu pushed them away, he said, AI. You already said there's something wrong with his brain, why bother arguing with him? It could be seen that at this time, Enyu's words carried a lot of weight among his fellow disciples. Although everyone was indignant, they still went back. Enyu looked at the child sitting on the ground and squatted down. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the child grabbed another handful of mud and threw it at his face. The expression on his face was still excited. Enyu was speechless for a moment. He wiped the mud off his face and said, "You little brat, why are you so mischievous? Why did you hit the Taoist priests of our monastery?" The child jumped up and assumed a fighting stance, saying, "Come and fight." Enyu stood up and said, "This stance was taught by us." "Who taught you?" The child only shouted, "Come and fight." He bounced up and down on the spot like a silly little monkey. At the same time, he continuously grabbed the mud and stones on the ground and threw them at his opponent. His technique was actually very accurate. Enyu was a few years older than him, so he couldn't fight with a child due to his status. However, he was beaten up by the child and said as he ran, "This technique was also taught by us. Did you secretly learn it from the top of the wall every day?" "Don't hit me," I said, "don't hit me." "I didn't hit you." "Do you really like fighting that much?" Unexpectedly, after he said this, Kuan-Yizhen suddenly stopped and nodded. He rubbed his muddy hands and said, "I like it." He actually said it very seriously. Xiao Yan and Enyu were stunned. It went without saying who this child was. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Qi Ying is really a martial arts fanatic. A natural martial god. Although at this time, everyone else thought that Kuan-Yizhen was a child with a mental problem, Xiao Yan felt very close to him. Because, towards something, one must first be crazy before they could become a god. Just from this point alone, those who could understand this kind of craziness could be considered to have a bit of potential and be a bit interesting. As for those who couldn't understand, they could only laugh at people who were crazy and stupid. From this moment on, it could already be determined that there was no hope on this path. Enyu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed again. However, he didn't laugh for long. In the next moment, his face was once again plastered with mud. He hurriedly said, "Hey! I said don't hit me. Listen to me. Then. Do you want to become my disciple and learn how to fight?" Hearing this, Kuan-Yizhen's movements stopped. He grabbed the mud in his hand and didn't know whether it flew out or not. But Xiao Yan didn't see whether he threw it out or not. Because, at this moment, Enyu outside the stone wall nailed the Earth Master shovel to the wall with a dang sound. He didn't really shovel off Kuan-Yizhen's head, but the sharp metal brushed past Kuan-Yizhen's face. It was extremely dangerous. The silver butterfly hidden in Kuan-Yizhen's hair was very stable. Although it wasn't startled by this sudden attack and flew away, the scene Xiao Yan saw with his right eye changed. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't." Hua Qing seemed to have already expected this and said, "Look. I indeed have this inclination. However, my killing intent isn't heavy at the moment." Kuan-Yizhen only revealed his head and said, "You want to kill me?" You didn't say anything. Kuan-Yizhen seemed very puzzled and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Xiao Yan also asked, "Did he do something wrong?" Hua Qing said, "It's hard to say. Gidge, take a look yourself." After he finished speaking, a Taoist room with white walls and black tiles appeared in front of Xiao Yan's right eye. Enyu looked a few years older than before. He was currently leaning over the writing desk in the Taoist room and writing at a very fast speed. Beside him was a large circle of fellow disciples who were complaining. "Senior brother Enyu, Kuan-Yizhen's table manners are too unsightly. Every time he eats, he spills it all over the place. Furthermore, his appetite is 3 times bigger than other people's. He's just like a starving ghost. He monopolizes the rice bucket by himself, making it so that other people can't eat well. Senior brother Enyu, I can't live with him anymore. I want to change rooms. He's always so angry when he wakes up. Every day, I worry that he'll kick me and break my ribs. I can't afford to provoke him, I can't afford to provoke him. Senior brother Inu, I don't want to be in the same group as him. This brat never cooperates with others and doesn't care about others. He only cares about fighting randomly to show off. I'd rather be in the same group as the worst junior brother than be in the same group as him. Inu felt dizzy from listening to all this. He said, okay. Then, how about this? I'll investigate first. After the investigation, I'll think about how to deal with it. You guys can go back first. The one who slammed the table the most fiercely complaining was naturally Jianyu. He was obviously dissatisfied with this result and said, Inu, you really shouldn't have let Master take that brat as a disciple. He's really troublesome. You see, he's been here for so long. When hasn't his atmosphere been foul? When hasn't he caused destruction? Everyone was aggressive. Inu said a few words to mediate. Actually, this isn't that big of a deal, not that big of a deal. Our peace has been ruined. If we don't cultivate in peace, how are we supposed to cultivate? That's right. Why haven't there been so many problems before? Inu could only say, Asian, he doesn't have any bad intentions. It's just that he really doesn't understand the ways of the world and doesn't know how to get along with others. Jianyu said, not knowing the ways of the world isn't a death exemption medallion. If he doesn't understand, can't he learn? Since he's living in this world full of people, he has to learn how to get along with others. He's already a teenager. How can he still act like a child? He's already a father when he's a teenager. Let's not say that Master is biased. How many years has this brat been here? First, he gets all the good things. The best training room is given to him. The best medicinal pills are also given to him. He doesn't even have to do morning and evening classes. He doesn't even have to memorize scriptures. If Master catches him, he'll just say a few words to him out of courtesy. He won't even be scolded. Based on what? Senior apprentice brother Inu, you're the eldest disciple. If you're like this, everyone can forget about it. But who does he think he is? He doesn't have any upbringing or morals. What's so great about having good aptitude? Which one of us will submit to him? This was faintly trying to sow discord. Everyone clamored one after another. When Inu heard this, his complexion suddenly turned ugly. He gripped his brush tightly. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel that things were far from good. It was very easy for people with average tolerance to take this kind of bait. But what if it was a narrow-minded person? He wouldn't even need to take the bait. He would jump up on his own. However, unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Inu put down his brush. He frowned and said solemnly, fellow junior apprentice brothers, I feel that what you're saying is wrong. Everyone stared blankly. Inu said, I'll say something unpleasant. No matter what Tao he cultivates, as long as his aptitude is good, he's really amazing. Besides, his aptitude is good and he's willing to cultivate. If you really feel that Master is biased, then we should work harder to catch up to him and surpass him. The training room and medicinal pill room will naturally be open to everyone. If everyone has the time to be angry at him, it's more important to cultivate diligently, isn't that right? When he said this, everyone felt a little embarrassed. But they still said, senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. He won't argue with him. Just this kind of bearing is already miles ahead of him. Jianyu said, Inu, you're speaking up for him today. Be careful or you'll be disgusted by him in the future. In short, neither side was very happy with this complaint. After everyone left, Inu closed the door. Just as he was about to close the window, he suddenly discovered someone squatting on the window. He jumped in fright and said, "Who is it?" Kuan Yizhen drooped his head and squatted on the window lattice. When Yin saw that it was him, he said, "When did you come?" He pulled him a few times but to no avail. He said, "Yizhen, if you want to squat, go somewhere else. I'm going to close the window." Chapter 160. Yin gave a dry laugh. "Did you hear that?" Kuan Yizhen nodded. Yin had a conflicted expression. He scratched the bridge of his nose and said, It's. All right." A normal person could tell that these words were forced, but Kuan Yizhen seemed to have only heard the literal meaning and said, "Oh." Yin saw that he believed it and smiled. In the end, he said, "Actually, there's no need to care. You didn't do anything wrong, really. This is also good." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason why the senior and junior brothers didn't like Kuan Yizhen, it wasn't because he ate a lot, it wasn't because he was angry when he woke up, it wasn't because he always ignored others and only cared about being in the limelight. In the end, the only thing they really couldn't stand was the latter part. He came the latest, but he got the most. Kuan Yizhen nodded and said, "I think so too." Yin patted his shoulder and said, "Go train. This is the most important thing. Don't think too much about anything else." Kuan Yizhen jumped out of the window. He looked in the direction as expected, he went to train. Yin closed the window and picked up the scriptures from the desk and started to work hard. After 2 matches, Xiao Yan praised, "San Lang, this subordinate of yours is really a very rare person. His temperament is quite good." But after saying that, he remembered that Yin had almost used the shovel to cut off Kuan Yizhen's head. He hurriedly asked, "Is everything all right outside?" Hua Cheng showed him the outside world. Yin calmed down and pulled out the shovel. He seemed to be thinking about what to do with Kuan Yizhen's head. Xiao Yan was slightly relieved and said, "I guess their problem should have happened after they ascended." Hua Cheng said, "Correct." After saying that, a gorgeous hall appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Yin sat upright in the center of the main hall. Jian Yu and Kuan Yizhen stood on his left and right side. They were all heavenly officials from the heavenly court. Xiao Yan even saw many familiar faces, such as the masculine Ling Wen, the lukewarm Pei Su, and the flawless Lang Qianqiu. They were all dressed in formal attire, and the attendant heavenly officials behind them were holding large red gift boxes in their hands. It was obvious that this was the Jade Attraction Palace in the Immortal Capital. Today was the opening ceremony of Yin Palace. It was also the auspicious day when his immortal residence in the Celestial Capital was completed. Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. It was not difficult to see the human world in Flower City. The human world was his territory. As long as he was willing to cast his net in the sea of people, he could use the eyes of passers-by, wandering spirits, birds, and beasts. However, the immortal capital was the territory of the heaven realm, so how could they see it? Hua Cheng seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "Brother, look at the corner near the palace door." Xiao Yan looked over. The range of the corner was not small. Because the temple was not small, there were at least a few dozen figures going in and out of the corner near the door. Hua Cheng said again, "Guess which one is black water?" Only then did Xiao Yan remember that Xian had always been hiding in the heavenly court. He must have been the one who sold the information about the immortal capital to Hua Cheng. He could not help but focus and distinguish. After a while, he found a suitable one and said, "The one wearing black clothes?" Hua Cheng said, "This guess is too conservative." "No, guess again." Xiao Yan said again, "The one who doesn't like to smile?" Hua Cheng said, "That's not right either." After guessing a few times in a row, someone reported, Lord Wind Master has arrived. Xiao Yan immediately looked toward the entrance of the palace. He saw Shi Qingxian swaggering his Wind Master fan and walking in with a beaming face. He threw the gift box in his hand to the side and cupped his hands. Congratulations on establishing the Jade Attraction Palace. I'm late. Drink as punishment, ha 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 ha. Inu, who was sitting on the seat, smiled and said, not at all, I'm not late. Lord Wind Master, please. Hua Qing finally revealed the answer to the mystery and said, it's this. Xiao Yan. Lord Wind Master is black water. This was too mysterious. Hua Qing said with a smile, brother, you've misunderstood. It's not this, it's the one behind him. Xiao Yan took a closer look and saw that at the side of the palace door behind Shi Qingxian, there was a low-level god official who was in charge of receiving the gift boxes from the guests. He did not look handsome, but he was brimming with enthusiasm and a smile. Shi Qingxian walked into the palace proudly and casually threw a small pearl behind him as a reward. The god official's eyes lit up and he caught it with both hands. He even thanked Lord Wind Master repeatedly, looking like a lackey. Xiao Yan could not help but say, this is black water. The black water with such a bright smile? Hua Qing said, it's him. It's just a fake smile. This person has at least 50 clones in the immortal capital, and each of them has a different identity. He can monitor more than 80 heavenly heavens god official and more than 300 middle heavens god official at the same time. Otherwise, just the identity of a geomaster is far from enough. Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in admiration at Blackwater's acting skills, his ability to hide chess pieces, and his exuberant energy. He said, then what about the 50 clones now? Hua Qing said, Junwu is pulling out the nails one by one. Just as he said that, an ear-piercing voice suddenly came from outside, Your Highness Inu, you better give us an explanation today. What exactly is going on with your junior brother? The smiles on the god officials' faces immediately disappeared, and they looked outside at the same time. It seemed like someone wanted to barge in but was stopped. He was still shouting outside the palace, Your junior brother Quanizhan is fighting with a god official with a higher status in the heavenly heavens, are you still going to do something about it? Yin Yu's smile disappeared, and he lowered his voice to ask the two people behind him, what's going on? Yizhan, did you fight with him again? Quanizhan said, I did. Jian Yu glared angrily and gritted his teeth, it's you again, you stinking brat. When something like this happened, Shi Qingxian was always the first to speak. He inserted his horsetail whisk into his collar and said, what's going on? Today is his ceremony to set up the palace, can't you talk about it later? It was someone else's big day, and they came here to cause trouble. It wasn't that they didn't have any eyesight, but they were purely looking for trouble. The person outside the palace said, Io, so today is the big day of your ceremony, we really didn't know about this. But he didn't pick a day to beat us up, so do we have to pick a day to settle the score with him? Quanizhan is from your Inu palace, he was personally appointed by His Highness Inu, so who else should we look for if not him? They could be sure now, they were here to find trouble. Ling Wen frowned slightly and said, why do you have to do this? Inu could only stand up and said, I understand. But now is not a good time, how about we talk about it later? The person outside the palace chuckled and said, I only hope that your Inu palace won't cover for him. They didn't even know what happened, but they already put on the hat of covering for him, it was simply overbearing. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to say something again, but Quanizhan suddenly jumped down from behind Inu and said, are you guys leaving or not? The troublemaker clearly knew that he didn't dare to fight back, and he said fearlessly, if we don't leave, do you still want to fight? So many immortal attendants are watching. Who knew that Quanizhan really couldn't be measured with common sense? He didn't say anything else, he raised his fist and flew out. There was a scream outside the palace, and all the god officials in the palace were stunned. After a while, Ling Wen said, "Someone, hold him back, he's going to be beaten to death." Yin Yu was also stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly went out and said, "Stop." And those troublemakers said loudly, "Your Yin Yu palace is really too amazing." Good, good. Senior and junior brothers ganged up to bully others. At night, in the side hall of Yin Yu palace, Yin Yu was pacing back and forth on the spot. Jian Yu flew into a rage and said, "Today's ceremony was completely ruined by this stinking brat." Xiao Yan could completely understand why Jian Yu was so angry. Even though Xiao Yan didn't care much about the ceremony, many other god officials did. It was a ceremony for a god official to officially become a part of the celestial heavens. Today's matter, to use an inappropriate analogy, was like an emperor's ascension ceremony being disrupted by someone who wouldn't be furious. Yin Yu sighed and said, "Forget it. It must be someone else who provoked him first. Plus, he didn't cause trouble today, he just deliberately chose today to come. What can we do?" Jian Yu said, "There are so many people in the celestial heavens, why didn't others provoke others, but him?" Yin Yu said, "You know, he's never the kind of person who doesn't fight back after being beaten. It's not that others don't provoke others, it's that others can tolerate it, but he can't." Jian Yu said, "This is immortal capital, not the human world. Can't he just swallow his anger and keep a low profile? If he hadn't provoked earlier and behaved himself, others wouldn't have had the chance to act up today. This is great, I've lost a lot of face. So many god officials are watching. If this gets out, who cares who made the first move? They'll only say that Yin Yu Palace is unreasonable, fighting in public, who's going to tell you who's at fault and who's at fault? Do you think he's reasonable? No. As long as something happens, as long as someone makes a move, you're unreasonable. He doesn't know shit. He'll only cause trouble for us." After a series of outbursts, Jian Yu stormed out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Yin Yu sat on the spot, deeply worried. After a while, she turned around and saw a black shadow squatting on the window frame. Yin Yu was shocked by this familiar scene again, and said, "Why are you squatting here again? When did you come? What kind of habit is this?" Quan Yizhen didn't answer, and said, "They scolded me first." Yin Yu wanted to say something, but hesitated, and said, "Yizhen, don't take what Jian Yu said to heart." Quan Yizhen said stubbornly, "They scolded me first. I didn't know them at all, and they said I was a low-level god official, scolded me for no reason, laughed at me, and told me to get lost and not block the way. I asked them to apologize, but they refused, so I beat them. They only shut up when they were beaten, or else I wouldn't have beaten them." Although it was still harmonious now, in the early days, some god officials of the celestial heavens and lower celestial heavens with higher status and seniority would indeed push aside and bully the low-level god officials with the lowest seniority. At that time, this kind of thing wasn't rare. Yin Yu sighed. Quan Yizhen said, "Are low-level god officials inferior?" Yin Yu said, "No. Isn't it?" It was very obvious that even he didn't believe this sentence. Quan Yizhen also sensed it, and after a long time, he said frankly, "I don't like this place." Yin Yu didn't say anything. Quan Yizhen said, "They find me annoying, but I find them even more annoying." In the past, I had 16 hours to cultivate, but now I have to use more than half of it to talk and listen to people talk nonsense, and to visit and be visited. Some people scolded me for no reason, hit me, don't apologize, and don't even allow me to beat them. This isn't some celestial realm at all. I don't like this place. Yin Yu sighed, and said, "I don't like this place either." Quan Yizhen said, "Then let's go back." Yin Yu shook his head, and said, "Although I don't like this place, I still want to stay here." Quan Yizhen was puzzled, and said, "Since you don't like it, why do you want to stay here? Yin couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't explain to him that the celestial capital was the ultimate destination that many people yearned for, and he also couldn't understand how difficult it was for someone his age to ascend. He said, because ascending is really difficult. Since it's so difficult, and since I'm already here, I still want to do better. Kuan Yizhen disapproved, and said, ascending isn't that big of a deal. It's fine if you don't fly. Yin was a little angry, but also a little amused. He said, what do you mean it's not that big of a deal? Why don't you try it? Seeing this, Xiao Yan said, people really shouldn't joke around. Hua Qing said, that's right. In less than half a year, when Kuan Yizhen ascends, he won't find it funny anymore. Xiao Yan said, can I watch it at that time? Hua Qing said, yes. Wait a moment. The scene changed. This time, it was still the celestial capital, but the scene was a banquet under the moon. Xiao Yan watched for a moment, and said, Mid-Autumn Banquet? Hua Qing said, that's right. Xiao Yan asked, where is the black water hidden this time? Hua Qing said, look who's eating. At the banquet, all the heavenly officials were busy toasting, exchanging greetings, and playing games. Only one person's face was almost buried in the large bowl in front of him. This time, He Xian actually didn't hide. Instead, he sat in the corner with the identity of a geomaster. However, no one really paid attention to him. Yin Yu and Jian Yu sat next to the geomaster. They were both at the edge. Yin Yu didn't eat, nor did she talk to anyone. Beside her, Jian Yu said in a low voice, thank the heavens that stinky brat with a mental illness didn't come. When Yin Yu heard this, she said in a low voice, he's already ascended for so long. If you keep talking about him like this, it won't be good if others hear it. It's better to pay attention. Jian Yu said, that's the truth. Am I wrong? So what if he ascended? Even if he was a few hundred years older, his brain still wouldn't work. As they were talking, a group of newly arrived heavenly officials sat down nearby. They seemed to be new faces. After a cursory greeting, one of the heavenly officials casually asked Yin Yu, this is? Another heavenly official also casually answered, this is the martial god who guards the west. When he heard this, the heavenly official who asked the question suddenly became incomparably enthusiastic. He stood up and toasted, saying, oh. Oh oh oh. I've heard a lot about you, I've heard a lot about your distinguished name. Yin Yu hurriedly also stood up and said with a smile, it's nothing. That heavenly official said, hey, don't be modest. I've really heard a lot about you. I've long heard that His Highness Qiying from the West is young and promising. It's only been a few years since he ascended, but he's already won the hearts of his believers. In this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Lantern competition, he even entered the top 10. Right now, he's dominating the West, his position is unshakable, his future is boundless, his future is boundless. Now that I've met you, you're slightly older than I thought. But you're still very young, worthy of being called young and promising. Hearing this, Yin Yu's smile froze on her face. She didn't know whether to accept this glass of wine or not. It suddenly became extremely awkward. And the other party continued to warmly try to get closer to him, even calling him brother. To tell you the truth, it's very rare for me to see someone I like, but Brother Quan, I really hit it off at first sight. My territory is also in the West. In the future, if Brother Quan needs any help, as long as you don't mind, just let me know. Everyone should take care of each other. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, and those who knew Yin Yu also laughed heartily. Xiao Yan could practically travel through time and space to directly feel that overwhelming and suffocating awkwardness. Jian Yu's face turned green from anger, but Yin Yu was still calm. Although her hands trembled a little, she still managed to steady herself and said, I'm sorry. Chapter 161. There was a commotion on the other side. The priest said in surprise, Aren't you His Highness Qiying? Only then did the others laugh and say, You got the wrong brother. Have you forgotten? There are two martial gods guarding the west. One is Yin, the other is Qiying. They are from the same sect. The one in front of you is His Highness Yin, ha ha ha. The priest hurriedly said, Oh. I got the wrong person. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, I'm ignorant. I heard that Qiying is more. Before he finished, Yin had already closed his eyes as if he was tired of talking. He gave up on communicating. Someone sensed that something was wrong. He elbowed the priest and only then did he realize how harsh his words were. He laughed and immediately said, Cough cough, I won't accompany you. I'll go down first. Yin, no, His Highness Yin. We'll talk again when we have time. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Ha ha ha. As he said that he was going down, he held his wine cup and rushed in the direction where Kuan-Yizhen was coming. There was already a large group of priests there. They were all fighting to greet Kuan-Yizhen. They surrounded him and couldn't see the people inside. It seemed that Kuan-Yizhen had just ascended not long ago and had already formed his own hall. It was the time when he was popular and he wasn't as despised as he was later. Although the two of them were both Western martial gods, this lineup greatly overshadowed Yin. Everyone rushed over there, causing He Xian to be the only one sitting there drinking soup. It was cold and cheerless. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. After a while, he suddenly said, Let's go back. No one noticed when the two of them left the table. Jian Yu was infuriated, this bunch of idiots with red heads and white heads. What kind of priest are they? When this kid first arrived in the celestial heavens, one or two of them hated him to death and complained to you. Now that this kid has ascended, there are more lamps and they praise him so much that they start bragging. Their faces change faster than flipping a book. What unshakable status, young and promising. I think his believers are all crazy like him. Only crazy people will believe this kind of crazy person. At this moment, Shi Qingxian walked over with a cup of wine. Yin said softly, Stop talking, let's go. Seeing that someone had arrived, Jian Yu finally shut his mouth. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, Yin, you're going back just like that? Didn't Qiying just arrive? I heard from him that you two haven't seen each other for a long time. He even asked me what you've been up to recently. Aren't you going to catch up with him? Yin forced a smile and said, No, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first. Shi Qingxian did not think too much about it. When he saw the Earth Master behind him, he laughed and said, Then have a good rest. Let's gather next time. Brother Ming. I told you not to sit here. Let's go to my side. When Shi Qingxian walked over and couldn't be bothered to look over here, Jian Yu lowered her voice and continued, Catch up my ass. This brat won't be complacent for long. Sooner or later, he'll suffer a crushing defeat. I'll wait for that day. He kept on cursing, and Yin was also very annoyed. She said, Forget it, don't be so resentful. Jian said, Forget it, forget it. You keep saying forget it, how can I forget it? If it weren't for you helping him clean up after him when he first came up, he would have been kicked out long ago. I really can't stand it anymore. I feel bad for you. The two of them had already returned to the Yin palace quickly. Compared to the extraordinary bustle at the beginning of the establishment of the palace, it looked like it was deserted now. There were not many low-level divine officials waiting on them. After closing the door, Yin's voice became a little louder. He said, Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. It's very normal for an ascended divine official to set up a palace on his own. He didn't do anything. Since you get annoyed mentioning him, then why do you always take the initiative to mention him? Jian Yu said, don't blame me for being talkative. Someone has to remind you about this. Yu, the entire west side, the territory is only so big, and there are only so many believers. He snatched so many by himself. That wolf demon last time was forcefully snatched by him. You look at now, your territory is shrinking and shrinking. How much is left? How can you still have a foothold? Yu said, how is it considered snatching? He didn't use a knife to force people to believe him and worship him. Everyone is willing. And that wolf demon. He sighed and said frankly, I really can't deal with that. It's useless to look for me to pray to, so he naturally looked for him. Jian Yu said bitterly, I'm afraid that if you continue like this, you won't have any room to turn things around. Damn, even these low-level divine officials are so snobbish. One by one, they find an excuse to resign from our palace and slip away to other divine officials. Not a single one of them is good. Yu sighed again and sat on the praying mat. He said, what fight? Why do you care about these things? Those who want to leave will leave, and those who want to stay will naturally stay. I ascended not to fight with anyone for power or territory. Why do you have to take things so hard? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Just look at a ready-made example. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who were both in the south, had been fighting to the death for so many years. If they weren't in the same territory, it would be slightly better. But as the saying goes, enemies don't meet unless they're enemies. Wherever you ascended and made a name for yourself, that was your territory. Old friends who had disagreements when they were humans often huddled together after ascending. Above the heavens and below the earth, as a human and as a god, it was this awkward. It was impossible for Kuan Yizhen to give up on the west and go to other territories. As the two of them were arguing, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Jian Yu said, who is it? The person outside the door said, it's me. Jian Yu said angrily to Yu silently. This brat, why did he come here? Yu gestured for him to go to the back. He calmed himself down and went forward to open the door. As expected, the person standing at the door was Kuan Yizhen. He was much taller than before. He was about the same height as when Xiao Yan first met him. He was no longer squatting by the window. Yu said calmly, it's Yizhen. Didn't you attend the mid-autumn banquet? Why are you here? Kuan Yizhen was led into the palace. The moment he opened his mouth, he said without rhyme or reason, it's my birthday. It turned out that the Mid-Autumn Festival was actually Kuan Yizhen's birthday. And he came here to ask for a birthday gift. Xiao Yan also heard that in the past, Yu would always give a gift for Kuan Yizhen's birthday as his senior. This year, probably because of all sorts of awkwardness, he didn't give it. According to what Shi Qingxian said at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, Yu had probably been avoiding him for a period of time. Those who were a little more sensitive would be aware that Kuan Yizhen didn't meet him and didn't give him a gift. No matter what, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it. Kuan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xiao Yan had never seen such a tragic and awkward situation. If he didn't have to touch Hua Cheng's forehead, he really wanted to slap his own head and cover his eyes. Yu laughed dryly and said, ah, right, today is your birthday again. But recently, His Highness is a little busy, so. When Kuan Yizhen heard that, he widened his eyes and said, you didn't. Yu seemed to feel that something was wrong. He changed his words and said, no, I didn't forget. It's at the back. Wait for a moment. Kuan Yizhen sat down on the spot and placed his hands on his legs. He nodded repeatedly and looked very expectant. Yu escaped to the side hall. Jian Yu sat there with a sullen face. Yu definitely didn't prepare anything. After he went in, he rummaged through the cabinets but didn't find anything suitable. He could only say to Jianyu, "Quickly help me find something that can replace the present." Jianyu grabbed a piece of cloth from the side and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it and said, "Give it to him." Yin said, "Jianyu." Jianyu said, "I feel that giving him this is too good for him. He still has the face to come and ask for a gift." Yin said helplessly, "He doesn't understand at all. He gave it to him in the past but not this year." It's too deliberate. Anything is fine, it's just a token of appreciation. How about this, go look for that Vajra exorcism bracelet you got last time. Even though it's not suitable, it's better than nothing. He urged Jianyu a few times before Jianyu left angrily. Yin returned to the main hall and sat in front of Quan Yizhen. He said, "Wait a moment, the things are a little messy. I'll let Jianyu go look for them." "Oh right, what have you been doing recently? You should be living quite smoothly, right? I heard that the number of believers praying in your hall has increased by 5 times in the past few months. Congratulations." Quan Yizhen said, "I don't know what believers are. I only do things to beat myself up, but they inexplicably squeeze into the hall. Strange. Recently, I beat up a wolf demon." Yinyu's smile inevitably became a little dry. He couldn't bite it off, but Quan Yizhen easily bit it off. This was like a beloved woman whom you begged for but couldn't get anything out of her, yet she cried and threw herself into his hands. Yet, he didn't even bother to look at her. "Let me tell you, that woman is only average in looks and there's nothing special about her. It really doesn't feel good." Quan Yizhen spoke for a while and suddenly said, "I saw you at the mid-autumn banquet just now. I wanted to say something, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon." Hearing that he finally wasn't in high spirits as he recounted the recent battle situation, Yinyu heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Oh, I had some matters to attend to, so I came back first." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "Someone told me that it's because they got the wrong person." Hearing that, Yinyu's complexion immediately changed. Quan Yizhen, however, was completely unaware of it. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Too funny, so stupid." Xiao Yan already couldn't bear to watch anymore. He buried his face in Hua Cheng's chest and said, This is simply too tragic to look at." Of course he believed that Quan Yizhen really thought it was funny that other people got the wrong person. He really didn't understand at all. To Yinyu, this was something that wasn't funny at all. However, this didn't prevent him from feeling that he would suffocate if the two of them continued talking awkwardly. Fortunately, before he suffocated, Jianyu finally came out with the gift box. He handed the gift box to Yinyu and went back in without saying a word. Yinyu also seemed to have been redeemed as he handed the gift box to Quan Yizhen. He had a very happy expression as he jumped up on the spot to catch the box. Yinyu's smile revealed his exhaustion as he said, "Take it back and look at it later." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "All right. I'm going back. I'm going on patrol next month. Senior brother, if you have time, let's go together." Yinyu already couldn't bear listening to him anymore and casually said a few perfunctory words. After sending him off, Jianyu couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the door and loudly cursed, "You're going too far." I think he must have been smashed upside down by his mother 118 times the moment he was born, right? Otherwise, he must have deliberately come to disgust you. What do you mean you don't understand believers? Inexplicable. What do you mean going on patrol? Are you deliberately showing off? Your heart is black to the core. This time, he let loose a torrent of curses. Yinyu didn't even try to stop him. He walked to the back of the palace hall and didn't come out again. Xiao Yan instinctively felt that there was a problem with the gift box that Quan Yizhen took away. He said, Could it be that the embroidered gown immortal was inside? Hua Qing said, you guessed correctly. Xiao Yan said, then the blame for the embroidered gown immortal incident should be on Jian Yu's shoulders. Why was Yin Yu's punishment so heavy later on? Hua Qing said, Gij will know in 3 days. He said 3 days, and 3 days passed. Suddenly, a few rays of sunlight shone into the cold and cheerless Yin Yu palace. He saw Yin Yu slowly walk into the side palace hall. He seemed to be looking for something as he rummaged through cabinets and cabinets. Unexpectedly, as he rummaged through the cabinets and cabinets, he suddenly fished out a dazzling gold bracelet that was covered in incantations. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and set it aside. But a moment later, he suddenly grabbed it and said, Jian Yu? Jian Yu came in from outside and asked, what's the matter? Holding the bracelet, Yin Yu doubtfully asked, why is this Vajra-subduing demon bracelet here? Didn't you give it to him? Didn't I tell you to put it in a gift box? Jian Yu snorted and said, give it to him. He's not even worthy of you spitting on him. Yin Yu found this funny and also good. He said, you couldn't possibly have really given him that cloth to wipe his feet with, right? Why would you want to offend him? Jian Yu smiled slyly and said, no. What I gave him was a good thing. His tone was a little strange. Yin Yu slightly frowned and asked, what did you give him? Jian Yu said, the clothes you grabbed last time. Yin Yu's expression changed instantly. He didn't find it funny anymore and said, what? I said I couldn't find it anywhere. That clothes can control people's minds and it can suck blood. He was about to rush out when Jian Yu grabbed him and said, hey, why are you in such a hurry? That clothes can control people's minds, but you're the one who gave him the clothes. No one else can control him. Also, it can suck blood from mortals, but I don't believe it can do anything to a heavenly judge. Look, it's been 3 days. Is he all right? Yin Yu thought about it and paced back and forth in the side hall. Jian Yu said again, besides, isn't this kid quite capable? He's young and promising. Let's see how capable he is this time. In the end, Yin Yu still threw up his hands and said, no. I don't know how dangerous that thing is. If something happens, it's over. How can you be so reckless? Sigh. He ignored Jian Yu's shouts and ran out, knocking down many heavenly judges along the way. He first rushed to the Qiying Hall, but he wasn't there. He grabbed people and asked, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Qiying. Where is he? Someone said, Qiying. His Highness Qiying is having a meeting at the Divine Martial Hall. The top-ranked martial gods of the celestial heavens are all there. Yin Yu ran away before he finished listening. Only then did he realize that he couldn't enter the Supreme Martial Hall. Firstly, the one who was called for this meeting was the martial god of the upper heaven, not him. Secondly, even if he went in, he couldn't talk about it in front of everyone, so he could only wait outside the hall. Xiao Yan glanced through the window. Indeed, a few familiar faces like Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Pei Ming were all in the hall, listening attentively. Yin Yu saw that Kuan Yizhen was inside. She was wearing a set of shiny armor that looked quite impressive. He didn't seem to be abnormal, but Ling Wen, who was standing beside Jun Wu, was a little abnormal. He was distracted and kept making mistakes. Jun Wu had no choice but to ask, Ling Wen. Ling Wen. After shouting a few times, Ling Wen suddenly came back to his senses and said, what? What's wrong? Jun Wu smiled and said, what's wrong with you today? You keep staring at Qiying. Could it be that you think his new armor isn't bad like me? The martial gods in the hall also laughed. Ling Wen said he was ashamed and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead without a trace. However, the hand that was holding the brush seemed to be trembling slightly. If Xiao Yan was at the scene at that time, he would probably laugh as well. But now, he was very clear that Ling Wen must have felt her hair stand on end and her heart tremble when she saw Kuan Yizhen wearing the blood-stained clothes that he personally made a few hundred years ago. Yin Yu paced back and forth outside the hall, sometimes squatting, sometimes standing up. He was suffering. He endured until the meeting was over. Kuan Yizhen was the first to walk out. He saw him outside and greeted, "Senior Marshal Brother, why are you here?" Yin Yu hurriedly stood up and casually said a few words. He immediately said, "Your armor," Kuan Yizhen said, "very good." Just now, the monarch and Ling Wen both praised it. "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother." Yin Yu forced himself to calm down and said, "It's not bad, but the person who made this armor said there's a problem with it. He wants you to bring it back to him and repair it." If he directly ordered Kuan Yizhen to take off this armor, he would be able to sense that he was being controlled by an evil being. It wouldn't look good if this matter was exposed. Therefore, he couldn't let him sense anything strange, so he could only make this tactful request. Kuan Yizhen asked curiously, "What's the problem?" "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. After all, it would be very awkward to ask for the gift that he had given away." While Yin Yu was thinking hard about how to deal with it, Kuan Yizhen said again, "By the way, Senior Marshal Brother, we can go on patrol together next month." Yin Yu instantly raised his head and said in a daze, "What?" He almost forgot about the embroidered celestial dress. He hesitated and said, "I don't have a quota for the patrol, right?" Kuan Yizhen looked rather happy and told him, "There is. I mentioned you just now, and the monarch said he could consider it." In a split second, Xiao Yan could almost see a burst of hot blood rushing straight to Yin Yu's face. The anger and grievance that had accumulated for many years finally exploded at this moment. Yin Yu directly scolded and said, "Are you crazy?" This was the first time Kuan Yizhen saw Yin Yu so angry. He blinked his eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. At the side, a few heavenly officials who were passing by secretly glanced over. Yin Yu hugged his head and said, "Did I say I wanted to go? What does a martial god going on patrol have to do with me? I didn't ask you, so why did you mention me to the monarch?" Bystanders might not know why Yin Yu lost control of himself like this, but Xiao Yan was very clear about it. This was because, for a martial god with an extremely high self-esteem, this was really a great humiliation. A martial god going on patrol was a kind of ceremony that only the top-notch martial gods of the heavenly court could participate in. During the process of going on patrol, the chosen martial gods would use their own power to drive away demons and ghosts. Not only could they spread their fame and increase the number of believers, but they also had the opportunity to exchange pointers with the martial gods who went on patrol with them, improving their strength and getting closer to each other. In short, it was a grand event, but it had a higher requirement for the martial god's family background and strength. For example, the martial god had to have at least 4,000 temples or be ranked in the top 10. With Yin Yu's background, he definitely didn't have the qualifications to go on patrol. Even if he could go and obtain practical benefits, how could the people in the heavenly court who knew his position not gossip? The thick-skinned people didn't care. Countless heavenly officials wanted to go and rub their heads against each other. However, Yin Yu was obviously not a thick-skinned person. He clearly knew that he didn't have the qualifications, so how could he be willing to rely on others to help him? Moreover, this person was Kuan Yizhen, who hadn't been chased down to the mortal world because of him. Kuan Yizhen couldn't understand at all. He probably thought it was a good thing, so he mentioned it and didn't think he needed to care about other things. However, because Yin Yu looked really angry, for the first time, his face showed an expression of wanting to say something but not daring to. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Senior Marshal Brother, why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" It was this sentence again. Xiao Yan really wanted to beg him to stop talking. Meanwhile, the veins on Yin Yu's forehead bulged. He was already on the verge of collapse. He grabbed his hair and said, "Enough. I've had enough. I'm going crazy. I'm going to fucking drive you crazy." He pointed at the divine martial palace and said, "Kuan-Yizhen, don't talk to me anymore. Immediately withdraw the proposal. Don't give me more trouble. Now, hurry up." After he finished shouting, Kuan-Yizhen immediately turned around and ran back into the divine martial palace. Yin Yu was startled. Only now did he remember that he was still wearing the embroidered gown immortal. This action wasn't because he knew he was wrong and wanted to remedy it, but because his mind was being controlled by the embroidered gown immortal. Inside the divine martial palace, the few martial gods who hadn't left looked strangely at Kuan-Yizhen who had rushed in. Yin Yu stood outside the palace, his whole body slightly trembling. He shouted again, "Stop!" When Kuan-Yizhen was about to reach Junwu, he suddenly came to a sudden stop and really stopped. After a while, he asked curiously, "What happened to me just now?" Junwu also frowned and said, "Qi-Ying, don't move. Come here and let me take a look. Just now, I saw your eyes were lax and evil aura appeared. It seemed like you were hit by some kind of demonic technique." Kuan-Yizhen scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "Okay." He was about to walk forward. As a last resort, Yin Yu could only say, "Come back. Go." As soon as he shouted the order, Kuan-Yizhen immediately turned around and rushed out of the palace, rushing towards Yin Yu. Perhaps it was because he was muddle-headed from anger, or because he was so anxious that he almost went crazy. His steps were terrible. Yin Yu also ran in a muddle-headed manner, looking like he was fleeing from punishment. Junwu couldn't pretend that he didn't see it, so he stood up and said, "Arrest him." All the martial god officials replied in unison, "Yes." Yin Yu was almost in despair and completely lost his footing. He covered his face and shouted, "Go. Quickly go. Take off your clothes." Kuan-Yizhen's eyes were blank. He quickly ran while taking off his armor. Who knew that a group of martial god officials would surround him halfway and attack him? Seeing that someone interrupted him from carrying out his order, Kuan-Yizhen's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He randomly punched out and turned the bodies of more than 10 martial god officials into target practice, creating a row of holes in them. Going to the celestial heavens, killing people in the celestial heavens. Amidst the rising and falling screams and the sky filled with blood, Yin Yu was already dumbfounded with a deathly pale face. The only one whose face was even paler than his was probably Ling Wen. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.